What up? Hello. Is everything starting correctly? Let's see. We're gonna give that a big ol' no. Hello! Let's see. My computer was acting real weird today. And by today, I mean over the last couple of minutes. Which is always incredible right before stream. Oh no. I think Paige was on a meeting or something. Uh-oh. Because she just came over and very quickly closed the door, which is always scary. Let's see. Are we not getting transcripts? What's happening? 1 second. I think it was because it was too... I had too much stuff on the hard drive. Like, my hard drive was nearly full, so I was desperately looking for things to delete right before stream. Let's throw that on. Let's see if that does anything. Did that do anything? That did something. Hooray. Okay, so that started. And so then everything was, like, acting very strange right before stream, which, you know, just happens when the hard drive is very full. Is that recording? That's recording. Okay, I think we're good. It's also the reason, I mean, the computer's been acting up in general, but I think it is largely my fault. Because I'm programming things and I'm giving those things access that, you know, is maybe a little bit risky. I wouldn't, you know, if I was making a real public product that I expected other people to use, I wouldn't program it the way I am. But because it's my computer, it's okay, you know? It's fine if it has admin access. I know what it is. Like, I programmed it. So it's fine. But that has also meant that it does some weird shit on occasion. So now I am running behind and I need to switch everything over. And I need to switch it all over so that we can finish Critical Eyes before 5 o'clock. I don't know if people know. I don't know if people know what's happening at 5 p.m. my time, at least. But look, this is one of the few times I will very blatantly prioritize a out of stream thing over stream. But at 5 o'clock, Game Changer is premiering the newest Game Changer episode, and they have been very cryptic about it, but have said, like, oh, if you should watch it as soon as you can, and if you can't watch it immediately, then you should stay off of social media. But while you're watching it, you should get on Dropout's social medias. Very cryptic, very interesting. Me and Paige are very into Game Changer. If I've never said that on the stream before, we are. And so we are prioritizing it a little bit. And we have a theory. Hard deadline. Yeah. 6 p.m. Central. I think I was literally just looking for, because I actually think the video for it got posted in our Discord. What the hell is this? Oh, there we go. Yeah, posted for it in the Megaphone Man Discord. So I will know. It is 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. So yeah, oh, you're right. 6. So not 5 p.m., 6 p.m. For me. So in 6 hours from now. So I think we'll have enough time, because this episode we're splitting into threes. We're splitting into threes because it is crazy long. I'm opening the report so that I can see the time codes. Yeah, so the first half is an hour 23, which I think there's my goal for this one is to finish it by then. Is to finish the first half so that I can then do the second half in 2 parts. Possible halfway point, stop points, no real good places. Halfway point is 257, so I guess anything plus or minus 10 on that side, use your own discretion. Yeah, that's fair. John was trying here, but this is before he knew that I was gonna do 3 parts. But I think 3 parts will make sense. I mean, I'm sure that we will the cut in the middle of the combat will probably be a little awkward. Like, or maybe there will be like a very clear stopping point on Friday. I'm not sure. But we will see. 3 hours of work meeting starting an hour. Damn jobs, man. Damn jobs. Let's see. I finally have a job. Now I'll be able to get a membership. Well, that's sick. Congratulations on getting a job. I'm happy for you. And not just because you'll be able to do a membership, although that's a bonus. And let's see. Okay, we've got that up. Dude, I'm gonna do the oh shit. No, don't run that. No. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. Dude. Don't even get me started. This is one of the reasons that I've been working so hard on the Megamind project, is because Streamer.bot is annoying me more and more. Although it's annoying me in that it's the best solution for so many problems. It's an incredible program. I have nothing but love and respect for and you already have a copy of SpeakerBot. Oh, don't open that. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I have nothing but love and respect for the people that make Streamer.bot, but there are teeny tiny issues that I have with it. So I'm making my own. Let's see. Nope, cancel that. Great. Let me make sure it didn't fuck with the variables. Didn't do that. 666. Okay, awesome. We're good. We're good to go. That's what I do. Just cut the second half into 2 parts. Sick. Yeah, like I said, I think if I had to guess, it'll probably be like a skosh awkward, but I think it'll be fine. It's a combat. And there's like the 3 stones, so I'm assuming that there will be like, it'll be a little bit more like phasic. Like I don't know this, but if I had to imagine how I would make this, my gut instinct is to have it be in like 3 separate areas. So like there's a battle map here for this one lodestone. There's a battle map, and then we like go off screen and transition to the next battle map. So I'm assuming that I'll be able to maybe like cut it there, kind of. It's super possible that I'm super duper wrong about that. That's just like my gut instinct, but it's not the correct way to do it, You could easily have the 3 lodestones be on the same map. But I don't know. We'll see. I just feel like that would go too fast, honestly, which is kind of why I don't think it'll be that way, but I could be wrong. You're streaming? Awesome. What's up? I'm streaming. Hello. Also, I guess you guys are going to get a sneak peek because I recorded this and then didn't want to post it. But like so that it's like competing with notifications for this one. I was reminded that that's a thing yesterday when people very rightly pointed out, both during the stream and in the Discord, that I set the no analyzing Umbra stream that was about like the level up session. I set that to VOD to public at basically the same time that I went live to actually talk about the actual episode. That's on me. And so I have learned my lesson, and I held off on posting this video, but I will be posting it probably pretty soon, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Dissecting 20 is going on hiatus. And in general, this is similar to when I put the Unseen campaign on hiatus. It's another scenario where I have taken on kind of too much workload, and specifically with Dissecting 20, it's more about like the expectation. People ask me pretty frequently, when's the next Dissecting 20 coming out? And I'm not mad about that in any stretch of the imagination. I think people have very reasonable expectations around that. And I just don't want them to be like sitting there waiting for it. So it's going on hiatus, and then I will record all of them and then release them all as like a block, essentially. Maybe like, my like optimistic hope would be sometime like next year in like January or February. I've got them all recorded, and I do like a week of Fantasy High, and I release like one per day or some shit like that. Something wild like that. Probably not one per day, but something like that. But yeah, I really just don't want people to keep kind of waiting for it, especially when I did that thing where like I tied like memberships to it, which was a huge mistake. So yeah, that is happening. And in general, I don't know what I'll be doing I don't know what Critical Role is doing after Age of Umbra. And I don't know how I'll handle whatever they're doing after Age of Umbra, because I love Critical Eyes, but I have become more and more aware of how abnormal it is for streamed content, and like for a reason. I think there's multiple reasons for it, but I kind of originally thought that it was the kind of mental commitment and endurance of like people wouldn't want to do this crazy long series. And I think that that's like the thing that like stands out to people about Critical Eyes as an idea is like the long-term commitment. But I've realized even more that it is like the scheduled streams. Like a lot of streamers will have schedules of like, I'm going live on these days. But most, at least that I've encountered and looked into, don't have like episodic things of this nature, and especially episodic things that are based on other people's things. So like Kai Sanat's Streamer University right now, it's like, yeah, that's episodic. It has like each day is like a new episode, but people aren't looking at Kai Sanat's Streamer University and being like, oh, I can't wait for day 10, right? Because they don't know what's going to happen on day 10 because he's producing it as he goes. Whereas people look at Critical Eyes and they're like, oh, I'm so excited for Bard's Lament, or, back in the day, Suntree. I'm so excited for those. I'm going to like plan things around when that stream is going to be. Which is, I've realized more and more that is a rather unique concept within the streaming kind of ecosystem. So it puts a lot of constraints on my schedule and like streaming stuff, and so I need to keep that in mind and like really respect that, because in my head, a lot of times I'm like, it's 2 days a week. And then I do analyzing on, I was like, it's 3 days a week, whatever. And then it's like the moment I had like those three, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, it's all of a sudden like, oh, if I want to record anything, side projects, secret projects, one-off videos, one-off streams, whatever, I have to do it on a vocal rest day. Like all of a sudden now Tuesdays and Thursdays are my vocal rest days. So I try to minimize recording on those days. And then Sunday, Saturday are the weekend, and also both adjacent to scheduled streams still. So it suddenly got much harder. And I was like, oh man, I just sort of had the realization over the past week or 2 to 3 that it's like I need to limit the amount of like series expectations that I'm giving to people, like to like 1 or 2. It's like Critical Eyes plus 1, really, because I'm not gonna stop doing Critical Eyes. I love it too much, but it's like I gotta do Critical Eyes plus 1, which right now I've got Critical Eyes plus 2, and then some other things as well, which is not sustainable, unfortunately. So that's how it's going, yeah. A lot of reaction channels release their videos on a fixed schedule, not live, though. Yeah, which that's kind of the thing is, like, I think I could do Critical Role and Dissecting 20, or Critical Role and the Dragon Week videos, or CR and the and Analyzing Umbra. Again, it's like CR plus 1. Because it's like I just every time it was like, what do I deprioritize? It always ended up being Dissecting 20. Like every time, if there was a scheduling conflict or something in real life happened or whatever, it was like, what do I cut to get more time? And it was always Dissecting 20 because it's not live. People didn't have those scheduling, those like going to the live scheduling expectations. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Well, what am I going to do? I'm going to put it on a hiatus. So yeah, there's gonna be a video talking a little bit more about that coming out soon, but that's the TLDR. May can't abandon his baby cries. No, it cries is amazing. Yeah, I love doing it. It's like really awesome, and like and this is the awesome thing about Critical Eyes, and honestly, in comparison to Dissecting 20, like why I like one more than the other, because honestly, if I'm being straight up with you guys, I wouldn't say I like Critical Role more than Dimension 20. Now, I have a lot more investment in Critical Role. I've seen a lot more of it. But like on like a basic level, I don't find myself attracted to one over the other. The real difference is all of the, or not all, but most of the problems with Critical Eyes are like post-processing, right? We've even seen it. Like I was like, oh, I'll do takeaway videos, and then those never ended up happening. Because the thing that I love about content creation is talking to people, not just giving my opinion. And I think that's kind of a distinction. With a lot of YouTubers and content creators, a lot of people just have strong opinions and want to share them. And I think I follow dozens, if not, most of the people that I follow are like that. They have opinions or they have thoughts and they want to share them or they want to make something cool. Like they are doing it, I think majority for like the end product that is like containing their opinion. Whereas the core thing that I like and want is bouncing opinions. discussions, like giving my thing and then hearing what people people think about it and like having that discussion. It's why the hardest thing to manage about Critical Eyes is the tangents, because I love big, long discussions that get into the nitty-gritty of things. That's like the thing that gets me so excited. You can ask Paige. That's how I interact with things in real life. That's me, baby. I'm not so concerned with the specific thing that I'm saying. I'm concerned with the discussion about the thing that I'm saying. And with Critical Eyes, I live stream it and get all of that discussion. And then I have, any like post processing, I've tried the eye patches or, all those sorts of stuff. Those are not nearly as interesting to me, which is why they get made off and on. I'm working on some tools to help me make those, but those are like the work marketing part of it for me. Whereas with Dissecting 20, it's really hard for me because all of that stuff that I don't like as much, just like giving my opinion and like editing and filming, like all of the stuff that is not the discussion comes beforehand. So if I'm looking to cut something in my workflow, it's almost always something that is not related to going live and talking about things. And with Dissecting 20, that's the first thing that gets made. That's step one. And then, the comments can come in or I can do a live stream and talk about it. But it's like that upfront work before actually getting to talk. And that's why Analyzing Umbra is harder than Critical Eyes for me, is because I have to watch the thing ahead of time and take notes and like do a lot ahead of time. And then I get to have the discussion, which is the thing that is like really actually excites me. Whereas Critical Eyes is all front loaded. I get to have the discussion first, and then we do anything else afterward. So that's really, really, really kind of the core part of it. Now, these have all been recent realizations, mind you. So who knows? I've also realized that like that discussion style I also get from like interviewing. I get from like interviewing people or doing collaborative content. Like I get that same discussion vibe or like working with someone. So that also works. So I'm reconsidering because I originally wanted to do Dissecting 20 alone, pre-recorded, so that it gave me a ton of flexibility, and it did. But it just also means that it was like the first thing to get cut. So I'm gonna experiment a little bit with how I do things. I didn't want to change the format of Dissecting 20 like halfway through it, but maybe I will. We'll see. I don't know. Is Umbra bringing more subscribers as intended? It's the most recent thing. I think so. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, just like right off the dome. I mean, I know that I can tell you I know it has brought in at least 2. I know that from 2 distinct usernames telling me that they came in from Dissecting or from Analyzing Umbra. So I know at least 2. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Oh, that one has -1 subscribers. Fascinating. Interesting. Well, maybe some people hate it, and so it's like netting 0. I don't know. I can't tell. I know that people have, but just doing a quick look at the analytics, it actually looks like it's lost me subscribers somehow. That seems incorrect. So I'll have to look in a little bit more detail at the analytics. Because just like the quick analytics that I just looked at were all like 0, 0, 0, 0, -1, 0, 0. but I know that people have come in from it. So I don't know. But people are liking it, and I'm liking doing it. I'm liking talking about Daggerheart, really, at the end of the day. You've gotten the majority of the value from Fantasy High. You can now speak knowledgeably about the two main styles of actual plays. I love D20 Mind. I mean, if that was the value I was going for, yeah. That wasn't necessarily my goal, but it is a nice benefit. So, yeah. What if you change your D20 mat to your Umbra format? Random idea. Idea sounds better. Fair enough. Maybe. I could see that being a thing. I think there's a world in which that happens, but that then gets into, you know, the whole scheduling issues. And like now, you know, not only scheduling issues, but now I've got like expectations of like when I'm going live and all that sort of stuff. So possibly, yeah. So it's been a net gain. I think so, at least. Have they subscribed to join the stream? I don't know. Randomly stumbled on here. Which campaign are you on? Vox Machina. That's fair. I haven't considered that I don't reference the fact that it's C1 in my titles at all. Yeah, it's just Critical Eyes, which is, a play on Critical Role, but that doesn't specify a campaign. Interesting. Well, I appreciate that you asked. But yeah, it's C1. We're on episode 88, and we've been watching through the entire thing on stream. It's been fucking sick. 2 years running, I think. We're getting down to the wire. We're almost done. People might not sub when watching it directly. That's true. I think you're right. Sheev is my city. I think you're right. So that's why, you know, it's tough to actually know how many people subscribe off of a given thing. But yeah. Spoilers. Does that give enough info? Except it isn't currently working. Exclamation point. No spoilers. No spoilers. Not spoilers. No spoilers. Thanks, man. Have fun. Great stuff to look forward. Yeah. I mean, I said it in the title of this episode, which I guess, you know what? That's an amazing transition, Kalak, into my takeaway, which is that last episode was such an amazing example of so many things that I love in TTRPGs. Which is funny because I remember it was like 2 or 3 episodes ago. I was like, oh man, I'm being too negative. I don't want to be this negative. Like, you know, I don't... But I just didn't like a lot of the choices and the parts of it, you know, and that's just how it rolls. And then we get to 87, and boy, howdy, did I like 87. I liked like everything about it, man. I thought that combat with the pirates, you know, I would call it a filler combat, not derogatorily. That's just, you know, that just happens in TTRPGs. You have combats that aren't plot relevant, so to speak, just as either, you know, resource drains or ways to like break up the pace, ways to give them a little bit of problem solving when you've just been, you know, a little bit of game to break up the story a little bit. So I don't say filler combat derogatorily. And in that vein, I think that pirate ship combat was my favorite filler combat of the entire series so far. Frankly, it beat out many not filler combats for me. I really liked it. And I especially liked, like, not only did I think it was interesting, but Matt did some, like, really small, subtle things that I would have shied away from as a Pirates over Rishon 2. Oh, absolutely. Pirates over Rishon 2. Yeah. 1,000,000%. But there was a lot of things that if I was prepping that combat, if you just like gave me the prompt, you gave me the situation, you were like, make a pirate ship combat, you have this fog orb, whatever, gave me all the setup. There are a lot of things that he did. Like I thought that Matt integrated the ship weaponry really well. What are they called? Ballistae? Harpoons? I don't know what those are called. But I thought he implemented them really, really well. And in the moment, I said, maybe I think they might be a little bit, like I had like a small nitpick or like suggestion of like, seeing that, I can think of a way that I would have rather them been implemented. I would have made a stat block for the entire ship and like given it attacks. That said, I don't think I would have thought to use them in the first place. Like, once I saw Matt do it, and do it pretty well, I was like, that's pretty good. Like, I think we could maybe, like, tick it up a little bit. I think we could maybe zhuzh it a skosh. But it's something that I would have really avoided normally. I would not have even like wanted to work in those things because they are hard to manage and they're hard to pre-balance in a lot of ways. Like it's hard to, especially if you have players start to try to operate them, they become hard to balance. I talked about how I've run like catapults before, trebuchets, and I found them very cumbersome to actually like interact with during the combat. And so I just totally shy away from them when I'm designing combats now. But the way that Matt handled them, I thought was really slick. And it gave me some ideas for how I might want to handle them in the future. That is even a little bit different from Matt, but it absolutely inspired me in that way. Did it beat all the dragon fights? All of the dragon fights? No. It definitely beat Thordak. I don't think it beat Rishon. It definitely didn't beat Rishon Part 1. I loved Rishon Part 1. I thought it was really good. It's probably tied with Vorugal and Umbrasyl. Although, I like Umbrasyl more than Vorugal. Not as a dragon, but like as a combat. I think I would probably put it Rishon Part 1, Umbrasyl, this random pirate combat. All of the other dragons. I think that would probably be my rankings currently, yeah. Just because it was so dynamic. I also loved, like, it's a small thing, but especially as someone who now mainly GMs in virtual tabletops online, Matt having the two boat maps as little like laminated cutouts that he was shifting along a larger ocean map, like gridded map, I thought was super slick. Like, it's not the thing that I think will stand out as like amazing Matthew Mercer GMing, but it was just like such a small idea that let him do something like right at the end of the combat when the pirate ship was sinking. Matt talks about it listing and just like tilts like the little cutout a little bit. Like he like tilts it a little diagonally. And then that tilt ends up mattering when Grog actually goes to jump from the pirate ship back to the main ship. He like barely makes the jump. And that tilt mattered for that. I think I didn't look at it too closely, so I could be hyperbolizing or making this up, but I'm pretty sure that if it hadn't been tilted, he would have just been able to make it normally. But because it was, he had to make the athletics leap. And so it's not just the fact that it was like this dynamic map where the two zones were like moving in reference to each other. It was just this word keeps coming to mind. I'm trying to think of a different word that's not this, but just the slickness. Like it's such a simple idea of like, cutting it out, laminating it. But it's something that I wouldn't have thought of because I've been DMing on a VTT for so long. I make the map layer, and then I have normally like 2 to 3 scenes that represent like, often like changes in the map. So I would like have it pre-planned of like, oh, they're like this. And then maybe if something happens, then they will transition to looking like this. That sort of map mobility is not something that I am used to. I think I've gotten kind of lulled into it with like the map layer of a VTT, but I could easily do this. You can move shit on a map layer. There's no reason I couldn't do exactly what Matt did here. In fact, it would probably be easier for me because it's just JPEGs that I can move around. But the way that VTTs are kind of presented has sort of lulled me into thinking of maps as static when they don't have to be. They can be moving and dynamic. And I talk about dynamic maps that change all the time. But I'm normally talking about it from the perspective of special features or specific tokens or parts of the landscape, trees, bushes, whatever. Those move. I'm rarely thinking about the terrain itself changing. Or if I do, it's like a very planned out change. But it doesn't have to be. Like Matt had a really dynamic terrain here that was super duper cool. So yeah, I and like, beyond all that, it's also like the adversary design. I thought there was a great diversity of adversaries that gave a lot of interesting targeting priority decisions that I really, really enjoyed. So yeah, it was like, I think when we were watching it, I had the occasional nitpick, but like broadly, that's an A tier combat for me. On the order of like all the combats, filler or not, that's A tier. That was one of the best combats, I think, in the entire campaign. So we had that, and then we transitioned directly into one of my favorite environments that has been presented. Not one of my favorite environment that has been presented in Vox Machina so far. Like, I get why some people might enjoy the City of Brass. I get it. Not my cup of tea. For reasons that I went on long and thoroughly about during that arc. So, okay, if you like City Brass, that's fine. But beyond that, I can't think of another environment in Vox Machina that has interested me so much. I compared it during the session, and I'll still compare it to this, to to Raven's Crest, I think it is, the Raven Queen Cathedral in Vasselheim. Like, I thought that was also incredibly well characterized as an environment, but it was just a single building. Like, no matter how cool it was one building. And so there's just like only so high it can really get for me. The closest that it's felt like Matt has gotten to it while like kind of trying was the Verdant, not Verdant Orchard. What's it called? The Melora part of Vasselheim that they went to bury Senokir's wife's hand in. It's not the Verdant Expanse. That's a forest. The Abundant Orchard? Something like that. I can't remember it. I don't know why. But that area was purposefully characterized. It's this very fecund, abundant terrace. Thank you. Very, very cultivated gardens. Like I said, very fecund. It's fine. But it was very normal. It was a lot of like, it does what it says on the tin. And there didn't feel, at least to me, like a lot of original ideas there. Like I don't say that as like a huge diss or anything, but it just didn't feel that unique. Whereas the water Ashari, the Vestra, super unique. Like you can maybe say it's like, oh yeah, it's like a merfolk place. Like I think you can try to compare it to other things. But the exact setup of the reefs surrounding this gap and the fact that, as we later learned, they're being partially held up by these magical lodestones, which are not if you told me all just that, I would be like, oh yeah, ancient druidic water magic. Okay, yeah, they've got some rituals to survive better in the water and, make more buoyant or whatever. No. It's not just random soft druidic magic. It's the waste droppings. I theorized eggs. The characters or the players theorized shit of a kraken. This sea beast. The druids are living in a symbiotic communion with nature. That's so cool. Like, the more we learned and the more we saw of the environment, like when we first walked in and it was just like the little magical lights, I was like, all right, you could have done something with the magical lights, right? Come on. But the more we went into it, the more unique and interesting the environment and the people's interaction with the environment became. And I think multiple times throughout it, we saw Matt, I don't want to say act self-conscious necessarily, but he described things about the environment in a way that I was like, man, if he was describing this like a similar level of detail for a person, like for a character, he would just do it. He would just do it and not think twice about it. He would not, like, he was adding some like caveats of like, oh, it like he would describe all of these things that made it feel very alien. And then he was like, it feels very alien and different to you. And it's like, yeah, Matt, we know. You did it. You made it feel alien just like by the construction of it. Whereas I think with Matt's like characters, he has a lot more confidence in them of like, he describes Victor. I don't even know how you would say he describes Victor. He describes Victor in some sort of way. But he never feels the need to be like, yeah, man, you really notice like Victor's a real weirdo. It's like, no, we know Victor's a weirdo. It accomplishes it. You did it. And so he doesn't describe that. And so it's very I don't know. It's very cool. I really, really like the Vestra. So far, my favorite environment in Critical Role, period. There is so much about the interaction between the people and the environment, back to the people, back to the environment. Like, it's a real... I think for me, it makes the world feel lived in a way that I have not gotten otherwise in Critical Role. Most of Critical Role otherwise to me feels relatively static in terms of like, or maybe not static, disconnected in terms of the environment versus the people that inhabit it. There are definitely a few exceptions. I think the water laws in Ank'Harel are a great example of like environmental interaction with people. The fact that the Slayer's Take is headquartered in Vasselheim makes a lot of sense. Although I will say, I don't think we get, like, Vasselheim is more just the religious city. I think well beyond the monster hunting city. But the landscape around Vasselheim, like Othanzia, at least, no spoilers so far as we have been shown so far, kind of has nothing to do with like religion. It's not like Othanzia is like the holy continent or something. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any reason that Vasselheim is where it is, if that makes sense. Whitestone, on the other hand, got its name from the white stone. Its isolation is a big thing. The bridge project is, because it's so close to the basically the Bering Strait, the connection point between Wildemount and Taldore. Wildemount is honestly relatively baked into the environment in an interesting way, I think. But also, that was a collaborative project with Taliesin. But, Vestra and Amon, I constantly talk about forgetting that Amon is a port city, which is crazy. So yeah, it's all of that said, I love and adore the Vestra and how integrated everything is. Like, the Vestra doesn't feel like it could be anywhere else, which is awesome. It's so awesome. Yeah. Anyways, filler combat is my bane. I don't like running them, so don't often. I get that. They can be really, yeah. I get that. I think it really depends on the players at your table. I also don't run filler combat often, but that is because my players have directly expressed that they do not prioritize, or they don't play D&D for the combat. They like combat is equal to role play. Or for some of them lesser. They like the role play more. So I tend to look for not even better ways, but faster ways to accomplish the things that filler combats accomplish. Because I think filler combats are good at accomplishing certain things, like draining player resources, if your players are also into the combat, because they do take a while. And there are faster ways to drain player resources than a filler combat. But when you have someone like Travis at the table who seems to really, really love combat, I think it's good to have more filler combats for that player and in that context, yeah. What campaign episode are we talking about? C1 episode 88. Or I guess, yeah, we're talking about 87. We're about to watch 88. Yeah, that's true. Each interaction with a siege weapon requires an attack, so a fighter can benefit from multi-attack. That could be a way to do it, yeah. Instead of just an action, it's an attack, which is, we talked about during the Daggerheart stream, is kind of a weird delineation in retrospect, that we're just kind of used to in D&D. Yeah, that could certainly work. I think that there are a lot of ways that it could be done. I generally have hesitated away from it, but it definitely gave me some ideas watching it this time. It makes sense that the Vestra are the most unique, as they are likely one of the most isolated tribes. Maybe. I mean, the Zephyra seem pretty damn isolated. The Pyra probably not. It seems like the Pyra are probably no, because you have to walk through the terrible monster-infested wilderness to even get to the Pyra. Maybe the Terra are the most available. Like, they're just kind of in the mountains. It seems like no one really lives near them, so like they have a lot of distance from civilization, but yeah, I think the Terra are probably the most accessible. And then maybe Pyra and Zephyra, and then probably the Vestra, yeah. Vestra is very different from Avatar, and honestly, I prefer it to either water tribes. Me too. The water tribes in Avatar are my least favorite of the four nations. Like, I get why they are the way that they are, but they're definitely the most boring to me. They feel the least like a real honest to God nation. The air nomads also don't feel like a nation really, but I think that's kind of part of the point, is that they don't have like these established, like borders. They just have these occasional temples, and they nomadically move between them and throughout the rest of the world. And then the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom make total sense. So yeah, I agree. I like the Vestra, I think, more than the Avatar water tribes as well. It's weird to me that they made the water tribes both. If they were going to have two tribes that were going to be very different, it is kind of strange to me that they made them both ice. I guess it's not strange. I get it. Like, the North and South Pole makes sense from like it just works, like it feels right situation. But I do think it kind of locked them into a weird sort of thing with it. Yeah. Don't forget swamp benders. That's true. Swamp benders, swamp bender erasure. Amon is a port city. Amon's a port city. I feel like most cities are port cities, though. Trades often happen over water. I mean, I think if we're being literal about it, most cities can't be port cities. Like, there's in terms of like volume versus surface area, right, of a continent. There's more internal area for settlements than there is on the very edge. But I do understand what you're saying. Most big cities are port cities, or most capitals are port cities, which I don't disagree with. But it is even then, like, I think about like Paris with the Seine, or Cairo with the Nile. Like, even the people that like are on rivers, that is like a defining part of the city's identity, and like I especially think about it with the Nile. Like, that is so built into the fabric of the settlements that are along the Nile. And I think you see a similar thing with port cities in real life, although I won't claim to have vast knowledge in that area. So maybe you don't. I don't know. Super minor point, but I thought the Abundant Terrace was a cool environmental tell about Vasselheim's isolationism, because their agricultural land is inside the city gates. That's fair. I can, yeah. I will totally agree with you on that. Yeah. I mean, and I think when I talk about, with the Abundant Terrace specifically, at least, when I say that, like, I don't think it was an overly interesting environment, I kind of still hold that. But an uninteresting environment or an uninteresting environmental feature can absolutely be a tell or a clue or some sort of indication of a larger, more interesting lore bit, which I think it is in this case. I agree. I think that is, like, pointing that out, I think that is very interesting of like the isolationism. And also, you could even extend that to the danger of the continent and bring it back into the monsters of like, okay, they can't have any agricultural land outside of the city because of the dangerous fauna. Like, fauna. So I definitely think that there's something to be said there. But I'm still not overly interested in the Abundant Terrace itself, even if it does point to something cool within the larger context. Which, frankly, I mean, TTRPGs, I think, are one of the mediums that are the best suited towards that sort of more than the sum of its parts type storytelling. But I still like my individual points of interest occasionally. Yeah. This episode, caller identity. Off the title of your stream, I hope your excitement is to be able to give me a new perspective on this CR episode. I'm psyched to watch this CR episode. I'm psyched. Technically rivers make ports, otherwise, anyways. I think that's where I'll end it, and I'm gonna skip the first ad break because we gotta get into it. I need to get to the break by 6 p.m. That's only 5 hours. That's only 5 hours to watch an hour and a half of Critical Role. How will we ever do it? That doesn't sound possible. 4 hours. No. It starts at 6. Yes. I looked it up on stream. It's 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, which would be 6 p.m. our time.
No, it'd be 5. 4 p.m. Eastern is only an hour.
4 p.m. Pacific, 7 Eastern.
I was like,
I know. No, I know. I'm with you. I mean, hey, if you see it starting, I'll fucking hit the end stream button. I'll hit the big red button. Perfect. All right. Let's get going. I'm psyched. But I will say, levels of excitement can be dangerous things. I definitely have some expectation going into this episode that I don't normally have, because I thought this was a really cool environment. We just had a cool combat. I like the concept for this combat, like getting the load stones without killing the Kraken. I've got a good bit of expectation around it, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy ass.
I gotta fast forward to the first time code. 11. What's the hard out for? Game Changer. This week's Game Changer. Let's see. You know what? Honestly, I'll just, you know what? I don't. Do you think they'll get mad about me playing a short on stream? I don't think so. You can see it right here. Yeah. Monday, July 14th, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And apparently it will be a uniquely interesting experience if you watch it live and you're like on the socials while they're talking about it or while the episode's airing. Me and Paige have a theory that it might be the first live Game Changer ever. Which that would be fun. Or maybe that it's like a prediction thing. So like this Game Changer, they have like a bunch of like audience prompt type things that there's interaction on social media, and then maybe the next Game Changer will be the contestants trying to predict what the audience would have said, and then they'll have like a secondary half that is filmed and edited with the audience participation in mind. I don't know. Maybe the audience decides punishments or something. I don't know. But there is something weirdly unique about this episode in terms of the timing in which you watch it. This week's Game Changer. So I'm very excited about it. But with all that said, we're going to get into Matt starting his recap.
Welcome back. So, to get you guys up to speed for tonight's episode, Vox Machina, our band of adventurers, after defeating the Chroma Conclave, destroying Fordak, and then Rai Shan, the mastermind behind their ascension, you've then recovered a few objects of possible, revealing her plan at the very least, though keeping it tempered. You've begun closing loose ends that you hadn't had the time to get to this point, including finishing Keyleth's Aramente. You managed to charter a ship and crew at Iman to head towards the west, the Osmit Sea, where you were boarded temporarily by what appeared to be a band of pirates. Defeating them and sinking the ship, you continued forward, taking a prisoner.
Yeah, we did. A friendly prisoner. We're friendly taking a prisoner. Nicely taking a prisoner.
What history?
You then eventually found yourselves the ship reaching the outside of the Omni Islands. It's been a long week.
Yeah, man.
Where the ship set anchor on the outside of the reefs that encircle the center of these 3 islands, where in the center of them lies a partially submerged city of Vestra, the last stop on Keyleth Saramente and the water Ashari that live there. You, upon arriving just past sunset, watched the city come to life and the Vestra come out, and upon discovering that you were allies, or at least friendly, they took you in and gave you the idea of what you had to do to finish this Aramente. Your task to come the following day was to be led down into the area of Torrent, where the elemental rift to the water elemental plane resides under protection, and you were to retrieve 3 lodestones, magical stones that are occasionally farmed from the water elemental plane as they fade for power. These stones are utilized apparently in both keeping the rift contained and keeping the city of Vestra aloft and up towards the air. However, in the process of them researching where these lodestones came from, it was discovered in at least recent years that they were byproducts of one of the krakens that lives in the water elemental plane, and there are a number of krakens. This one, however, was drawn back to the rift from one of the earlier expeditions of the...
Which, that is an interesting factor to this. The fact that there are multiple Krakens, it's not the Kraken. It does give, I don't know if this is on purpose from Matt, but it does give the players an out. Like, if the players do end up needing to kill the Kraken for some reason or another, they can, at least in my mind as a GM, you know, that would be not a civilization dooming action. The Vestra would probably just say, okay, well, you guys now need to like go and attract another Kraken. So that would be like, in my head, having there be multiple Krakens is a sort of contingency plan of, okay, if they need to kill the Kraken, they're not dooming the Vestra, but they are signing themselves up for another quest in which they need to go and attract a new Kraken to the portal so that they can keep farming these lodestones. So that is, we'll see. I frankly hope they don't kill the Kraken, but look, this is the first time that Matt has tried something like this. Or maybe not the first time, but the first time that we've seen on stream where he's attempted, I would argue, such an interesting combat or encounter conceit of getting these lodestones within the range of this incredibly dangerous adversary where they can't kill the dangerous adversary in a game, D&D, that is primarily about doing violence. That's interesting. It's a big swing, which I always advocate for. But I do think you kind of need that sort of contingency plan built in of like, I might not have balanced this right. Like, I often talk about like fudging or balancing levers or all these sorts of things. And a lot of times I talk about them in the context of while you're in the course of like running the scene. But sometimes it is also in the context of how you prep. The difference between there being a Kraken and there being the Kraken, very different if you're going to do something very interesting like this. Having there be a Kraken means that if I as Matt, or I as the GM, I should say, misbalance this combat or this encounter, and they end up needing to kill the Kraken to not get TPK'd, then making there be multiple allows me some flexibility as the DM to make that okay. Because if they kill the Kraken, that's a lot less okay if they kill that thing. Now we have to get into like resurrecting it and like what resurrection magic can work. Like, I don't know off the top of my head what, if any, resurrection spells would work for the Kraken. I imagine something like True Resurrection would work for the Kraken. But I don't know. I don't know if Revivify would work. Maybe it would. I'd have to read the text. But we get into weird shit like that, where you're now having to like revive this thing, and now you've killed it, so it's maybe now it has like a lust for blood or revenge. I don't know. Krakens are probably relatively intelligent, if I had to guess. I'm not going to look at the stat block because I kind of want to be surprised. But yeah, so all that is to say, I think if you are wanting to plan what I might call an interesting encounter or like a big swing type encounter like this, thinking about some baked in, like, okay, what is like the worst case scenario here? Or maybe not even the worst case, but like some likely bad cases. And it's like, okay, I told them not to kill the Kraken, and I gave them a pretty compelling reason to not kill the Kraken. But like, what if they killed the Kraken? Like, just thinking about like those, like just that like little short, like trying to predict how your players might mess things up can be good for protecting against those sorts of things. Oh man, what do you think the odds of them killing a Kraken and revivifying it? I don't know. And I mean, this doesn't even take into account of the idea of like non-lethal damage, which has always been a strange thing in D&D. Like theoretically, if they killed it with a melee non-lethal attack, it would be fine. Asterisk maybe. So what do you think the odds are? Right now, I'd put it at like 20% they kill it. I think there's a non-negligible chance, but I think they're gonna try pretty hard to not kill it. Now people are talking about the revivifying, and yeah, I don't know. I'd have to read the rules text and probably have a conversation with the players about it. Yeah. Approaching combat with a do not kill goal, the stakes were very much lower, but didn't VM try not to kill the rock when they were cows and succeeded? They did, but they managed to not kill the rock via the rock running away. Like, and then doing like a social interaction with it. So they did manage to kill it, but they needed to, like, the goal was still to incapacitate it. Like, the goal still had to do with the rock. The Kraken is just this passive hazard that they just have to avoid. Whereas the rock was a little bit less like that. Like, they had to stop the rock from doing predation on the cows of the region, right? So their goal was still to incapacitate, or in the case of what they actually did, relocate the rock. It was still focused on the rock. The Kraken's a little bit different in that their goal is just to avoid it. So Matt can actually make it much harder. Matt can make it much more deadly and more dangerous because they don't actually need to do anything to it. In fact, quite the opposite. They need to try, like, ideally, they avoid interacting with it at all costs. But that was not quite the same with the rock. But it is, I think it's a good comparison for these sorts of things, these sorts of alternative objectives. Yeah. At least this way, if they did accidentally stop the Kraken, they don't accidentally destroy 1/4 of Keela's civilization, which wouldn't feel good for the players. Exactly, Bad Wolf. Exactly. Because, like, honestly, even if, they do kill the one and only Kraken, and then the Vestra desperately put them on, like, a resurrection quest, that's still pretty bad. That still pretty feels bad. As opposed to, like, I can see the players very naturally being, like, in the moment, being like, okay, we need to kill this Kraken, but we'll, like, volunteer to go and attract another. Like, I can see them premeditating this this plan in a way that they might not premeditate like a whole resurrection deal. And maybe they would, but I think it's less likely. Yeah. Good thing Vox Machina doesn't have a history of excessive violence. No, and good thing that D&D as a system isn't a system focused on violence at all. Yeah, no. That's crazy. It is a stealth mission. Yeah, I mean, at its core, it is a stealth mission, and all stealth missions turn into chases or violence once you break stealth. But yeah, you're totally right. The baseline setup of this is absolutely a stealth mission. Yeah. Some players might hate the safety net. Maybe, if they view it that way. I think they'll only hate the safety net if the safety net feels contrived. So I mean, that's at least the theory I would posit. That's my gut instinct. Is like, if you had set up these sort of legendary creatures like the Kraken or like, trying to think of another legendary creature that's Kraken-esque. I don't know, actually. Off the top of my head, what's a creature? The only other one I'm thinking of is the Tarrasque, but I think the Tarrasque is like a D&D creation. Like, what's a creature like the Kraken from, like, lore? I guess dragons? Like an ancient red dragon or something? It would kind of be like if there was only one dragon, right? There's only one dragon. And insert other monsters like the Kraken. You know, these big, legendary, powerful things if you have previously established a pattern of these sorts of entities being very singular, like there is one beholder, there is one archdevil, there is one red dragon. You know, it's the red dragon. I think in that case, saying that there are multiple Krakens would then appear like a safety net, right? They might be like, well, why is there multiple Krakens, but like only one of these other entities that are similar to Krakens? Like, why is that? And then their wheels might start turning. But if you haven't established this sort of singular nature to these big legendary monsters, which I don't think Matt has. I think in the world so far, creatures like the Kraken or on a similar tier to the Kraken have been presented as if there can be multiple of them. The only one that was really singular was really Thordak. But he was singular because he was like mutated by the fire plane. So I think that the players probably won't bat an eye at there being multiple Krakens, really. But that, I do think, is the question as to whether or not they would hate it or they wouldn't like it. I think it really does depend on how contrived it feels. If you have established this singular nature for legendary creatures and then there are multiple Krakens, they're going to be like, well, why is that? Seems like it's probably only because the Vestra rely on them. So yeah, I think it's a good point, but I think it can go either way. Yeah. All stealth missions turn into a no survivors black op when I do that. Hey man, I don't think you're alone. It isn't really safety net. There isn't one singular Kraken. We don't know where another could be though. I guess I get the point of the safety net in that, like, I'm describing it as a GM safety net, but I think that in the fiction, that's not like the first place your mind goes because, like you said, this pattern hasn't been established. Cerberus is Cerberus in D&D? I have not read the Monster Manual cover to cover before. I've glanced at it cover to cover. Actually, that's not true. I just realized. I did smash pass eat for the entire monster manual. So I actually have read the monster manual cover to cover. Anyways, but I guess I see what you're saying though, Ross, of like this kind of singular entity. Yeah. Also, Drask is French Christian mythology. It is? That's cool. I didn't know about that. This like great beast within the earth. That's neat. I love that. My current VTM group would be, why are we trying not to kill it if there are others nearby and will be attracted to the portal if they were playing this? I think that's a reasonable thing for players to think and for you to possibly interact with in terms of a DM conversation. My reaction, if I'm taking on the role of Matt and I'm imposing your players onto Vox Machina, if they said this in character to the Vestra, I think the Vestra, an easy response from the Vestra is, we don't know where the others are. They could be very far away. They might be so far away that they're not attracted to the portal naturally. The Krakens are very territorial. So if this one were to die, there's no guarantee that another one would be attracted. Maybe one would, but we have no idea. We can't guarantee that it would. And we don't want to take that chance with the stability of the portal. On the other hand, if my players ask me, the GM, out of fiction, not the Vestra, I would probably directly say it without any ambiguity. I would say there are other Krakens. They would not naturally re-inhabit the current habitat. They have their own habitats. They're not close enough to be naturally attracted. Something would need to actively bait them into the habitat around the portal. And I would, as the GM, I would directly put that out there, potentially hinting at alternative questline. But I've talked about it before. I'm very down to tell my players things above the table, especially in this sort of aspect where they're wondering at like a potential plot hole. I'd rather, especially if it's not something that I'm trying to keep secret. If it's like an intrigue quest thing, I'll keep tight-lipped about it. But I would directly tell them in this sort of situation. I still think the best advice for a DM is to keep your mouth shut. But in this very specific situation, I would tell them. Trask is a lion turtle. A saint was sainted because of the Taras myth. Originally lion-sized. Whoa. It's very interesting. I can't get off on this tangent, though. I'm feeling myself wanting to talk more about the Tarask in terms of a lion turtle and a saint and French Christian mythology, because that is my kind of shit. I'm probably going to look it up off stream, but we can't go off on this tangent. I got to control myself. Oh, man. It's not canon, but having more than one false Hydra in the world would be insane. Well, yeah, that's true.
Wave Riders that were attempting to find them, and now it's taken up its lair on the outskirts of this rift. So your task, as Vox Machina, is to enter the rift into the water elemental plane, find and bring back 3 of these lodestones, and do so without slaying the Kraken, as it is an important part of the ecology and continued existence of the city of Vestra. So, that's where we come on in. So you guys, as it is evening, you've been fed a largely fish and marine-based meal, and you've had the opportunity to speak with some of the locals and prepare and discuss amongst yourselves exactly what you wish to do for this journey tomorrow. So what do you
time
want?
is it here?
I mean, it's probably a post-food and mild celebration of you guys making it here in the first place. They don't get too many intentional travelers. Most of the people that come here either shipwrecked, saved by the Wave Riders in the middle of storms, and some of them stayed and ended up joining the Vestra. They have a number of reformed pirates, people that almost died at sea and drowned but were saved by them and then eventually joined them. But I'd say it's about maybe close to 10 p.m., the equivalent.
Oh, it's late.
I feel like
You got here just after dusk.
we should have a hero's feast before tomorrow. I have no idea what a Kraken does or...
Yeah, me neither. Actually, is Yolanda still around? She's still there? Are we still in front of her?
Yuvenda is around. Yeah,
Yuvenda?
you can find her. As you approach her, she's finished her meal and is like half napping in this kind of almost a high chair. Though it's built beautifully of what look to be like petrified, bleach white shells and like coral structures, and this looks to be her seat at this kind of open, natural gazebo-like eating space. She's kind of half rested off to the side with her staff, kind of leaning a bit. And as soon as you start approaching, one eye kind of flies open, curls in your direction, and she leans forward.
Young Keyleth, what do you require?
I'm sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting.
My nap, yes, but you seem intent. What do you wish?
I was just curious, I guess, if you had any advice for tomorrow morning. Is there anything I should know in particularly about the Kraken?
From what we know.
Dude, I mentioned this last stream in terms of a compliment to Marisha, which then ended up turning kind of into a critique of Taliesin. Marisha seems really good. This seems relatively new, but maybe it's not. I can't quite remember, and I guess maybe chat will remember better than I. Because I know I've talked about this before with certain players, but I can't remember it being consistently Marisha like this. Of her giving the DM a lot of room. Or a lot of flexibility, you might say. Like last session, she broadly asked, is there anything I can do to speed us up and avoid that, avoid what's going on? Is there anything I can do to help? And she asks it vaguely, and Matt basically responds with no. And then Taliesin moves us into, use your gust of wind, and the gust of wind doesn't really end up doing anything. It makes them go faster, but it doesn't it doesn't change the outcome of what was going to happen in any way. And I think we then see this again here of her going to the headmaster. And I think that the headmaster is a good choice. I don't want to read too much intention into it. So I won't say I think she's making the right choice, but I think it is a good choice to go to the headmaster. It's going to be the person that has the most capability to give this sort of advice. It's the person in the fiction that it makes the most sense to ask this question to. And it is a very reasonable question. And it gives the DM a ton of room to maneuver. We sometimes talk about, what if your players don't pick up on the clue, or they don't pick up on the plot hook, or they interpret this NPC differently than you actually intended. Do you interrupt them and, talk over the table to tell them that they're misinterpreting it? Do you create another clue? I often talk about if you're doing a mystery thing and you're trying to deliver a clue, you deliver the same clue 3 times. The first time they'll miss it, the second time they'll misunderstand it, and the third time they'll actually get it. That's a classic bit of writing advice. I did not come up with that. And so there's a large question, or a large consideration that you have to make as a DM for how to deliver things to the players and what to do if they miss something, or if it's maybe clear that they're misunderstanding something. And last session, and then especially right now this session, I'm noticing with Marisha, she is really good about offering Matt those opportunities to kind of close that gap. So in this case, and especially, they took a week off, but there's been a week between the sessions, right? So there's been time for them to also talk behind the scenes. And even if Matt is, I assume Matt is, saying super tight-lipped, I'm sure he's in the group chats with them discussing it and talking about it, maybe strategizing or whatever. And he will have seen if they have maybe missed something. Or if they're misunderstanding something, or if they're misinterpreting something. But just having that knowledge of that is happening as a GM is not necessarily enough. Sometimes you don't have a good way to deliver the clarification within the fiction. And so it's great when a player directly gives you that opportunity, which I think is exactly what Marisha is doing here. it's giving Matt that opportunity. Because if we're really thinking about it, like really critically and really hard, I kind of assume that the headmaster would have delivered any advice she had or was allowed to give during the initial hook offering. Like, if I really am, like, super strict on my, like, fictional understanding, I think that's the most reasonable interpretation, like, course of thought. However, that's, like, if I'm being real serious and super strict. And I think it is very reasonable that, like, she might be like, oh, I forgot about this. Or, oh, since you asked, I'll tell you. I wouldn't have told you if you didn't ask. That sort of thing. There's easy justifications for her doing it later. And so that gives the GM an opportunity to close any of those gaps that he's seen. Like, he's seen the players thinking about this thing wrong or not think of this certain thing. And Marisha's really good at identifying those opportunities and getting and formulating the question well. To where it makes sense within the fiction, but it still allows the GM so much wiggle room. Like I said, I can't think that I don't think of her in this way normally, but maybe she has always been this way. I'd be curious, someone who's like recently gone through the backlog, to see if I've given her this compliment before. I don't know. But I've noticed it last session and this session. So it seems either like a new pattern or maybe one she's always had. What up, Elfire Eva? You seem intent to do as you wish is a baller line. It is. Uvenda seems sick. Yeah. I really like it. A lot of these headmasters are really old. Sounds like a good setup for future characters going on their own armamentes. Yeah, I'd say so. I agree. Yeah, it's a little like I mean, I think there's also a concept of like elder wisdom that is probably influencing the age of a lot of these headmasters. But I agree. I think it is whether purposefully or coincidentally a good setup for that. Yeah. I can't say for sure if it developed due to my lack of knowledge. Yeah, or due to my knowledge of future campaigns. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Anyways.
Tomorrow morning. Is there anything I should know in particularly about the Kraken?
From what we know, the Kraken is a very hungry beast.
Oh.
That carries with it a swarm of long, grasping tentacles. It moves unimpeded and destroys structures in its path. Seems nigh unstoppable, which is why maintaining the rift is so important, to unleash more of these entities into our plane.
Also a good opportunity for Matt to, even if there's no miscommunication or misunderstanding, to focus them in on certain pieces of information. So maybe he delivered all of the information, but there's certain information that's more or less pertinent that through this question he can focus in on. I think Immersia does it a good bit. It's a good tie-in with her character, since the low self-esteem character trying to become a leader. It makes her phrase her questions or offer aid more openly. That's true. That's a good point. And it sort of wraps in with what I was talking about with Screeve in Age of Umbra, but we can talk about more aptly with Grog, is like the way that Grog is designed allows for him to be this button pusher sort of player archetype. Someone that pushes them through analysis paralysis, pushes the plot forward. We could define a new character archetype right now. In the... What was it? I don't want to call it the GM's assistant. That sounds derogatory. That sounds way too close to the GM's girlfriend. The mini GM? No. I don't know what we would call it. The questioner? Nah, that sounds weird. I don't know. Facilitator? Facilitator sounds good. Sure, we'll go with facilitator. Yeah, I think that this sort of, and in a similar way that the button pusher is more accessible for certain types of characters. Like, it would make a lot less sense for someone like Keyleth to be a button pusher. Like that type of the qualities of her character do not naturally lend themselves towards button pushing. Grogs do. Screeves in Age of Umbra definitely do. So yeah, I think is a very good point about, like, it seems like Marisha might have either these like natural tendencies or natural talents at facilitating, and either coincidentally or purposefully, Keyleth facilitates that, well, facilitator role really, really well. Yeah. I feel like mini GM is worse than GM's assistant. Yeah. Liaison? The prompter? Facilitator, liaison, prompter. I think prompter, actually. Maybe liaison. I like prompter, though. I think prompter is more clear as to what the actual behavior is. Yeah, prompter. We'll go with prompter. So yeah, I can't remember if I've ever identified it before, but Keyleth is absolutely a character that that works really well with a prompter player style or archetype. Yeah.
It would be disastrous, not just for our city, but for the entirety of the Osmond. Do be aware that you will be encountering this beast deep, deep in the fathoms, the depths of the water elemental plane. So be prepared best you can to swim.
Right. You mentioned it being hungry. What does it hunger for?
Anything that crosses its path. You'll see, the sand below in the vicinity of the rift is partially soot, dirt, and sand. But a lot of it is sprinkled bone of things that failed to make it through the rift.
And I imagine it's pretty dark down there.
It's not the brightest blaze, no.
How large are these lodestones that we're looking for?
We will show you these down in the Eyrie tomorrow, but they're roughly,
She gives a motion about that big in her hands.
not that large. But you can take time and research the ones that are dwindling within the temple. That way you know what to look for.
And in all your experience with these beasts, are their attacks mainly physical?
Mainly. However, they have a degree of control over the waters that surround them. Those who have returned, the wave runners who do these passes every few years, they speak of currents swiftly changing, it leaving bursts of darkened ink-like material to obstruct the space. And they speak of sudden surges of energy that rock through the nearby waters.
Great.
So we need snorkels.
Lots of snorkels, I think.
Long ones.
Really.
Other creatures that live in the rift.
There are creatures, but those of flesh and bone usually find themselves to the belly of the beast. And due to the nature of its presence and the rift's energy, elementals do occasionally wander, half-crazed, directionless in that space as well. So be careful.
All right. Is there a particular creature that you know is good at evading this kraken?
Our wave runners, they travel, usually in various forms of their mer form.
Right.
Anything that can swim quickly, swiftly, search fast, and retrieve and return. Whatever that is to you, that's your choice.
Okay.
Keyleth, I know you have the ability to turn us into different things.
Yes.
Is it possible to turn us into water elementals?
No, it's not.
That's not a thing.
It's not really a beast. I can turn you into anything beast.
Create a herd of dolphins that we can commandeer.
Sea cows.
Yeah, and then like just ride them.
Manatees. Narwhals. No.
They do have a spike.
The worst of like 5 worlds.
Well, I know that
Unicorns of the sea.
Tyrion and I can alter ourselves into a merfolk.
Yes.
And you can also. How many people can you imbue with your powers?
To become underwater sea breathers.
Yeah, could you give alter self to others?
I mean, technically, I could. It would use a lot of my spell abilities, but I could give 4 of my little coins to people, and those coins could be used to alter yourself to be a water-breathing madman like me.
Merfolk?
Well, it's sort of just you, but with gills.
What if we want to be a mermaid?
Sure,
then?
yeah, you could do that.
Sweet.
With the altar stuff, you can give yourself gills and webbed hands, and you would gain a swim speed of your normal walking speed.
And a seashell bra.
Should that be your preference? Sure. As she begins to talk about the
This is
please.
This is all she talked about from ages 6 to 13. The only thing.
We are the daughters
I
of
want to go
Tritons.
where the people are.
Good idea.
I want to.
I could
Anyway.
also think of a spell that would give you a clever Rastafarian crab sidekick.
Ooh, I like it.
Take it and throw it.
Okay. Gotta put the foot down before this gets weird.
Yeah, I agree. Let's talk about this over a Hero's Feast. How's
Yeah,
that?
but like a
We're not
midnight
doing
feast,
Heroes
like
Heroes Crunch?
No, because that will waste a spell on the
I don't
day.
think she's done talking.
What?
Hello.
Just be warned.
Sorry, we get carried away.
I would recommend taking some time in the water first. Learn how it reacts to you and you react to it. Know that the limitations of not combating in air can be restrictive.
Makes sense.
Right.
I don't know how my bow's going to work underwater.
I don't know how my guns are going to work underwater.
Do you have like a training ground? Like an
Great example. Everything up until now, I was Matt knows water combat rules, man. That's everything up until now is like, okay, this is like broadly stuff that I feel like Matt is just like kind of focusing them in on, or they're asking like very specific questions about the capabilities of the Kraken. All this is kind of, I would say maybe normal NPC interactions, not really that core to the whole prompter stuff that I was talking about. But this. If I'm the GM and I have not heard anyone mention the idea that fighting is going to be harder underwater, and I hear them starting to exit the scene, and also good on Travis, be like, I don't think she was done talking. It's very funny. If I hear them about to exit, I do want to remind them fighting underwater is harder. That's enough. You don't need to explain like, oh, it's harder to swing a sword and like bows don't work. You don't need to explain any specifics. This is exactly the sort of thing that having a prompter is so good for. Reminding them of something that will be a huge factor that they are clearly not thinking about. And they could easily then go and ask more detailed questions, or they could, ask Matt if they're allowed to look it up, that sort of thing. And he might say, no, guess. I wouldn't say that's off the table as a reasonable GM response. But then at least they would be able to prepare in some ways. Because I don't remember let's look up the water combat rules, honestly. Because I don't remember them exactly, but I have to imagine that they are not that unintuitive. Like, I can intuit a lot of the things that would be difficult doing them underwater specifically. So let me see. Underwater combat. Visibility underwater? No. Underwater adventures? No. Combat. No results found. Awesome. All right, we're going into the PHP. Do we think it's in the old PHP or not the old PHP, the PHP or the DMG? It's probably in adventuring, if I had to guess. The movement or the environment. Speed, travel pace, difficult terrain, climbing, swimming, crawling, swimming. Stealth, other activities, the environment, vision and light, blind sight, true sight, food and water. Is it in the DMG or is it in combat? Underwater combat. There we go. When adventurers pursue Sahuagin to their undersea homes, fight off sharks in an ancient shipwreck. When making a melee weapon attack, a creature that doesn't have a swimming speed, okay, sure, has disadvantage on the attack roll unless the weapon is a dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, or trident. Okay, sure. All right. A ranged weapon attack automatically misses. Oh, a target beyond the weapon's normal range. Okay, that makes sense. Even against a target within a normal range, the attack rolls have disadvantage unless the weapon is a crossbow, a net, or a weapon that is thrown like a javelin, including a spear, trident, or dart. creatures and objects that are fully immersed in water have resistance to fire damage. This is interesting. I've talked before about, I was excited for the weapon masteries. And I still broadly think that 524's weapon masteries are, how do I say it? I think having them is better than not having them. However, that said, these are the sorts of things, these like dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, trident, these are the sorts of things that I think should be built into the weapon. And like, maybe this is like a little bit of a nitpick, I don't know, but it seems to me that it would be much easier to have underwater combat rules be disadvantage on melee weapon attacks, ranged attacks miss at long range, and have disadvantage in normal range. And that's it. And then if there are specific weapons, build that into their description, because that is where I am more likely to see it if I'm a player picking weapons. And this seems like something that should be like a weapon choice delineation. Like this should be like a weapon choice factor of like, ooh, maybe I want to have a short sword in case we do underwater combat. But a person choosing a weapon, looking at the equipment table, is not going to know that because they're in here, not back in the equipment table. So I don't know. It's small things like that I think really, because like honestly, I think that a lot of D&D's weapon systems, damage type systems, combat systems have more robustness than I sometimes give them credit for. I still wouldn't call them robust or robustly implemented, but I think they have more nuance than I sometimes give them credit for. But the reason I don't give them credit for is because the nuance is hidden. Like if a weapon has a special property where it gets to ignore one of the rules, that shouldn't be in the rules section. That should be in the weapons section. It should be on the weapon because the weapon is the thing that is special. I don't know, man. Whatever. Oh, man. Matt knows the combat rules. Technically, mazes and warpicks don't get any restrictions on water because these weapons deal piercing damage. What are those old rules? These are, I will say, these are 2014 rules. I could go to 2024 rules. Maybe things have changed in 2024. Let's see. A net would basically not work underwater at all, but okay, theming, I guess. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it would make more unconventional choices like the Trident more appealing if it was listed that it ignored disadvantage underwater. Yes. And honestly, it would probably prompt me to do more underwater descriptions because I think people would choose it more often. I don't know. I disagree that it should be under the weapon description. Underwater fighting is not common enough for it to be common knowledge. I think that's honestly part of my sort of issue is that I think segmenting everything off like that sort of drives what is common or not common. I think one of the reasons that people don't want to fight underwater is because they know that fighting underwater is hard. But they don't, that's just like something that they think of. But I don't think they often think of the fact that there are ways around it. Like I said, I didn't even know the underwater combat rules off the top of my head. What is this? Underwater combat. Impeded weapons. When making a melee attack, swim speed, disadvantage. Oh, so this is now unless the weapon deals piercing damage. Man, again, I think I would put this under the piercing damage description, but... and they just removed the ranged attack stuff. You know what? Fair enough. I'm down with that. I'm honestly down with that. I'm a fan of more straightforward rules, so I do not care that ranged weapons essentially got a nerf in underwater combat. I don't give a shit. That's way simpler. That's way easier to remember. because I think one of my issues with putting like weapon exceptions underneath like the rules like that is that it makes it harder to remember. I'm much less likely to run underwater combat because I can't remember the rules off the top of my head. Like, maybe I'll still prep an underwater combat, but I'm almost never going to improv an underwater combat because I just don't know the rules off the top of my head. I'd have to look them up. And one of the reasons is, the complications of the exceptions. Like, I didn't remember what the exceptions were, but I remembered it was like generally weapon attacks are harder, but there are exceptions. And honestly, in this case, I'll give 2024 credit. These are way better, in my opinion. Even though I said I'd rather have this exception listed under piercing damage, even if they don't do that, I like this way more. Because not only does it make sense as to the types of weapons that would be in the exception case, way easier for me to remember. It's way easier for me to remember weapons that deal piercing rather than weapons that build into this weird theme. And I don't remember exactly which ones. So I'll very much give it credit for, I think, simplifying the underwater combat rules. And I think that like this kind of goes towards a larger, I guess, thesis of mine that I'm not like necessarily a proponent that rules light systems are better, but I am a proponent of going as simple with each individual rule as possible. Like if you want an exception to melee attack rolls, linking it to damage type rather than an individual list of weapons, I think is a way better way to go. I think if you wanted to have it be on weapons that deal varying damage types, I would give a special type, like called like, I don't know, underwater weapon. I don't know, a special tag that we could put on weapons. And then in the underwater combat rules, say, unless the weapon is an underwater combat weapon, see weapon tags here. And then any weapon that applies is tagged with that tag. Just making it as simple as possible. Because I think one of the reasons that it is uncommon to run is particularly because it is hard to remember in 2024. It's easier to remember harder to remember in 2014. Easier to remember in 2024. I'll give it that. I'll very much give it that. Travis helping herd the cats. A little bit. Bob the World Builder said that how rules heavy a system can be determined by its underwater combat rules. Kinda agree. That's a really slick hypothesis. I think it would probably fall apart on the margins, but it would probably be pretty effective. Like if we have like a scale of rules heavy to rules light, I think it would kind of fall apart out here, but it'd probably be pretty decent for delineating this middle section. I don't fully disagree. Yeah. Common as in the people of the world know, not us as players. Oh. Okay, wait, let me reread what you said. Underwater combat is not common enough for it to be common knowledge. Oh, I see. You're taking it at more of a Watsonian view of what the book represents, or like what the book is communicating. So the book shouldn't list that type of property in the equipment table because it implies, if the players are making that sort of decision when looking at the equipment table, it implies a type of knowledge that the common adventurer has. Interesting. I'll have to think about that more. Because that's a very interesting way to look at the rule books in a way that I rarely do, but I do sometimes do. Like with gold costs. I'll have to think about that more. That's interesting. I don't know that it changes my opinion on where I would want the rules. But it's very interesting in terms of how I read the rules and like how I interpret a rule book in terms of implying in fiction knowledge. That's very interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that more. I don't know that I can fully respond to that. I need to marinate on that. That's interesting. I've never, even though I think I've done it before, I don't think I've ever consciously thought about the implications of where rules are in terms of in fiction knowledge. That's very interesting. Yeah. I feel like what supports Meg's argument is that before weapon masteries, it was more uncommon to see players going for pushing, knocking prone, or trying to hinder movement instead of dealing damage. That I would say that is a support of my argument. I think that broadly my argument is the more clear rules are and the more understandably that they're like, or the if they're organized with more clarity, or the more clarity they're organized with, the more likely they are to be used. Like, the harder it is to find or understand a rule, or the more strangely that the rules are organized, the more players will just opt out of it. And I should say players of the game, so that goes for DMs and literal players. Actors within the game, I suppose we could say. So I that's what I was kind of focusing on, but I think Ross made a decent argument that is kind of just weighing two different factors against each other, because I'm weighing it from the perspective of clarity and like wanting these to be incorporated into the game the natural amount that people would if things were more clear. But there is just this totally alternative factor that is kind of unrelated, but has to be balanced against that when designing the rulebook. This alternative factor of like, what do the rules even imply about what characters know and what knowledge is common? I don't know that these factors necessarily even have any bearing on each other, but they both separately have a bearing on how you design the rules, like how you organize them. It's very interesting. Yeah. Yes. Okay, good. I'm glad that I'm understanding you correctly. That's very intriguing. What if an entire system was built for underwater combat? Yeah. Wouldn't it be intuitive that even though I have never swung an axe underwater in my life, I know that thrusting with a spear underwater would be easier? I mean, I think you can have that argument separately about what would or wouldn't be common knowledge. And honestly, this is where we get really weird with it. It kind of depends on the setting. Which that takes us into a whole conversation about default settings. If you live on Arrakis in the Dune universe and, large pools of water are basically non-existent, you might not have an intuition for how it feels to move within them, right? But if you live in Waterworld, yeah, I think every single human in Waterworld would have a distinct intuition for that. And frankly, between the two, Earth is closer to Waterworld than it is to Arrakis, right? Even those of us that live in landlocked Kansas, which I don't anymore, but I did not grow up even remotely close to any large body of water. I still have an intuition for that because there are pools and ponds and lakes that are sizable enough for me to fully submerge in. And so I have an intuition for what it feels like to move underwater, and the fact that this, even just like with a fist, is easier than this. Like a jab is easier than a hook. But someone that has never fully submerged their body in water before, I think they might reasonably intuit that a jab is just as hard as a hook. Like, I think if you really ask them to think through it, maybe they would get to the fact that, like, this is easier. But I don't know that it would be, like, right on the tip of their tongue, you know? Right on the top of mind. If they've never fully submerged their body in water before. So that's a whole other complicated discussion about setting and implication of setting and interesting. If weapons deal piercing damage had the extra line regarding no disadvantage underwater, then all other weapon types would have to mention regarding disadvantage to keep it concise. Well, okay, so this is a whole other discussion, man. So when I was interviewing, and I've brought up this interview and this specific point before many times because I thought it was one of the most insightful things I learned during Dragon Week that I really agreed with. I was interviewing Jason Durall, who is the designer of Basic Role Playing Game, which is the system that like Call of Cthulhu is based on. It's it's a Chaosium game, and he mentioned that D&D is an exception-based rule system. So broadly, D&D will introduce a rule, like underwater combat, and then it will provide exceptions to that rule. And if there are no exceptions, the assumption is that it follows the basic rule, right? And that's how the entire system is designed. If you look at player classes, if you look at things, or if you look at spells, they are almost always designed with this exception first mentality in mind. So I think that this would be intuitive to some people, but it's not the way that D&D is normally designed. D&D is not designed with consistency in mind. I assume that you meant consistency when you said concise. Correct me if I'm wrong. But consistency is not the aim of D&D's rules. D&D's rules are designed to give you really simple things to remember. Try to. And then provide exceptions to those simple rules. So in a generous interpretation of it, it would provide you a groundwork that then you build on top of with these exceptions. But since you only need to worry about the exceptions that you're interacting with, you don't have to like learn the entire system because of this exception-based kind of architecture, you might say. So within D&D's, I suppose you could say, design philosophy, it would be more consistent with the design philosophy of D&D to just have the line on piercing damage and not have the line on any of the other weapon damage types, with the assumption then being if there is no explicit exception stated, it follows the basic rules. Which is, I think you can have your qualms with that design philosophy. Durall certainly does, and BRP is designed very differently. It is not designed as an exception-based system. So you can, that is a design philosophy that D&D employs that you can dissect and have your problems with. I think I'm a little bit more positive on it, or I think I see more of the pros than some people, but I very much understand the cons that people point out with it. Invoking Waterworld, more evidence of aquatic ape. Gosh darn it. I didn't even look into aquatic apes between stream, and I've also never seen Waterworld. I just know about Waterworld. In my head, Waterworld is just Mad Max, but instead of dust and Badlands, it's water. And that is how it lives in my head. And I have seen Mad Max Fury Road, and that's the only one. So that's how Waterworld lives in my head. And I have no idea if that's accurate or not. Yeah, you are correct. Okay, cool. It could also be a cost issue. Books cost more to print per word. Might be cheaper to just not add underwater rules on each weapon and just do one rule block. I think you're right. But we could. I think there are still ways that you could. I mean, actually, I think that is a good argument in support of the exception-based rules system. I think you can still argue for like certain clarity rulings, like having it be a tag and then applying that tag to things, which is essentially how weapon masteries work, right? Weapon masteries are, the rules text for a weapon mastery is like down in a different section, but then the tag of like, this weapon topples or whatever, that is applied to each individual weapon. Or like I said, putting it under a damage type could also save space and save rules. Like, I think there are still alternative ways you can go with it. But I do think that that's a really good example of one of the benefits of exception-based rule systems, is that they can deliver the same or a similar amount of like rules density in less words, because all of the words don't need to be read like all at once, essentially. Or at least that's one of the ways I would argue in support of it. I think a exception-based hater, or maybe not hater, but just someone that disagrees with that philosophy could probably thoroughly argue against that, but I don't know off the top of my head how they would. And also, we're about to go into an ad in a minute, so I'm not going to play for a moment. But yeah, very interesting. And I'm especially thinking about it as I've been reading Daggerheart, and I had a what's up? Hello, I'm back. You still don't understand this whole XP thing. It's basically just tracking how much you chat and interact. You can get more for donating, but I can't turn it off. You can turn it off. There's Google has like I'm sure a article somewhere explaining it, but I know it's also instructions for it are pinned in the Discord if you want to turn it off. But that's essentially what it is. Let's play.
Of not combating in air can be restrictive.
Makes sense.
Right.
I don't know how my bow's going to work underwater.
I don't know how my guns are going to work underwater.
Do you have like a training ground, like an arena that's, kind of comparable we can test in tonight?
Tonight, we could escort you to one of the more deep areas in Vestra, if you like.
Does it have to be tonight?
Well, yes, if we want
Where
to
are we
recover
going
all of
morning?
our abilities for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, good point.
Do we want to practice now and eat later, or eat now, practice later?
Practice for an hour.
I hear you're not
have a
supposed
midnight
to
feast.
fight or kill anything for 30 minutes after you eat.
Right.
Yeah,
least
right,
that.
you're
So
right.
we should fight first.
So fight first.
And then
yeah,
snack.
we shouldn't swim after eating.
Just
You're
get
right.
cramp.
Even that's a
Cramps.
pretty big number for you.
I just say it, I don't know what it means. Yeah. 30.
Man. I get it. Look, this is like them, combating Terry or, doing what they a lot of times did in the mansion. I don't know. It feels like them really wanting to. I don't know exactly how to say it. It feels like they are down to waste time if it allows them to learn something in the fiction rather than learning it out of fiction and not wasting time. Because, like, going into initiative combat, I mean, unless this is really quick, unless this is way quicker than I'm assuming it will be, this is just I don't know. I view this as a bit of a waste of time when, like, the rules are in the player's handbook. It's not like they're even in the Dungeon Master's Guide that they, theoretically shouldn't look at. How long are you assuming? Bro, the Tarian fight was like 30 minutes, right? 20? Maybe I'm blowing it out of proportion in my head. But, like, I'm assuming they're going to spend, like, 20 minutes learning something that they could learn in less than a minute. And, I mean, I'm not saying that this will contribute towards the entire runtime, but maybe we wouldn't have a 5-hour, 30-minute session if they had just, looked at the rules in the book. I don't know. It's sort of in the same vein to me as saying, as the GM, you have to experiment with travel pace, right? If you're marching in I use the 2024. If you're marching in the woods, you just have to, like, guess and check at. I'm getting confused by the organization now because I'm so used to 2014's organization. Where's travel? Marching or it's like distance traveled per minute if you're going at like a fast pace. It would be like if the DM was just like, you have to guess it, how many miles you'll travel at a fast pace. It's like, okay, you could. And, like, if they didn't tell you that traveling at a fast pace imposes disadvantage on wisdom and stealth checks, like, you could do that. But it feels to me like kind of an unnecessary waste of time for little to no gain. I don't know. But Percy wields guns. There's no answer in the book. Yeah. I guess how would his strategy change, right? He's not going to waterproof his guns in... and they don't need to go to the deepest depths of the Vestra and have like a whole thing to test his guns. He can dunk that shit in the water and try to fire it and see if it works. And if it doesn't, what's he going to do? Use his sword? Same shit that would happen tomorrow. Like, you know, and they're talking about like they need to do it today so that they, you know, still have their abilities left. That's not really related to the guns in any way, right? So it also, frankly, it kind of feels like something that Percy would know at this point. Like, I would probably just tell Percy they do or don't work. Like, yeah, they'll work. Or no, they won't. I don't know. Again, I understand why they would want to test it. It just feels unnecessary. It doesn't feel like there's much, like, real gain there. And it just slows down the session.
All right. You guys are escorted over 4 or 5 structures past the main eating thoroughfare into an area that quickly descends. The beach drops down into about a 10, 15-foot depth. And you can see this area is almost like a farming ground for bits of kelp and other sea plants that are just maintained for food.
So we're doing this in the morning, right?
You guys just said you were doing it before.
No, yes, we're doing that, but we're leaving.
We're leaving in the morning, though.
Yeah, tomorrow is when you actually venture down.
Then, at dawn we swim. Then I'm gonna go ahead and cast water breathing on all of us now, because it lasts for 24 hours.
Ooh. Okay. So how many targets can you do with that?
Can we still breathe on
Up
that?
to 10, I believe.
No.
I think it's up to 10.
Nemo.
Let me double check.
Oh, don't worry. Older editions, there were arguments because they didn't specify.
Yeah?
You have to like sleep with a glass of water by the bedroom.
Sleep in a fishbowl.
I mean, I think this is one of the, like, that's why I'm a little hesitant on this, is, like, this is kind of part of Vox Machina's style. Is, like, and that's why I keep saying, like, I get it. It just, sometimes their style kind of dips into a bit of the ridiculous for me. But I do think it is part of their style. Like, I think it would very naturally slip someone's mind because they do very naturally RP it, and it, like, feels very natural. And that is the benefit at the end of the day, is that it does all feel natural because they're very, like, I can only think of a handful of times that they've ever been like, let me get out the book. Like, they are very, like, hyper concerned with figuring things out in the fiction. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think sometimes they go a bit extreme with it. Yeah. I don't even think you're wrong with self. Yeah. Which yeah. And I can appreciate it that, like, this is their style. Yeah. Sometimes it just rings to me as extreme.
All right, so yeah, so you, between all of you, including Trinket, you guys are able to imbue for the next 24 hours water breathing onto the party.
Willing creatures.
10 willing creatures, perfect. Doty does not need it. Doty does not breathe. All right, so you guys, you feel this strange kind of sensation as the air seems to change in your lungs, but still function. It's a bit colder, and as you slowly submerge yourself in the water, you dip underneath, and the instinct is to hold your breath for as long as you can. It's that natural survival instinct. But the moment you kind of give in and allow yourself to inhale, you panic for a moment, but then regulate for a moment and feel the water cycle through. And it's cold, it chills the interior of your lungs a bit, but you can breathe fine. Speaking's still a bit of an issue. It's still a kind of a garbled, there's no air passing past the vocal cords.
I'm peeing in the water right in the middle.
Can we see under the water? How's our visibility?
Your visibility is as good as it would be underwater. It's murky, it's difficult to get a very, very clear view of anything beyond maybe a 20-foot span. Plus, this is nighttime, it's dark.
What about Percy with his glasses? I mean, could we do some, like, sort of goggle things? So we
We
can
could
see
try and
better?
craft some goggles.
You put them away.
So that we can see underwater?
Close up?
They are for close up, but I mean, like, they're not like attached to my like there's water
Hold
between
your
them.
glasses again, boy.
You'd have to ask probably for materials to do that. You don't have
Yes.
anything to craft.
You don't want to lose
goggles.
them in the ocean. Maybe put them away.
I'll put them in. I've got a pocket.
Just an open. So, crafting goggles, would it be helpful to craft something that would allow us to speak, or?
I don't know if there's time for all of it. It'd be great, though. Terry, you're really good at crafting, right?
I am, I would say, the best at crafting, actually. Spent my whole life doing it.
All right. Could you make something like that in, like, an hour?
I have no idea. But the adventure is to try, right? And I certainly will give it a go.
My big question is, what am I going to do with my gun?
Go find out.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to shoot an arrow.
That's why we're here,
Let's
man.
see what happens.
Okay, you pull back and release the arrow, and it does fire, but it fires much slower and is impeded. It only gets about half as far, and even then, the dull thud.
It doesn't seem like it pierces any. Like
It functions, but essentially, and this goes for any ranged attacks, most ranged attacks, I should say, and melee attacks are a disadvantage underwater.
What?
And range attacks don't go further than their first range increment.
So what is that? What would that be?
So if you look at your bow and it says 60 feet, 120 feet, for first increment and second, it's disadvantage, and anything past that first increment is an automatic miss. It just stops in the water.
For example, daggers short of distance is 20 feet.
Yeah.
I can throw it 20 feet at disadvantage.
Yes, and that's when bars it'll
game
go.
mechanics.
Also, your movement speed is halved.
This is awesome.
So wait, a longbow.
Unless you have webbed fingers or use
Or turn
ultra
into
stealth.
dolphins. Or...
We could be great whites.
Ooh, let's
Okay, this went way faster than I thought it would. Hey, you know what? I definitely thought that they, like when Matt first started to describe like, oh, your arrow goes with a dull thud, I thought he was gonna do that for like every single one of them until they like pieced together the rules and they were gonna have to like hit things and roll to know. Hey, you know what? Hey, that's fine. And honestly, if you do want to be as concerned with in fiction figuring things out as Vox Machina, like if you appreciate that style and like that style of like, you know, attempted like persistent investment within the fiction, I think that this sort of setup is what I would recommend over other things I have seen them do. Is place the characters in a situation where they could theoretically learn the things, you know, so they're in a patch of water where the Vestra have said, yeah, you can do combat experiments there, and then say, all right, you guys do combat experiments, abstract that, and you have learned this, which is essentially what Matt does here. And I appreciate it from Matt because it seems like the players were very prepared to go the more granular and like figure things out route, and Matt just stops and starts explaining things, you know, mechanically, which I appreciate. I think that is a good choice for the pacing.
We could be sharks.
Or we could be mer people.
And really, the delineation between this and what I would have done is like an extra minute or two, which I don't think is that bad of a pace hit. I thought it was going to be like 20 minutes, which is why and that would have been like, I think, an unjustifiable amount of a pace hit. But this, I think this is justifiable. I still wouldn't do it, but the pro and con works out much more equally in my head.
It can also change us whenever we feel like being something else.
Eels.
It
Electric
just
eels.
takes a turn. Rocket like an electric eel.
How do I find out how far a longbow can shoot?
Not that I don't know this isn't going to work, but I'm going to try and just see if I can get, even with like maybe an electric pulse, if I can light the powder. The powder's wet. The powder's wet. Like once I open
The
that
minute
thing,
you submerge your gun, the powder is wet. Your firearms will not function.
they're not going to function underwater.
I'm sorry, Percy.
It's okay. No, I'd be worried if they did.
All right, so for the longbow, your first range increment is 150 feet, so you're okay.
Okay.
But anything beyond that, not functional.
Okay.
So all melee attacks are at disadvantage because you're swinging through water.
Yeah. If you're going against resistance to the
Fucking
water.
hate the ocean now.
So there's no way to put a bubble around me or anything, is there?
Yeah, but
A bubble around what?
Bubble,
airtight
like some sort of bubble.
So you think if your bullets were to pierce
What
out
about
of
the
this
resilient?
bubble, they could
I mean, yeah, man, we'll see. It's interesting that they're talking about the powder being wet. It sounds like they are describing it like a flintlock, but his guns aren't. They're like revolvers with bullets. It's not like he puts in a ball and it's not like he puts in like a powder charge and then a ball and then cotton, right? He doesn't have to like get like a ramrod. He has bullets. But I know that I honestly don't know the details around bullets that around the waterproofness of bullets. honestly. Because I know that bullets are like a contained thing. Like they have powder and then they have the actual payload. And when you strike it with the hammer, it ignites the powder inside of the casing. I don't know how hard it is to make a bullet casing waterproof. Or like how... I'm sure that we can do it now. I would be kind of surprised if we couldn't. But I don't know how quickly that emerged after the invention of bullets. Like, I don't know how quickly we invented the bullet and then we invented the waterproof bullet. I don't know how close together those were. Because obviously this is just Talison's design and it does use bullets. But I don't know if it's reasonable to think that he could easily make them waterproof. I have no idea, honestly. It's gunpowder. He needs to ignite it. Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, like... They're acting like the water instantly reaches the powder. And my understanding of guns is that that may not necessarily be the case. Or my understanding of bullets, at least. I know nothing about guns, so it made sense to me. Yeah. Based on that one John Wick scene, the bullets aren't going to be going very far underwater. Well, that's a whole separate discussion, which I think would be like arrows, right? I mean, arrows and bullets, I feel like, would interact relatively similarly underwater. Maybe that's also incorrect. I don't know. Because bullets have such little mass, the whole point of them is that they just travel fast enough to where that mass matters. But they might get slowed down more than an arrow would, given the arrow's relatively higher mass. I don't know. I honestly don't even... I have like some intuitions for how the physics would work there, but I don't... My margin of error is wide enough that I could be on either side of it working or not. Especially with Percy misfiring even while on land so much. Well, misfiring, again, to my understanding, misfiring is a problem with the mechanism of the gun, not a bullet. Like, a gun misfiring is because, like, something gets lodged in the chamber, or something blocks the hammer, or something goes wrong with the reloading mechanism, and so it like, gets jammed that way. That's my understanding of a misfire. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the bullet. Although I think it can. I'm going on just, like, the most minor amount of knowledge, but, like, just enough to be like, would this work? I don't know. I think eventually you learn his design has flint. His design has flint. Like a flintlock? Don't flintlocks take, like, a pallet of gunpowder? Flintlock pistol. So it's a revolver, but it's a flintlock? That doesn't... Does that make sense? Am I crazy? I think those are, like, flintlock design. Or maybe diagram. I think those are, like, actually contradictory concepts. Oh, I can't read French? What is that? Okay, flint. Yeah, that's the pan. That's where the powder goes. So, like, the flint goes down and strikes the powder in the pan. And that's what ignites it. So, like, a flintlock, like, it just, I think inherently doesn't have bullets, right? I don't know, man. Now I'm super uncertain. Maybe I'm wrong. Because I feel like, I don't know, Taliesin seems like he would have thought about this more than I would have. But I don't know. I think it's a specifically type of old-timey, barely functioning pistol, but I don't remember if it's been named in C1. If you look at Percy's early character art, the Kit Brass portrait, it looks like it has a flintlock at the top. It's a fantasy flintlock. Why does it have rotating chambers then? It's a pepper box, a real type of weapon, and some do have flintlocks. What? A pepper box. I always pictured it as a revolver. Oh, it does look like a revolver. Okay. Pepper box, flint lock. How the fuck does this work? What? Design. Okay, that didn't tell me anything. I mean, yeah, right here. That's multiple barrels. Kerchink. I guess I guess now that I think about it, I can't remember them describing the barrels rotating. Only that they have multiple barrels. Like the list and the pepperbox and animus. I guess I don't remember them rotating, just that they have barrels. Because the reason that a revolver has barrels is so that you can load multiple bullets, and then the chamber rotates to load up the next bullet for shooting. But I guess the pepperbox does not. Multi-barrel firearm. It has 3 or more gun barrels, each holding a shot. The barrels are fired in sequence by rotating the mechanism, more typically by rotating the entire barrel assembly to bring each barrel in line with a single lock or hammer, similar to a revolver cylinder. And metal-cased ammunition used in breech-loading firearms. Sorry, this is very interesting to me. I don't know why. Because this Wikipedia page is saying that they do rotate, but then I'm definitely seeing some, like, that shit does not rotate. Look at that. Or does it? Maybe you just put a ball in each of these and you still have to re-put powder in the pan every time? That'd be crazy cumbersome, but I mean, then you wouldn't have to, like, ramrod it each time. You just have to, like, put a powder charge in there. Wow. Weird. Very strange. I think we're 88 episodes in and only now examining what his guns are actually meant to be. Well, yeah, because, like, okay, wait, actually, let me search a really basic thing. Are bullets waterproof? Bullets are not truly waterproof, though some are designed to be water resistant, withstand some exposure to moisture. Prolonged submersion or exposure can degrade the ammunition and potentially cause misfires or other malfunctions. Is ammo really waterproof? So it looks like it's what percent of bullets will fire if dried, not even while still wet. Are any guns and ammo truly waterproof, sandproof, etc.? Okay, so it seems like it's still kind of like an openly tough thing. Most typically military ammo is water resistant. Interesting. All TBS ammunition that is wet will possibly fire. And ammunition that was wet and then dried will most definitely fire. So it seems like if it was bullets, it might just lead to, like, a higher misfire chance, which honestly, going back to the, the kind of, the thing that spawned this conversation, Crazy Smith's comment of, like, how this fight will suck for Percy, he basically can't do anything. Honestly, if it was bullets, and I'm looking up what we've just looked up, and I see, like, okay, looks like ammunition's, like, kind of just not waterproof, but maybe some water resistant, I would maybe do something along the lines of raising his misfire chance. Like, it would still suck, but it is at least allowing him to... It is at least allowing him to participate to some degree, right? Even if he is still fucking worse. Yeah. Percy's bad with it by rules or flavor. If I remember, he has a rapier, and those are versatile weapons. I do. I guess he would be good with the rapier, but it's like a lot of his grit abilities, I think, only work with guns. So it would, like, really nerf his subclass. But hey, sometimes I'm always in favor of, like, specifically challenging people sometimes in specific combats. Like, some combats people should be worse at. So, I mean, I've talked about how I think that the design of the gunslinger as presented here is so rough as to be too rough. like too punishing. But in that vein, if we assume that the amount of punishing that Gunslinger is, if we assume that that's cool and that's like fine balancing wise with everything else, then this is the sort of combat that would challenge that class. And I'm normally more in favor of just really challenging a player. Like if a player really relies on saving throw spells, maybe introducing a enemy that has like a low AC but high saves, or like a specific, feature that makes them better at saves. Not completely taking out features, that they can use. But it's tough. I don't know. In the animated show, it rotates automatically, but in real life, he should have to move it himself. I think the cylinder is thinner. Someone really named it Pepperbox. That is so steampunk. I never considered it wasn't made up. It is real steampunk, isn't it? The Pepperbox. It does sound very fantasy, yeah. Oh, man. I was imagining just doing the powder each time, or like it's contained somewhere like a water gun or lighter fluid. Oh, interesting. If you scroll down to the popular culture of that Wikipedia, you can see Critical Role referenced. That's so fun. I also think that Percy fires a round shot, not conical bullets. Interesting. Let's face it, the underwater level in the games is always annoyingly sucky. Matt's leaning into the trope. Yeah, like, I can't blame Matt too much for making this combat suck for Percy. Like, I think it would typically be, like, if we take the archetype of what Percy is and remove the guns from it, like replace it with a different type of weapon that isn't a gun and doesn't have powder, that archetype of character design would still really struggle in this combat. It's just that Gunslinger as a subclass is so rough that it takes it from just being, hard or not very effective to like ineffective entirely. And I'll have to switch to the rapier, which, I mean, he's still a fighter. He's still a fighter with a rapier. It's not nothing. But it's certainly not going to be nearly as good as normal. Yeah. As a resident engineer, it sounds like you're mixing 3 different concepts of firearms: muzzle-loaded, flashpan, and firing cap evolutions. Well, that's what I'm trying to... I assumed that it was firing cap. And I don't know a lot about the other two. Because, yeah, it's like muzzle-loaded is like you have to put the powder charge, then the bullet, then like cotton, I think, to like hold it all in, and then a hammer ignites the powder charge. And then flash pan is you can just load loose powder, right? And it's just the shot and maybe cotton to hold it in. I'm honestly not sure. And then it's firing cap, which is like the traditional bullet that we're more familiar with in the modern era. I only really know the distinction between the modern bullet and like stuff before that didn't combine the shot and the powder. My basic understanding is that the firing cap combined the powder and the shot into like one little guy. And everything before that, I just know that they were separated, but I'm not quite sure on the details of how that would be. And it seems like to me the only way that this would be kind of a concern is if they were separated, right? They don't have the firing cap bullets. But I had been imagining the list in Animus and even the Pepperbox. I didn't know the Pepperbox was an actual type of gun, but I'd been picturing the Pepperbox as a revolver, which I thought that all revolvers used bullets, firing caps, firing cap type bullets. I didn't think there were any revolvers that used flash pans or were muzzle loaded. But I I could be incredibly wrong on that. I am not confident at all on that factor. Please educate us on gun design. I would be very interested in gun design, yeah. But it's too much of a tangent. I have to move on. But I would love to see education in the chat that I can read. Yeah. It's not even like Matt can avoid putting Percy into the water battle since it's an in-universe important fight for the lore. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. But no, I would be very interested to know more of the gradation. You've got 3.5 hours until game changer. Yep. We gotta go. I can't talk too much more about guns, but that is incredibly it's reshaping my view on what I thought Percy's guns were like.
I could even put the tip of the gun out of the
Yeah.
bubble and fire, but the combustion has to happen in
Yeah,
atmosphere.
be in a closed, airtight space with a firearm. That will do wonders for your ears.
The firearm.
How do you even know all this?
Oh,
The
sorry.
firearm has to be enclosed, not you.
Not me, just the firearm.
But it would only last one shot. Blow a hole in the side.
Blows goo out of it.
Well, only
Water would get out.
Well, here's the thing: is if I could have it around just the combustion point and have the barrel sticking out of the.
That's something we could try to make, I suppose.
Out of what?
We could take apart Trinket. That's your bear, right?
We're not taking
that's,
apart
that's your
bear.
robot bear. We could take
He's a
apart
real
that.
bear, Terry. He's
Oh,
a real bear.
Well, then never mind.
Could you make like some sort of like cavernous hull out of like, Doty's chest?
We don't touch Doty.
Okay, I've got a crazy idea.
What's your crazy idea?
We lure the
He's still
Kraken
formulating
onto
it.
land.
I want to build
Into
a watertight vest for the guns. Basically, just a packet that keeps that section dry. It like a protective I would use a stomach but like soft, basically like a soft bag that is waterproof. I would use some sort of like stomach lining of some animal or some leather to build it. I couldn't reload the gun.
No, you'd probably only get one shot each.
One shot, or would it just be one shot? Yeah, because it might.
Because it would pierce the containment.
Well, I mean, it would just around everything, but the barrel would then.
The barrel would then fill with water.
God fucking damn it.
Terry.
One shot.
It is a gun condom. That is indeed what it sounds like. Percy is suggesting. And honestly, it's one of his least crazy, building with the level of technology ideas that I've heard. But it is still wild to assume that he could just get that, or that they just have that. To my understanding, you could make it out of some sort of stomach lining, and then, it would be pierced, and it would flood the bag, and then it would be done. Be one shot each. But that does sound relatively reasonable. Like, we've been building things out of stomach linings for a long time. But, where are you going to get that? You're in the middle of the ocean. Do you carry stomach lining just on you? At all times? I don't know, man. It's
Yes, antlers.
Respect. Can I imbue one of your mystical coins with one of my spells that we give to other people? Or is that kind of your thing?
I mean,
You and John Wick.
if you inspected them, you would know that they say TD on them. They're
I'm
sort
sure.
of personal to me. I have them
I'm
minted.
sorry. I'm farsighted. I'm so sorry.
I don't think that would work. It's sort of a thing that I can do, and I'm pretty cool at it, but
I did not mean any offense.
none taken. I respect the question, and I respect you wanting to work with someone of my skill set and aptitude. I saw your work back there at the last fight, and while the gunslinger was rendered useless and everyone else was fighting on the other boat against lesser allies, enemies, I mean, you and I held off that beast together, and it was quite amazing to watch.
I mean, you're going to take full credit for it later, aren't you?
I made the kill. It was 100% mine.
All
but,
right. No, that's fine.
But
Thank
you were there, and it was a good assist, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Moving on, back to planning.
I'm going to need some way of defending myself, or I'm going to have to take an animal form.
I could give you an animal form.
I may have to have an animal form.
Like what?
Shark.
Barracuda.
It's kind of
A
small,
little
isn't
yellow fish. A little yellow fish. It's very friendly.
it? A very friendly yellow fish. I was thinking maybe some sort of half octopus mer person.
Ooh.
It's
Does that
very
exist?
sinister.
I've got to give you something kind of real.
Okay, yes, I know. It's fine.
Kind of beastly, but it is challenge rating 4 or lower, which is awesome. That's cool.
Question. I have a question for you.
Yes.
I have 2 vials of
What are they
underwater breathing from just a long time ago.
Yes.
How long did those last?
Let me check, actually.
Like an hour?
Killer whale.
I have a question for you as well.
All right, what is your question?
My rod of mercurial form,
Yes.
we know that it can turn into a crossbow.
1 hour.
1 hour.
Yes.
How many crossbow arrows do I own? Any?
Yeah, you would have 40.
40. Okay, great. Okay,
I think we agreed on that. Yeah, just regular bolts. They're bolts, they're not arrows.
thank you.
Welcome.
Do we know if a kraken is considered like Thordak size or like humongous?
You have no idea, but the stories say immense.
Immense.
Yes.
They could take down a ship,
Yeah, I mean,
correct?
fairy
Yeah,
tales
from what
talk
you've
about
heard.
them pulling ships under the water, breaking them in half.
I have a little poison bolt. Do you want one? I've just been holding on to it. If you have a crossbow.
Yes, I would love that. Thank you. How much do I owe you for it?
50,000 gold.
That seems like you're just fucking with me.
It's catching on.
Let's call it an even 5 gold. Here you go.
I'll take it. I was just going to gift it to you, but I'll take the gold if you don't offer it.
Well, I don't want there to be any sort of implied favors or anything that I have to return later. So, if you're all right with it, I'd like to just keep this business. Thank you.
I do still want an altar self coin.
I mean, are we doing that? I can do 4 of those altar self coins. So
Here,
that would-
Rolly and
Take
he'll
away
spit.
the speed having?
So
If we had webbed hands and feet with that.
Yeah, you didn't have normal speed. For
See, that's pretty great.
the record, like with swimming, you're essentially flying too. I mean, as far as in water, you can swim in
That one?
a, up and down direction as well.
That's cool.
I'm an animal. Do I?
Right.
None of my.
So like boots of feral leaping, I don't really. Unless we're on the bottom of the ocean. That's
It's not going to help you.
right.
But my bonuses stay. So like my vest is still actually.
Okay.
functional.
All right. Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
We'll find out, I suppose.
If what?
If the vestiges will be functional.
Wait,
while
we're still
in the
underwater, right?
all your
Yeah, all of this conversation. We're surfacing and talking and going back under.
we're treading water.
Yeah.
the target's gear melds into the new form. The target can't activate, wield, or otherwise benefit from any of its equipment.
With animal shapes?
Yes.
So you can't benefit from it.
Are you
that negate,
fully
like,
stocked up
armor
on
class boosting and all that?
All that you get the
weaponry
form of the
and
creature.
Are you
If you become a creature who has an armor class of
slots
11, you have an armor class of 11.
What about these mer people?
Alter self,
something
you keep all your
else.
stuff. You just gain the ability to swim. in the
Since
water.
I'm not going to be using it, and you
And
seem
it's our
like you're
movement
keeping
speed,
the human form.
which isn't very fast.
Correct. That's better than half your movement speed.
Correct.
Which is really very fast.
Yeah.
So you're
Killer
probably
whales give
adorable.
us a movement speed of 60 swim
We're not fucking
feet.
whales.
I'm turning it.
He was into sharks, but he has something against whales.
I mean, don't knock.
They're faster.
Are they?
Take a look and see if
Yeah,
there's anything.
they are.
Kraken
It
sees
says
it.
it in the book. They are definitely faster.
What killer
Maybe
whales?
orcas, but they're not whales. Right?
They're not actually whales,
They're
they're
more
orca.
like porpoises and shit.
They, yeah, with like cool tattooing.
You guys were down with manatees about having something against killer whales?
Look,
I feel
I'm
like
becoming.
our priorities are
we,
off.
we can have different
Killer
animals.
whale.
Like he can shark and I can whale.
Well, also, like, I know it's always been a waste of time, our planning, but we're not even talking about what we're going to try to do. Are we going to try to distract this fucker and take his loads, or...?
No, I mean, if we use pass without a trace, right?
Yeah.
We can pass without a trace should still work underwater. If we're all something super stealthy, we move super fast, get there, and get out.
Let me make sure past that
Important
trace is
question.
not.
Do we know if the elemental plane is more like the waters off the Cayman Islands and is crystal clear for hundreds of feet, or is it like more murky, boggish, Louisiana Gulf of Mexico type water?
You'd have to go ask.
It seems like it's Mariana's Trench level. It seems
It's
like
pretty
it
dark.
was.
Yeah, from what you've heard and what they've talked about the water elemental plane, most of it feels like you're a mile beneath the surface of the ocean.
Oh shit.
We have to be animals that can
Light is also an important.
Here's
I
my
mean,
thought.
there is apparently a little bit of like light that comes through. You do have some visibility, though the source is difficult to really ascertain.
Here's my thought. Certain of us are going to be better under the water with our natural forms, and some of us aren't. Half of us go.
Ooh, I like this.
Half of us.
She is smart.
Half of us are animals.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other half
Yeah.
can ride
Yes,
them.
yes.
In our ultra self form.
Absolutely.
Like a SeaWorld show.
I volunteer to be a rider or a captain of the ship.
If we throw a little bit of rope together, we can make some quick harnesses, including harnesses that can have a little bit of a netting for the stones as we get.
It's,
A harness around the big man? I think that would be quite a formidable steed.
Back the fuck up right now.
Just strategizing, chum.
Because I can alter self at will. And do you have to take a spell? slot,
can even
or can you
elemental.
do it at will? And I could.
I don't know
put
what
it
at will
on-
means, but I'm very impressed.
Yes.
That's not a terrible idea because I'm gonna be able to do dick dilly shit in there.
Okay.
That's like 0.
It means one of us might have to borrow your bag of holding.
No, I'm out. Stay on to that.
Terry, you had a bag of holding, right?
I do.
All right.
What do we need it for? Oh, to put the
those
things in
in.
that we're finding. Oh, yes, yes, of course, and they would be great keepsakes.
You
I'm
can't.
sorry.
No. Yeah, you cannot keep them.
Oh, well, if we find an extra one, perhaps I could take that back as a
Question.
Yes.
I'm obviously a fan of stealth, right? But when we go in there and it all fucks up like it does 9 times out of 10, and the thing sees us anyway, what are we doing? What's
Run!
Run.
Without the loads? With the loads?
Well, those of us who can swim quite quickly will try and evade. We'll try and hide and keep looking for them.
Distract.
But we don't want to hurt this thing, so what are we doing? Interference and distract, and a couple of us try to...
Yeah, diversion.
Diversion, scout.
Dude, So I've talked about, we've been talking off and on about player archetypes this session, this episode. Grog as the button pusher, or I could even say Travis. Marisha as note taker / prompter. And we've talked about, in terms of 5-man band archetypes, who is the leader, right? And I generally said, like, I kind of think, I've identified Vax frequently, but sometimes it kind of switches between these three, like, often. Sometimes it's both of these and less Percy. This is when I talk about, like, a player archetype of the leader, not necessarily a character archetype. They often overlap, but not always. It's more like certain characters and certain character archetypes, much like Keyleth really working well with the prompter archetype. Certain character archetypes work better or worse with player leader archetypes. And I think that regardless of how they all act within the fiction, Liam is kind of, in my opinion, one of the... He's most often the leader. Especially in these sorts of planning discussions. And I think sometimes you even kind of see it, I won't say fall apart, but it is sort of sometimes contested when they are not all on the same page fundamentally, right? I think this works within the leader archetype, to be clear. But I think Liam is good at directing the conversation when they are all on the same page about the goal. But I think he's less, or not that he's less good, but that it's less applicable when they are, like, on two different sides of an argument, right? He sometimes, it comes up of like, hey, Vax, let it go. Like, I remember in the Bard's Lament, even as far back as something like Clarota versus Kima. Vax can sometimes be really insistent about his perspective and, like, his opinion on what the goal should even be. But when they are all on the same page about what the goal is, he's great at focusing them back in on the goal, which I think is, like, really, frankly, I think that is, like, not one of, but, like, kind of the best, maybe not the best. How do I say it? It's a good instance of the player archetype of the leader. Because a lot of the drama that can be derived from, like, in fiction leadership is often derived between, like, the leader on one side of an argument and the lancer, which is an archetype that is meant to contest the leader, being on various sides of the argument. And normally the direction that the argument ends up going is whatever direction the heart goes in. That's one of the heart's kind of roles. But when they're all on the same side, the leader helps direct them and make sure that they're all on the same page. Which I think Liam / Vax is doing super duper well here. And I think unlike maybe the button pusher or the prompter, I think the leader player archetype bleeds into the fiction a lot more than maybe those other two. I think those other two are more along the lines of, like, a certain type of character will be good for that. But you won't necessarily just, like, look at the character and, like, their behavior and, like, instantly identify the archetype. Like, I may not instantly identify prompter or note taker with Keyleth, but I kind of do identify leader with Vax. And so I think it's a little bit more of a gray area on that player behavior and in fiction behavior. I think they're a little bit more intertwined when it comes to leading, Not that the heart Scanlan is gone, or now I'm assuming now that the heart Scanlan is gone, who do you think is filling that role? I do kind of think that Terry's still filling the role. I think Scanlan is still, or not Scanlan, Sam is still kind of filling that dynamic where, because Terry has this like extreme naivete about his character, he is acting much more on instinct. Like I can remember last episode when they're on the ship and they're talking about torturing the guy, right? It's a weird version of the heart, but Terry prompting Percy with like, hey, like, why don't we just like throw acid on this guy? Like, yeah, we should just like throw acid on this guy. That would be like way quicker than all this other bullshit we're doing. Like, why aren't we just like getting violent immediately? Normally, I think maybe you could say typically, the heart is meant to express and like keep everyone together on a moral code that the heart normally embodies, right? The heart is the moral code. They live by the moral code. A lot of times in D&D, it'll be like the paladin will often be the heart. But it could be argued, you know, which all of these things are like broad archetypes, you know, they have a lot of exception cases. I think it could be easily argued that the heart doesn't necessarily have to live by the code. They just have to remind the party of like what their moral stances are, right? And encourage them to live by their moral stances. So Terry, the rube, the idiot, the dunce, very purposefully so, saying, why don't we just throw acid on him, is prompting Percy to be like, well, that's not really what we do. Right? And it's like, why? Well, because that's kind of just like against our moral stance. Like, we don't just like throw acid on random strangers. And so in a way, Terry is still functioning as the heart. He's still functioning as this presence to keep them on their moral track, even if he himself very much does not embody said moral track. Alternatively, I think occasionally, I think it still is sometimes Keyleth, but beyond that, I don't know that Vox has much of a heart. Is he? He's a bad cop heart? A little, yeah, a little bit. Sam plays Terry as so ridiculous and again, like such the rube and with such naivete that there's this built-in assumption that what Terry says is wrong. A lot of the time. Like, the things that Terry says out loud are meant to be viewed with like an amount of skepticism. And so when he says something that is like a moral judgment, that immediately evokes skepticism of the moral judgment or skepticism of the ethical code with which it's operating under. And so Percy then goes, ooh, I don't know about the acid, Terry. In a way that he probably wouldn't react. I don't think he would react the same way if Vax advocated for using acid to torture the prisoner. I think he would consider it a lot more, honestly. I don't think he would immediately be like, no, Vax, we don't do that, little child, little boy. He would be like, oh, are you sure, Vax? Like, it would be a discussion. But with Terry, well, what Terry says is wrong. So Terry advocates for using acid. We don't really do that. It's weird, but it's interesting. Again, I think it's often, a lot of times, what Scanlan was meant to accomplish, but often didn't.
Gotta grab and run.
Yeah.
Only attack if truly necessary.
New guy here.
Bait, I like it. Way to volunteer, Captain.
Nope. New guy here. Just a process question. Yeah. I'm new to these sort of strategy sessions that you guys have. Is this how it always is, with people just throwing out random bad ideas constantly for like 15 minutes?
Yeah, we do that,
right.
and then we kind of take it like jazz on the day, you know?
Wow. Because, this is a big fight for me. I've never fought anything quite so big, and is there a chance that we might perish?
Yes.
Yeah, not pretty good.
No, we're fine.
Because it doesn't seem like we have a good plan right now.
Well, that's the thing about these sorts of encounters, is that any plan you have is pretty much going to be out the window the minute you see it anyway.
Right.
If it makes you feel better, this feels less asinine than many things we've done before.
This is true.
That does make me feel better.
Half of us are animals, half of us are riders. We go.
Dude, even this. It's a bit of a logical leap to ethical or moral stances. But, like, listen to what Terry is saying. Like, hey, doesn't seem like we're, like, planning very well. Am I misunderstanding the stakes here? Like, there's a chance we might die, right? And they all say, yeah, there's a chance we might die. And so he's like, okay. Except for Grog, which is awesome. I love that Travis answered that way. And he says, okay, so we're all risking our lives and you guys are planning really poorly. Like, there's an implication there of irresponsibility, right? It's like if we see like a leader of a club being competent or a political leader being competent, right? We consider incompetency in high stakes situations to be morally incorrect, like morally wrong. In like broad society, I think. It's like this idea of like competency, right? And I would argue that is what Terry is getting at right now is, hey, you guys are coming off pretty incompetent in a pretty high stakes situation. You want to explain that? Because that seems morally wrong. And then they justify it. They say, it's not really worth planning super strictly. We want to keep it vague. It's like jazz, I think is what Max just said. Like there is a level of he's keeping them on their like moral paradigm of they have to say like, yeah, morally, ethically, this is cool with us. Like we have the experience to know that this is an effective way to keep people alive. Now, I think you could easily argue against that, but he is prompting an ethical statement from them. Heart behavior. So yeah, Terry's the true leader. No, because he's not planning, right? The only person that has actually kept them on plan here is Vax. Vax is like, what are we going to do when we see these things? They say something. He's like, okay, but what about when things go tits up? Are we going to run? Are we going to do this? Like, to me, that's leader behavior. Terry's not doing any of that. He's not really directing the conversation. He's just like, hey, is this conversation appropriate? Like, is this conversation going the way it should go? The way it ought to go? To bring in a bit of a philosophical term, it's like an ought in like moral philosophy. Like, he's not even really questioning he is questioning the efficacy, but he's saying like, this planning session seems dumb. It seems bad. Is this the way it ought to be? And they say yes or no. But that yes or no, when answering an ought statement, like Liam/Vax did not make any judgments about the way that they ought to engage with this Kraken. He's trying to direct a conversation around like concrete, ideas and plans. Whereas Terry is questioning the entire ought of how this planning session should or ought to even go. Which, again, I will say, heart behavior.
Go in, sneak in.
Than we normally
I
have.
once teleported into the belly of a dragon with another jackass, and that went tits up fast.
That sounds like the stupidest fucking plan I've ever heard.
I'm still breathing.
Yeah.
It's like it's much like those people who give you instructions of how to survive an encounter with a tiger. Is that you think about it, you've never actually met anybody who said, yes, I've met a tiger, that's exactly what I did, and I'm fine. There's no, because anybody who does that's probably been eaten anyway. It's a terrible idea. You don't try and look bigger, you don't do any of that.
Oh.
You're gonna get eaten.
It's true.
I've read some of that.
You survive an encounter by a tiger by running really quickly in the other direction, or hopefully like hacking it to death before it kills you.
But, just between you and me, this
Tigers
doesn't
are
really
bad.
fucking
Well, it was my
Different
tigers are
like
So,
you shit.
if all of us are...
Yeah, I mean, Percy just made a philosophical statement right there of people that tell you how to survive a tiger encounter are dumb and wrong and lying to you. He's saying they are all incorrect and therefore are like frauding you, are tricking you. So it is morally incorrect to do that sort of thing and thereby to plan. You should just go with your instincts in the moment, is the statement that Percy just made. Fascinating.
Fast water creatures, right? Something that swims quick. What's our diversion? I volunteer as tribute.
Well, if you drop back down to...
And then Grog takes it much more into the realm of the concrete. Once it starts chasing us, what is the plan? What's the distraction? I volunteer to be just the distraction.
0 hit points. You'll revert back to your normal form, being able to water breathe, full hit points.
That would be a bad case scenario because I'm really slow in that case.
Yes.
All sorts of fun.
Uh-huh.
How many hit points does a killer whale have?
90.
Oh god, they said 9. I'm a shit pants.
90.
Let's see.
Okay.
What can we do?
I don't know if
The
there's
thing is, I
anything
feel like
else
a kraken might
better.
be able to swallow you whole, Grog.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're
I don't know
mouse.
how big they are.
No, they have tentacles.
No, but they've got like
tentacles.
beaks. Don't they have beaks like
I didn't hear
squid?
anything about a beak or a
Who
mouth.
hasn't seen a drawing of a squid or a kraken in a fairy tale book? They're disgusting.
Book.
Maybe we have one night. We have one night. Maybe I could try and craft like at least some sort of concussion explosive.
I also
It
don't
wouldn't
want you
probably
tired
hurt it, but it would at least maybe shock it, or like give it like a stun it.
Well, here's
So just
actually
blow something up underwater.
something that I want to try really quick. If you guys could back up or maybe get out of the water, I want to see if I can cast spells underwater.
Oh well, all right.
I'm out.
I also want to see what lightning does, so if you don't want to get electrocuted.
Definitely get out.
It's going to
As soon as
possibly
those
go
two
everywhere.
start talking about that, I get out of the water and start attuning the Deathwalker's ward to lightning.
Okay, very clever.
I love that this is all under the assumption that we just had this planning sesh underwater.
No, we were treading water.
Yeah.
Oh, we're treading.
Up and down.
Oh, okay.
I'm staying in the water because I want to feel the lightning.
You want to see?
Yeah, you wanna ride the lightning.
Yep.
I'm going to kind of tread back from Grog, go underwater, and I'm going to do, I'm just...
All right, I think that the timer's about to go off if I had to guess, so I'm going to pause it there. Now we're getting back into the concrete, and we have 45 minutes left to cover over 3 hours. Can we do it? Oh, it'd been great if the timer triggered right there, and then that would have been a really well-timed, like, transition of, like, can we do it? What up? Hello. All right, let's make it happen. What the fuck? Some shit fell during the break. Let's get it going.
Just gonna do a call like a lightning bolt.
Okay,
See
call
what
lightning.
happens.
Call lightning. Let me check it fast. Call lightning. Yes, okay. So you begin to speak underwater.
Oh
Spells and
no!
coalescing.
That's what I was curious about. That's exactly what I wanted. All right, then how about this? I take out my spire and I do a chain lightning out of the spire.
Do you lightning on the spire? Okay.
Yeah.
As you concentrate on the staff, the lightning arcs out of the staff and ends up searing and burning a small section of the floating kind of kelp vines that are wandering up there.
Okay.
Here's a little area.
So I can cast out the spire. And cool. While I'm under there, I want to be shape into a killer whale.
Okay. You turn into a killer whale.
So that I
you
can-
are. It is about 15 feet deep. So you are occupying a large portion of the water nearby. It's really hard to swim in this vicinity, especially with the density of kelp in the center of this dip.
I goose grog a little bit from underneath.
Oh, I'll punch it.
Okay, roll for an attack.
I was watching, but not that close. That scared me. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's an animal that already has a right eye.
It's fine.
25.
Okay, so with
yeah.
your strength bonus,
That
you let's see, what's your strength bonus?
8.
Yeah, so you take, we'll say, 9 points of bludgeoning damage. This just smacks you in the nose.
To be fair, no worse than anything happens to a killer whale. Let's see.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, I went there. I'm so sorry. It's been there.
Is there some sort of like alter self spell that?
Change his alignment.
My personal alignment is already so far down.
Yeah.
I dropped form out of shame.
Sorry. Were you gonna check your speed or something? Oh.
Well, I'm in like a tank, which is even worse. I know. This feels tactless. I'm out.
Shit got real. Shit got real.
I like how
after the
SeaWorld is what was our line of tactless.
roll. No, I know what.
Yeah, okay.
I know where my money's going.
Is there
at
an
the end
alter
of the
self
evening.
sort of spell that could make you be able to speak underwater? Is there anything that you can do that allows for speech?
Well, if I do
Did you
alter
just try?
self,
Did you do alter self just now?
let me actually try that. I alter self
Yeah. Oh.
to be able to give myself
Polymorph.
Gills, right.
gills and like fins and stuff. And then now can I cast?
Unfortunately, because there's still water passing through your throat and vocal cords, you can, if you get a full breath of air, you can get 1 spell off. And technically, with your
Is that real? I actually don't know. So I see impeded weapons, and I mean, what Matt is saying makes like intuitive sense, but it seems really rough. Now, I know I'm looking at the 2024 rules, so things could have changed, but I'm checking to see if it's even in the 2024 rules when we talk about verbals. The words must be uttered in a normal speaking voice. The words themselves aren't the source of the spell's power, rather the particular combination of sounds with specific pitch and resonance set the threads of magic in motion. As a creature is gagged or in an area of magical sounds, can't cast a spell with a verbal component. I mean, yeah. I think the most natural interpretation of that is indeed that if you can't speak underwater, like if you can't speak naturally underwater, then you can't cast a spell with a verbal component, because it says the words must be uttered in a normal speaking voice. So if you're like a Triton that speaks Aquan, and like, let's say that, you know, you have a vocal apparatus that is meant to speak underwater, and you can utter words in a normal speaking voice, then I guess that would work, but, yeah, wow. That's gonna be tough. Because the moment that Matt said it, I was like, that seems like something, which is like common with Matt and like common with people in general. Don't get me wrong. That seems like something, though, that is an intuitive thing that the rules aren't balancing for, right? But honestly, looking at verbal, that's the same conclusion I would come to. And I'm sure that Matt looked at these things between sessions. I mean, you know that they're going to go under there. I don't know that there's any spells I can think of off the top of my head that would allow them to speak underwater. I wonder about Alter Self. Its effect lasts for the duration during which you can take... oh gosh, there we go. No, wait, no, that's animal friendship. Get that out of here. Alter self. There we go. Aquatic adaptation. You sprout gills and grow webs. You can breathe and gain swim speed, but it doesn't say anything about speaking. And this also would imply, because it's verbal, that you can't do aquatic adaptation if you're already underwater, which is wild. Man, I wonder if there's an intended solution to this, and if so, what it is. Because I can't think off the top of my head of what the intended solution to... I mean, the intended thing might just be don't cast spells with verbal components. Like, might just be fucking it. I mean, fucking sorcerers eat your heart out, I guess. Especially water breathing. Breathe underwater. Water walk, yeah. Yeah, it's like sorcerers eat your heart out, especially aberrant mind sorcerers. I think that's it. Damn. I always thought the spell air bubble was dumb, but wait, where's air bubble? Air. Is this just not a PHB spell? Air bubble. Oh, spell air bubble. AAG. What is AAG? Adventures something guide? Astral Adventures Guide. I see. You create a spectral globe around the head of a willing creature. You can see the globe is filled with fresh air. Yeah. This would be the answer, yeah. I think and pertinently, it only requires a somatic component. So you could cast this even once you're already underwater. And it's not concentration, and it lasts 24 hours. Yeah. If the creature already has more than one head, fair enough. You can create 2 additional globes of fresh air. Yeah. Fresh air that lasts until the spell ends. Yep. Damn. You're right. I would have read this and thought it was a little dumb as well. Like, why not just do water breathing? But like, yeah, I think Matt is just fully correct. I think verbal components are off the table, and that is an explicit reason to do air bubble over water breathing.
When you're breathing the water underneath because you already had the gills in, it didn't work. You get a breath of air, and you cast the spell as the air leaves your lungs. But once you cast the spell, the air is gone.
So
What about mer people? How do they talk to each other? Are there really mer people? There are mer.
If water breathing allows you to breathe air, my assumption is you can speak as well. Your voice is from air passing over your vocal cords. With water breathing, the water could be used to do the same. Well, the mechanism of speech is separate from the mechanism of respiration, right? Right? I said that confidently, but like, I don't think your vocal cords are the same, like, system as your respiration. No? Or your vocal folds. Like, like, people that smoked and, like, have to have the thing in their neck and they have to, like, talk through a computer or, like, touch it or whatever. I don't think that's because of damage to their lungs. That would be, like, from, like, stuff with their throat and vocal folds. I mean, I'm sure they have plenty of damage to their lungs, but it's like the lungs would be the thing that are affected by the water breathing, not necessarily the vocal folds, right? You cannot speak without air passing over your cords. Yeah, but like that's separate, right? From the actual process of respiration. They just happen to use the same mechanic. Like, the vocal folds are sort of piggybacking off of the process of respiration. So it's like, if you can't respirate, you can't talk. But theoretically, there could be a situation in which you can still respirate, but you can't talk, right? It's like respiration is necessary for speaking, but speaking and the process therein is not necessary for respiration. I think this is a big I think. I am not overly confident. I'd argue that since they don't know how to speak underwater, they don't know how to cast verbal spells, but could learn with practice. I think that's a fair interpretation, because even like, regardless of what is passing over your vocal chords or vocal folds, that would interact differently with water as a fluid than it would with air as a fluid, right? Like creating a wave in the water as opposed to creating a wave in the air, the exact same mechanism is going to create those waves differently. Like if I put like a speaker above the water or under the water, it will sound different, right? Because the mechanism that the speaker uses of like making a wave by doing this little vibraty thing using a magnet, I guess that's essentially what our vocal cords are doing with the fluid that's passing over them. So I guess you could speak. It just wouldn't be your normal speaking voice. And like the mechanism of like your jaw and your tongue, like all of those would change their like core operation with the new friction of the water. Like the water being a more like, what would the word be? A viscous fluid? Is that correct? The water being a more viscous fluid will make like everything about speaking different. So even if you can still respirate it, you won't be used to how different it is. But I think Tiny Monkey has a good point. It's like, okay, it's just different. I think there's a decent argument that if you got used to it, you could speak in a normal speaking voice underwater. But if you're not used to it, I think it would be like the actual mechanics of speaking would be so different in a different fluid that I don't think you could just like click over to it, right? I think if you could still try and talk, it would come out all wrong. Matt described the water filling the lungs, so I guess oxygen in the water is able to cross over to the blood via magic. That's what I'm kind of assuming with water breathing. Yeah, is that like rather than the little, I don't know what those little sacs in the lung are called, but they can like pull oxygen out of air, out of the fluid of air. And I guess that water breathing just allows them to do that same thing with water via magic. But yeah. I agree with Monkey. I think I agree with Monkey too. Yeah. Yeah. In verbal, it mentions tone. So with practice, they could learn the needed differences. Yeah. I think we're coalescing on an agreement. Yeah. You pronounce things so reliantly based on air in the mouth. Think of lips, for example. Yeah. Alveoli. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're coalescing on a ruling that I would make as well. Is like if you are really used to talking underwater, like the Triton that we mentioned earlier, like the Triton or the Sahuagin or even maybe a lizard folk that is really, really used to talking underwater would like intuit the differences. And honestly, that's not even to say that I don't think they could make themselves understood underwater. I actually think they probably could. Like, if I'm the GM in this situation, I would say, yeah, you can probably talk to each other. You'll have to be closer because the sound can't travel as far. I think, right? I guess I don't know that either, but I think off of my gut instinct, I would say they have to be closer. Or I think it's like low sounds, like low tones travel further in water, but high tones travel less far. I don't remember that. I don't know. But off of gut instinct, I would say you have to be closer to be understood, but you can probably be understood. You'll just sound weird. And the implication of verbal components that we, just read is that like the exact tone matters. And it's like an educational thing. Like you need to like it's like a secret formula that you have to like know how to do, right? So it's probably delicate. Yeah. I think we're coalescing on a opinion. Yeah, I think they could learn to do it, but they'd have to learn how to do it. Like I think if Keyleth had been practicing this for a while, honestly, great downtime activity possibility is learning how to cast verbal components underwater. That's a good downtime project opportunity right there. Especially if you like have this thing like, oh, we heard about this like ancient sunken temple and we're not going to go there right now, but maybe we'll go there later in the campaign. Great option for someone like a druid to like practice that and then gain the ability to do verbals when they eventually do go to that temple. Obviously, not right now. I would want it to be like a downtime that they have to spend an amount of time to learn it. But interesting. Yeah. I don't think getting used to it is enough. Your whole speaking apparatus would have to change. I think that is reasonable. I think that's reasonable if you wanted to say that, honestly. I think I want to offer my players an option like to get there, which getting used to it is a good option because it means that they can't just like decide to do it in the moment. A sort of akin to Percy wanting to make the waterproof bag, right? You can't just decide to do it right now. But if you show me effort and like you put effort and like resources and time, which time is a resource in D&D, if you put resources into it, okay, that's like a thing I'll allow you to unlock, even if maybe it doesn't fully make sense. I think I would still allow it. I think it makes enough sense to get me there. Yeah. Voice actors would probably know all about this. Yeah. Sound travels differently. All sound travels further in water due to the molecules being closer. Oh. That does make sense. Interesting. Anyways. Should we look up vocal marine animals to see how they do? Take another Pepperbox tangent? No, I gotta go back to it. I gotta go back to it. That's so interesting. As a player, if the DM said no casting underwater ever, I don't care what plot hooks they offer, I'm not going, and I don't think most others would. To be fair, it's no verbal components underwater. That is different than no casting. And I think I'm more maybe permissive of this thing because I am of the staunch belief that components should matter more than they typically do. So I'm down with no verbals specifically. And we looked at that bubble, which has somatic only. Now it could be argued that maybe you shouldn't do this because players aren't used to it, so then they won't think about it. But, they did. I don't know. Especially with prepared casters, I don't think it's as much of a deal. Because prepared casters have access to their entire list. And especially if they have a long rest in between to prepare, they can filter their list to not include verbals. So they still have an option to cast. They're just restricted in how they can or cannot cast. Like the rest of underwater combat. Linguist here, the anatomy of the vocal folds would not allow for speech underwater. They're not strong enough to vibrate the fluid without putting extreme strain. I didn't even think about the strength of the folds. That's crazy. Like how screaming underwater really hurts, and that's about all you can do. I've never tried to scream underwater. That's interesting. Huh. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, I think I would, even though it may not make total sense, I think I would allow them to get used to it. But I'm definitely, like, my initial gut reaction was like, I think Matt's maybe being a little harsh here. But honestly, the more I've thought about it, the more I kind of agree with him.
Frog hacks?
They have a different larynx system.
Dry erase boards.
Wet erase boards. I deserve what happened below the table. Last weird question. Would it be possible? I'm just going to try something. Do we have a... Could I basically just make a bag of air that we could carry that she could breathe in and like have to breathe it in before casting a spell? Is that nuts?
Well, if I may, the big fellow over there said that he had some sort of vials that you could breathe air out of. Is that true?
I'm just supposed to let you breathe underwater. I don't know if it pumps your guts full of air or anything.
May I examine it?
It's water breathing. It's just spelled
Yeah,
water
what
breathing.
about water
no,
breathing?
it's
Would
not.
she still be able to talk?
Water breathing, you can breathe the water, but when
but
you
you
still,
can't
but you can't.
go-
Yeah, it's still water passing through the vocal
What is the
cords.
thing
It
that
doesn't
you
have the
have?
vibration to make the same sound.
What if?
I need to push the water.
What if we use some
Underwater
sort of
breathing.
cap, right, on Grog's jug, and it just makes air?
I thought about that.
Could I speak into the jug?
I was going to say
Clearly.
we can make a diving bell, but it would be very hard to travel with it. But we can make a micro diving bell.
You guys, this is getting
Paper
dumber
bell.
and dumber.
It's basically an upside down.
Wait, is that real, Tiny Monkey? I thought it would be limited. I did not think it would be that limited. I wonder if there's a way that I can filter on this. Filter, blah, 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 species, feats, components, miscellaneous. So we're going to say, how do I, I don't know how to operate this. We're going to say all except for, we're going to, hey, yeah, there we go. Not verbal save. Did that work? Okay, yeah, absorb elements, be sense. Yeah, these are all the nonverbals. Okay. So it looks like there are 33 out of 897. Woo! And this is in all of the source books. And I wonder if we filter it down to druids, how much more it gets filtered. Druids save 11. Ooh, that's... I mean, a lot of them are cantrips, to be fair. In fact, most of them are cantrips, which is a whole other... That's kind of interesting. That feels like purposeful, right? That feels like a purposeful design decision, is that a lot of these cantrips, or I guess a lot of the non-verbal spells are cantrips. And I mean, none of them are above second level. Otherwise, it's Ice Knife, Snare, Absorb Elements, Air Bubble, Beast Sense. Like, interesting. Yeah, Tiny Monkey, like, I guess there could be a balancing reason for this, but this feels like the only real explanation would be like diegetic, or Watsonian is more the reason, or the term that I would use more often. That's so few. I wonder how many can be upcast. I mean, let's see. Absorb Elements can be upcast. Air Bubble can be upcast. Ice Knife can be upcast. Snare cannot. So, of the leveled spells, 3 out of 5 can be upcast. And then, you know, there's all these. Also, Message doesn't require a verbal component in 2024. Let's take off reprinted. Let's look at Message not reprinted. Message wasn't reprinted? Or no, it probably required a verbal. Wait, let's see. No. What? I guess Message wasn't reprinted, or Message... Oh, Druid didn't have access to Message before 2024. They added it to their list. And it did used to require a verbal. In 2024, they got rid of the verbal requirement. Which that's a discussion that we had like 3 or 4 sessions ago. This is weird. This is very strange. I feel like I'm discovering something right now about like the design philosophy of spells in 5e. I've never thought about this. Okay, of all the cantrips, let's just look. 79 cantrips. Oh, wait, let's also filter for reprinted. No reprinted. 48. So of the reprinteds, there's of the ones that haven't been reprinted, you know, they're either original or they are now in 2024. What is the amount that don't require a verbal? 44. 12. Whoa. So Druid just happens to have a lot of them. It's not like a consistent thing. It's just, I guess, coincidence for Druid. Dude, I'd have to dig into this much longer than we have time for this stream, but that's weird and like kind of interesting. And yeah. Like I said, I've before advocated that the components should matter more. But I didn't really consider the fact that they might have like what the distribution of components was. Like I kind of had the assumption that the distribution of components and like all of the various permutations would have like a bell curve of like most spells would require all 3. And then like as we get towards the extremes of it having like only 1 or only 2 components, I guess not a bell curve in that case. It would be like an exponential curve like that, I guess. I don't know the graph I'm picturing in my head, but I basically thought there would be the least amount of spells would have only 1 of the components, but of the spells that only had 1 of the components, they would be relatively equally distributed. And then same thing with 2. It'd be like, okay, there's more spells that have 2 components than single, but less than have 3. And the combination of which 2 they have is relatively equal. That had always been my assumption, but that doesn't seem like the case at all. Or maybe it is. Maybe I would have to do more math to figure it out. Maybe it is the case because we were only looking at like singles. Weird. Huh. Snare is Xanathar's. True. Snare is Xanathar's. And I think Mold Earth is Xanathar's as well, which hadn't come out yet. Yeah. Message used to be verbal. I actually like that change. Either message or sending should not use verbal. I'm kind of with you on that. Yeah. Is another knock against D&D? I mean, it's certainly weird. I would really be interested in talking to a designer. Not even as a critical analysis, but just like getting into their mindset of like, was this a coincidence? Were you looking at each spell individually and like just deciding components that you thought made sense with that spell? Or were you taking into account the entire catalog and the distribution of components across the catalog? Like, was that even a consideration? I don't know. It would be fascinating. Because if that wasn't a consideration, I always assumed it was. But if that wasn't a consideration, that would change my opinion of components drastically. I mean, this is a good commentary on how bias and assumptions can really color analysis. Because anytime during any content I have ever put on this platform, if you have heard me talk about components, I have been talking about them with the inbuilt assumption that the proportion of components and the distribution and which ones were there, that was all taken into account during the design phase. And looking at that, I am starting to think that maybe it wasn't. And maybe they just looked at each individual spell and just thought about what made sense for it and did not even consider the wider implications. Which radically changes how I think you should interact with components within the game. Wild. Sorry for the tangent, but I never realized how punishing water is. No, I mean, we're getting deep into, really how punishing water is,
Speed
You stick
of
your head
one.
and you take a big breath of air, but the problem is moving.
Can't move it.
Okay,
It'll go
okay,
straight
okay.
to the bottom.
Then
Killer whales?
Yep.
whales and riders.
All right, who's whales, who's riders?
Whales.
Well,
Rider.
Rider.
I guess I'll be a whale. Or Trinket can be a whale.
Trinket could
Or
be.
shark.
I will ride Trinket.
well,
you might
it's
want to go
what do
shot
you
for one of
do?
them.
Trinket needs to go the necklace, go the odd man out.
Please don't leave me behind.
I thought you were being a rider.
I would love to, but there's
Can't
no
we
one
have
to
two
ride.
people on one whale? I feel like whales are very large.
That makes sense.
You could muster
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Especially if it's just handles. If it's like it's not like it's just like hanging on to like a piece of rope.
All right, let's go eat food.
All right. You guys make your way out of the small kelp farming area, eventually back to complete your doing a hero's feast.
And actually, this is shorter. I swear. But this is a really good example. This entire process that we've just gone through with the verbal components and casting and the process that they went through and all this is a great example of why I defend fudging. And why I say that the more interesting you make your encounters, the weirder you make your encounters, the more big swings you take, the more likely you are as a DM to run into something that you don't fully understand. Like, even if I had thought of all of this ahead of time, I was coming in with the assumption that verbal components, and you heard me mention it earlier in the conversation that we just had, of like, oh, it only restricts the spells that you can cast with verbal components. You know, you can still cast all of your other spells, but there are not very many spells that don't require verbal, which is not the assumption that I would have had during the encounter design process. Even if I had thought ahead of time, which I think if someone's talking to me like a new GM and they're talking about all the things that you need, you know, we're talking about all the things you need to consider during encounter building, I think even thinking down like I'm building a water encounter, I should think about verbal components and spell casting. That's already, in my opinion, pretty thorough thought process. More thorough than I may expect by default from a home DM. I would probably expect it from like a professional DM, like someone that's doing paid games or an actual play DM. But for a home DM that's just doing this as a hobby, that's already pretty significant, like thinking down the road, honestly. I have different, levels of expectation there. I would not then expect them to think about the distribution of components amongst spells that their players have access to. Now, I guess you could argue that maybe they should, but that is not an expectation I would have. And so this is this is a good example of that core thesis that I have, that big swings and interesting stuff are good, but separately, the more interesting and the more big swings you take, the more likely you are to run into something unpredictable that wildly changes the balance of your encounter. if I had gone into this encounter running it as a GM with my inbuilt assumptions and biases, I would have made it wildly more difficult than would have been fair to the players. So that's why I often focus on building in those levers to reduce the difficulty or increase the difficulty, whatever, midstream if I need to. Because I know that there might be something like this that I do not predict when building the encounter. But I still want to run those interesting and those big swing type encounters. Yeah.
Okay, so
But like ice cream and donuts, like a midnight snack kind
Easy,
of. Like
that is totally doable.
Waffles and
Hot fudge sundae.
yes.
A Hero Sunday bar.
Hero Sunday bar.
The finest of gluttonous sweets available in Taldore are summoned upon this fine mahogany table that thrusts itself out of the sand. Everyone in the vicinity steps back and kind of, ooh, ah, this display of unexpected magic. Other folks step forward to try and take a piece from it before somebody else stops in the hand. It's not for you. You guys spend the next hour eating your meal and gain the benefits of your Hero's Feast. So let's go ahead and...
That's extra hit points, yeah?
Mm-hmm. 2d10, which I will
Yeah, Marisha
roll
rolls
for you
that
right
one.
now. And we both are cocked. And it on the side. That one, is that still
That's
cocked?
cocked.
God
Take
damn
some
it,
of the
fuck.
dice out of your
Shut
fucking
up.
tray.
An extra 11.
All right, so 11 extra hit points to all you guys, including Trinket. Scarfs up happily at the table.
11 hit points.
No fear, no poison. Advantage on saves, isn't it?
saves.
Wisdom saves.
Wisdom saves.
Wisdom
Yes.
saves. Advantage. No fear.
No
poison.
fear, no
Lovely.
poison. 2d10.
Right.
You got it?
Are we supposed to go like research the lodestones before we go to bed, right? The ones that
Oh,
are failing.
maybe we can do it in the morning.
In the morning is what you were told. We're going to bring you to the area of Torrent.
No, they're heavy. Are they light?
We'll find out.
So, as you guys are brought to your sleeping quarters, which are these semi-private huts elevated above the water, so they're actually about a half foot above the surface, you are each given a small chest, kind of a somewhat kind of soaked, damp chest. Like the wood itself is just waterlogged through and through. As you open it on the inside, each of you receives what looks to be a leather band with a circular stone affixed to the center of it.
If this is gonna make us be able to fucking talk underwater.
Oh, that would be super frustrating if we just took all that time. Or if this isn't like one of those like
Vox Machina, solving problems that don't need to be solved.
solves, yeah, making problems
Why
complicated
don't
for
you
5
put it on and
years.
see what it does?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do? They're waiting you at there's a cluster of them at the various.
Is it like other like a pot? Like does the leather band attach it either?
I am preparing myself to be as annoyed as the players right now. And I've noticed that Matt does a thing, and he still does it in Age of Umbra. So I think it's probably something pretty consistent. Is he will sometimes like match the tone of the players. So if the players start getting annoyed, he kind of like throws it back at them. And so it's like, Grog just said, can we try them all on and see what they do? And Matt's like, well, what are you doing? And it's like, well, bro, Travis just said they're putting them on. I guess, you could, ask what they do once they're on, but they're putting them on. That's what they're doing. Oh no.
It has almost a rudimentary belt clasp up both sides.
I'm gonna put it around my neck like a dog collar, and I'm gonna lay down in the water face first.
Okay. It kind of warms upon it touches the outside of the neck, and it feels like there's like a very loose, almost a vibration to it.
Talk, Grog.
This is really cool.
I put my ear in the water to see if I can hear him.
It does transfer your voice through the water.
That's awesome. What a waste of fucking time.
It didn't go back to you.
But does it remedy the spell problem?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome to the cool kids table, Terry.
You guys can talk underwater. There is still a limitation to the distance you'll travel because sound is,
Best of the
well,
best.
actually,
Wait. Did you just say it solves the spell problem?
I'm gonna lay down.
cluster of method, various belt clasp up both sides.
I'm gonna put it around my neck like a dog collar, and I'm gonna lay down in the water face first.
Okay. It kind of warms upon it touches the outside of the neck, and it feels like there's like a very loose, almost a vibration to it.
Talk, Grog.
This is really cool.
I put my ear in the water to see if I can hear him.
It does transfer your voice through the water.
That's awesome. What a waste of fucking time.
It didn't go back to you.
But does it remedy the spell problem?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome to the cool kids table, Terry.
You guys can talk underwater. There is still a limitation to the distance you'll travel because sound is,
Best of the
well,
best.
actually, no. Sorry, the sound does travel further. What am I thinking? Underwater. Conduit.
Matt had the same gut reaction to me.
So it's super quiet.
However, you also look within the case, and each one has a what looks to be spherical, somewhat see-through domes of some glass-like material. You're also affixed with goggles, and you remember looking back, you saw some of the people who were part of the troop, especially the guardians on the outside of the city, had these same similar-looking goggle sets hanging around their neck.
Get the fuck out. Hello, water-based culture. Would you happen to have some goggles lying around that we could borrow? Maybe something that's...
Okay. I mean, all right. I have to think about this for a second. Yeah. It would be weird if the Water Society didn't have that. Did they talk about this at all in front of the headmaster? Now I'm real sorry about the tangent. No, it's a fair tangent because honestly, I'm a little bit annoyed by this. I don't know. I'm not going to look for it too hard. But this is so okay, there's kind of two paths here. And I am much more generous or maybe understanding for one of them than the other. I think there's kind of two paths to what happened here. Either, and this I'll start with the one I'm more generous to. Either Matt pre-predicted this, right? So he planned to have these things for them to speak and these goggles with which to see. And he just put them in their rooms instead of directly giving them to them via like the headmaster or a person that like when they are given the quest, they're like, here you go, here's some equipment. And if that is the case, then yeah, I kind of will echo the sentiment of the players in this situation. What a waste of fucking time. Actually, this is the one I'm less generous to. This is the one I'm less generous to. It's like, yeah, what a waste of time for us to do all of that stuff. And you remember when they started testing everything, I was like, them testing things in fiction is going to waste some time. And Matt paused to explain some of the rules to them, but then he still had them experiment with other things and like establish other things and let them get kind of all the way through that and plan. I don't know. Even if you still want to be coy about it, which I don't think there's a huge reason to be coy about it, I might pipe up as the GM and be like, hey, don't worry too much about the verbal components. Like, if you want to keep testing this, go for it. But, like, you don't need to waste all that time. You're going to feel as though the time was wasted. Because I don't think that's a good thing to do. And I can even be a little bit generous and say that he put them in the place that they're sleeping at because normally they do like a at dawn we plan sort of deal. Maybe. But even then, like, this seems like the sort of thing that Marisha gave him the opportunity to bring up. Like the headmaster mentioning, like, oh yeah, and we left these things in your sleeping quarters for you so you can talk and all the, like, if it was pre-planned, it seems to me very, I'm trying to think of a word that's not mean, unnecessary to not mention it during their conversation with the headmaster, even if no one directly asked. It feels like that is what Marisha was giving him the opportunity to mention. Later, Matt does say nobody asked. Yeah, which is, I don't know. It's like a very classic thing of like, you don't know what you don't know. And Marisha directly like asked in a way that, to me at least, was meant to communicate. Is there anything you want to tell us that we wouldn't know to ask? Do you have any advice? No NPC was around to tell them about the solution. They're way too picky about saying the solution above the table. And honestly, that's one of the things that is annoying me more about this potential path, is that I honestly feel like they gave an NPC the opportunity to tell them about the solution. Honestly. Matt having them be required to ask the right question is definitely not a new thing. Yeah, I'm kind of with this chat of like, sorry, Miranda Saralin. I'm gonna say Lynn. Like, they asked enough questions in the area for me to be like, you know, they spent a lot less time talking about than we did. Yeah, I mean, that's always true. I mean, that's true for this entire series. So always take the things that I have a problem with a grain of salt, especially when it comes to pacing stuff. But even that said, they spent enough time for them to explicitly react with, that fucking sucks. What a waste of time. So they spent enough time for them to have a very negative reaction to this, regardless of them spending less than us, you know? Miranda Saralyn. There we go. Okay, that makes more sense. I feel like the guys doesn't think Matt will ever give them anything that they have to solve for it. Well, honestly, that's what I thought the situation was. I remember last session, I said, don't give them a way to breathe underwater. That should be the point of the Aramente. Which I still believe. Like, I think that is still an important part of this. I can understand that. And so then that takes me to my second path, which is Matt did not consider how much of a hindrance not being able to talk underwater would be. And this is improv. That line of thinking, I am way more generous towards. I am radically more generous towards this as an improv solution to the players going through this testing and Matt realizing over the course of this testing, holy shit, this not being able to talk is going to be like radically nerfing to so many members of the party. I need to allow them to talk. But it not making sense that they could talk for all the reasons that we discussed. Sure, those all ran through his head. And so when they come back, he gives them a way to talk. Like this, if this is improv, I think totally fine. I think a very, very fine decision, even though it evokes a what a waste of time, whatever. That totally fine. If it's pre-planned, I don't know. It's such a the method of delivery, if this is pre-planned, is so strange that I just don't know why it would be that way. Like I can't find like a positive reason for doing it this way rather than having one of the NPCs give it to them or even just tell them that this stuff will be waiting for them. Like, I don't know. So honestly, like I find it more likely that it was improv because this feels so strange as a method of delivery. And then beyond the strangeness, if it's not like, if it was pre-planned and this is the method of delivery he chose, I would rate it as a bad method of delivery because it risks the exact thing that we saw of the wasted time. Like, if you're going to give this to your PCs anyways, just like do it directly. I don't know why it would be like in this chest waiting for them. So I like I said, I find it more likely and way more reasonable for it to be improv. But I know that people have this really inbuilt picture of Matt in their head that he doesn't improv, that he's like all pre-planned. Like there's a very distinct opinion of, or view, I guess, of Matt that like Brennan is the improv DM, Matt is the pre-planned DM. And I think it's, how do I say it? I think that view is a little reductive. Like, I see people like really just like by default, they assume that Matt must have pre-planned everything. And I think that is unlikely, I'll say. And for situations like this, makes him out to be a worse DM, I think. Like, I think if this was pre-planned, it comes off much worse than if it's improv. So I think the allowance for Matt to sometimes improv things, given what he sees at the table, more promotes his skill as a DM. It, again, at least in my opinion. Yeah. So I don't know. The headmaster also said tomorrow we will discuss more things with the lodestone, so she did already not say all her helpful info. Yeah, I guess. It's just unnecessary. Like, I can absolutely justify it. And I think you can justify like why they would have done it this way as an in-fiction society. But I can just as easily reasonably justify it the other way, like her just giving it to them straight up. Like, I think both of those are equally justifiable. And so therefore it is now a DM decision, right? If we have multiple in-fiction options that are equally justifiable, then which one is chosen is a GM decision. Which is, I also think, another part of the way, and this isn't trying to pick on you, Sheev, this is a very common through line. People often talk about like Matt making in-fiction decisions, which I more agree with than the idea that everything is pre-planned. I think he often does think about the in-fiction reasonable decision. But I'm looking at this as like, I see multiple in-fiction reasonable decisions. And so which one they go with is ultimately up to Matt, regardless of the fiction in this case. Matt is not great at not interrupting players during RPs, also prone to let them waste time unless it's super wasteful. Yeah, I guess. As a DM, instead of Matt, I would just say no verbal. They add a tier 4, they can handle it mostly. I mean, I thought that's what was happening, truly. I did think that's what was happening. Yeah. Their reaction felt more comedic, like we are idiots annoyed reaction more than frustration, but I'm sure it had some frustration. Maybe. If Matt was committed to no verbal, I don't know what changed his mind between telling them the problem and coming up with a solution. I don't know that he was committed to no verbal, is what I'm saying. The most likely scenario to me seems like Matt did not think about the repercussions of no talking. Which I said it earlier, is not really something that I might expect. It's certainly not something I would expect from a home DM. And it's even something I was like, maybe I would expect it from an actual play DM. But, like, I'm very willing to be like, yeah, Matt just didn't think of it. Especially with how different this is. Not only like a water combat, but this, whole encounter business. Also, we're skipping ads. So I don't know that Matt was committed to no verbal. I think that seems like the most likely scenario to me, is that through their training and like through their prep, he realized just how damaging no verbal would be. And then I think he wasn't committed to it and just changed his mind midway. Given the entire premise of the combat is underwater, if this isn't pre-planned and he's suddenly improving due to the nature of the combat, as much as I like giving him an out with it, it feels like something he should have pre-planned if he didn't. Honestly, I mean, I think that's an opinion. I think that's an opinion you can definitely hold. I'm willing to believe that he didn't consider, or that he considered the ramifications of them not being able to talk. But I don't know if he considered the ramifications of no verbal components. That's what seems likely to me, but that's purely, that's purely an opinion thing, how it's coming off to me. And that's based on my own bias of me not fully reckoning with the full ramifications of verbal components and such. So I could see that having changed his mind, but maybe not. I don't know. At a home table, it'd be easier to interrupt their play and be like, hey, you'll have these items, don't worry about it. It is. It is. But again, it's like, even in that case, if it was all pre-planned, the chest just seemed like such an odd delivery method. Just so strange. I don't know. Unless he decided that verbal didn't make sense underwater also in the moment, it would be weird to suddenly come up with a solution to his original plan. Yeah, I mean, my read of the situation is that in the moment, right now, he is realizing that this will be harder than he expected. Again, I could be dead incorrect about that. And if that is an incorrect read of the scenario and this was pre-planned, then I would solidly say this is a weird and kind of silly delivery method for these items, and he should have just had her give them to them right then and there. And this is extra weird to me because even if the chest is just so odd to me, because even if Matt didn't want to have them given right then because it's like too early, I guess, then he would have the person deliver them the next day when they go to investigate the lodestones. But instead, they're just like in a chest in their house. That seems so strange to me. And I think that's also coloring my opinion of whether or not it's improv or pre-planned, is that seems like such a strange GM decision, to me at least, that makes it feel less likely for it to be pre-planned. Like, in my head, I'm like, if I was pre-planning this, I would decide, I would go so many other directions with it. But again, that's my bias coming into it. Maybe this seemed totally reasonable to Matt. I don't know. Him realizing too late they won't be able to cast, Wait. They won't be able to cast any spell, cause him to backtrack and GM Fiat. That's what I think happened, Nathan. Yeah, but I don't know. Regardless of inside Matt's head, it is either always have verbal with solution or no verbal in the moment, back to verbal, so the original balance should be the same. I don't know if I understand what you're saying, Chief. No verbal in the moment, so the original balance should be the same. My read of the situation is not quite this. It is either always have verbal with the solution, which I think would be, that's the version that I think is like unlikely and kind of strange, or it is balanced with no verbal in mind. Then watch their interaction with the idea of no verbal and be like, oh shit. Like, I pictured this with no verbal, but now that I'm hearing them talk about it, I'm realizing that no verbal, the pre-planned thing that I had with no verbal, is actually going to be way more difficult than I thought it would be. This is one of like the core things that I'm talking about when I refer to like fudging or like pulling levers in encounters, is the idea that you that you misevaluate the balance ahead of time. That seems more likely to this situation, again, to me, is that Matt misevaluated how nerfing and damaging the no talking would be. And then hearing them talk about it was like, oh shit, that's harder than I was planning for this. Here's a verbal. So my assumption is that the balance of the encounter changed in his mind over the course of the conversation. But again, I don't know. Since it's not specifically a combat encounter, he can fudge the Kraken. Well, he can definitely fudge the Kraken, yeah. I think he didn't realize how much of a nerf it was until they all started talking. That is my interpretation as well. Again, we're not in Matt's mind. So I think that this is more likely, but I don't know. It's totally an opinion based thing. Yeah. The main thing that comes out of this is under combat is rough if you're not underwater combat is fucking rough. Yeah. I think that is a good takeaway from this. Yeah. There are some things you don't see until it all comes better. Yeah, exactly. That being obtuse with info and letting players waste time is more in character to me than only realizing and changing his plans about verbal components during play. I think, honestly, one of my core opinions is that people don't realize how often Matt does change his plans. That has been one of my core, I think, counter chat points throughout all of Critical Eyes. I think people underestimate how often Matt changes his mind. There are many, many moments where I'm like, oh, Matt clearly improv'd that. That chat then is like, Matt didn't improv that. That was obviously pre-planned. And I was like, pre-planned? You think? I don't know. That seems really weirdly complicated for pre-planned. That seems to me pretty obviously improv'd. So this is always, and again, I'm not picking on you. This has always been a gap between me and chat. Is that broadly chat, and I kind of assume the wider critter community, and I've seen it during interviews or discussion about Matt versus Brennan. There is this idea that he does not improv, he does not change the plan, and watching Critical Role, especially before I knew that was the perception, I think that perception is incorrect. But that's an opinion of mine. I could be, like I said, I could be wrong about that. Got to give it to Matt, though. He didn't let any of his internal panic show, so it makes it truly hard to know what he's thinking. I'll agree with that all day long. No matter what, honestly, either way, if this was pre-planned, it goes towards his restraint, which I think either Sheev or maybe Jonathan was talking about earlier, of Matt's restraint in roleplay. He doesn't interrupt people very often. He has huge restraint in a very positive way to me. So if this was pre-planned, I do think it's a representation of his strength, or of his strength of restraint. And if it is improv, he did not let that show. And I've always said, I think he's amazing at what I call the magic trick of hiding the improv. I think that's why people have this opinion of him, is that he's amazing at hiding it. And most of the times that I quote unquote detect it, or when it seems like improv to me, is when the pre-planned seems ridiculous to me. I remember us talking about it with during the Chroma Conclave arc with people were basically trying to pitch me that Matt was timing how long it would take Vorugal to get through Iman every turn or second or minute. And so Vorugal showed up, the timing of when he and Thordak both showed up at Grayskull was not in any way improv or relative to Vox Machina's actions. It was purely timed based off of when the scene started. And I was like, that sounds ludicrously hard compared to it just being tied to Vox Machina's actions and like, you know, kind of come up with in the moment of like, oh, this seems like a good time to have Vorugal come in, or this seems like a good time to have Thordak come in. I was like, that sounds ludicrous. So that I will say is, I can almost never tell based on Matt's actual reactions. Like I can rarely like read Matt's face and be like, oh, this is the improv time. That almost never happens. It is almost always thinking about it as if it was pre-planned, and that seeming very strange compared to improv. But who knows? I do notice how often he's weird about telling players solutions. He can have both tendencies, but one is more obvious. I will agree with that as well. I will totally agree with that. He is weird about telling his players solutions. He does often ask them for specific things. So I can, that's why I say, you know, all of this is my read on it. I think that alternative perspectives could absolutely be correct. I'm super not sure. Yeah. Just keeping an eye on the clock. I know. Yeah. Honestly, if we were talking about like firearms right now, I would not keep it going, but this is pretty strictly about Matt's DMing. Yeah. Matt is great at making it seem like the improv seems planned. I 1,000,000% agree. Like even watching Fantasy High and watching Brennan, I think the reason that people think of Brennan as the improv DM is because his improv is a little bit more obvious. Not to say that it's bad or worse, because I think it's incredible. And I think that people give him correctly accolades for his ability to improv in the way that he does and to the proficiency that he does. But I do think that when he is doing it is more obvious than Matt. And I do think that Matt very likely pre-plans quite a lot, like much more than I do, more than Brennan does, what have you. I think that is very, very likely. So it's much easier to hide the improv within that because so much around the improv is pre-planned. Yeah. I think the Cries analytic rewatch has definitely highlighted a lot more points where the DM lever switch is a lot more obvious than on a normal watch. That is also, that is also true. Like someone mentioned earlier of like, you know, we've spent like 30 minutes talking about the whole verbal component thing. If you're just watching this at normal speed, not pausing except to like go to the bathroom, this sort of shit flies straight over your head. Which, again, kudos to Matt. Like he hides it well enough that at normal speed of experience and like normal pace of experience, I think even for me, it would be insanely difficult to tell. Like, you know, I talk about like, oh, I have to think through what it would be like if it was pre-planned. I'm not doing that sort of shit. If I'm just like watching this for fun, I'm not thinking through like, what if that was pre-planned versus improv, you know? So I get it. Like I 1,000,000% get it. Yeah. I hope I wasn't one of those because that feels fucking ridiculous. Back. I don't know. I don't remember, but I remember that being a long argument with chat. He absolutely made the dragons appear to act based off the packaging of the scene. Yeah. The most blatant is definitely Scanlan in the fireplane. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. This conversation seems like a difference without a distinction right now. Really? How so? Look, I think I will. I'll give it to you. I often argue distinctions without differences. I think we can point back to the asshole conversation recently, or even the chugging milk danger conversation, as us potentially arguing, you know, definitions of words that were distinctions without differences. But this one seems pretty like direct to me of like, oh, is it pre-planned or improv? Like, and like what sort of effects would that have? I think that's a pretty distinct thing. I remember someone in chat said Matt later goes, nobody asked, so it's probably pre-planned, but we need to watch the ep to see if that actually happens. Maybe. Yeah. Anyways.
Communicate on the water.
Nobody asked, but they were provided. These are standard given to the wave riders, the guardians that look on the outskirts of Vestra.
Fucking idiot. I feel stupid.
Terry Jumbo.
We don't have giant.
I just thought
guns
of
on
one
here.
thing for you, right? Like, I went
one.
fishing this one
Just
time,
the goggles.
and the lure that I had was like really shiny and sparkly. Like fish love sparkly things in the water, and I'm just noticing now that you were like really shiny and sparkly kind of all over.
Like a lure.
Yeah.
I was actually just contemplating that. As you know how frustrated you get opening up a crab when you're going to eat it?
I lost you
wonder,
on, like, the
won't it
third
be
word.
ironic if the Kraken gets frustrated trying to like peel off the armor? That would just be a wonderful irony.
I mean,
I'm
that
so
sounds
sorry,
funny,
Steve.
but it doesn't sound safe.
Well, if we paint you in like black paint or like poo.
Oh yeah.
And that will immediately
Lots
go
of
away as
mud.
soon as we're underwater.
All right, paint it is.
Alt
Or
yourself?
tar. Should we tar him?
If you alter
no.
yourself, right? You can
Let's-
make yourself darkish.
Maybe you should be a
Just
whale.
not reflective.
I don't like any of this. When I was treading water before, was it difficult in armor? Was it?
Yeah.
And if I were to remove my armor, would I be weak and
You're
squishy?
already-
That's a valid point.
That's a very fair point.
Specifically
You
looking
can walk
because
along the bottom.
you have a breastplate, right? Actually, so it's heavy, but it's not super impeding you. Like you can still, it's heavy, but it doesn't. From a mechanical standpoint, it doesn't make it more difficult for you to swim. It's just more of a, yeah.
But it's shiny.
What if
It
we,
is shiny,
What
your
if we
armor
put you
is.
like in a potato sack? So you still got your armor, but it just doesn't
He
twinkle.
is not wrong. That's not a bad idea.
And I will very quickly point out an example of Matt not pre-thinking of every single thing that underwater combat might affect. I agree with it. Armor is a weird one, I will say. Armor's very strange. That it's, at least from the rules that I've read this stream, and I'm not going to read more rules. We need to watch this. But it is strange that armor's not called out as like inhibiting underwater anything from what I saw. Maybe it does in like the armor specific sections.
There any burlap around?
I have a robe. I have a robe.
Okay.
I can just wrap myself in my robe.
It's not just as flashy as the armor, though.
It has some colorful patches on it, yes,
What if
but it's
I-
not. They're not shiny.
What if
no,
I
potato
stitch
sack.
up the front? I just would hate for it to open up. I'm just gonna. Do you mind if I just
Stitch up the front of my robe.
I'm really good at sewing.
Better not be flashy.
So,
All right. I would. Yes.
yeah,
thank
stitch
you.
up the front.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
it'll be like a choir robe for you.
Good idea, Grog.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Yeah, that was nice.
Thanks. I go fishing a lot.
You lot are taking good care of me. I appreciate that. Thank you. This is going to be fun, right? Tomorrow?
Fun.
Very fun.
Scary fun.
All right.
Technically speaking, we can't quite feel fear at the moment, can we? Or is it just a general malaise of fear?
Yeah. I like this. I like the latter.
Yeah.
Malaise of fear.
I'm gonna start working on the robe.
All right.
It's really ugly stitches.
Yeah, it's. I
Rubbing
mean,
through the ice cream.
it takes you a while to get through the whole room and get it done, and it's functional more than visually appealing, but you get the job done.
This reminds me of one of my caretakers when I was younger, stitching up some of my play clothes. It's a nice feeling. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, darling.
Yes.
While they're winding down, can I sneak away and see if I can go find you, Vonda?
Sure. It's not too difficult. She's in the same seat, snoring loudly, while two of her guardians stand at the side with their thin polemonic blades, just watching as you approach, and she's just like.
I turn to her guards and I go, do I wake her up? Does she not like me? I don't want to be rude, but I kind of need to talk to her, and I'm only here for a few more hours. And
One of them takes his like bladed trident and like hits her just gently on the side with the butt of it. Just,
that's how you do it.
yes, young Keyleth. She leans forward with like, putting on the presentation, but you can hear just that slight undertone of frustration. Oh, what can I do for you?
Yeah. I was just curious. I'm so sorry. First
Keep
off,
talking,
okay.
please. What do you want?
I was just. You mentioned that there were only remnants of my mother that came back. Was she defeated by the Kraken, or do you think this was from another means? Do you have any more information on her?
Child, there was little left of her and her allies. We found other pieces of her friends, but pieces. Her leg was all we found. We could not recover much else, but the seafloor is littered with the many corpses and pieces of the Kraken's various prey. It does not take much to ascertain the nature of her end.
And you're sure of this? This is what the Kraken does to people?
Does to anything that crosses its path. It eats to survive.
I was just wondering if there's any other potential explanation.
Dude, I mean, this totally makes sense with Keyleth asking these questions, but something that we talked about last stream that I very quickly want to point out of the Vestra treating the Kraken as not evil and like not malevolent, just a beast that is somewhat amoral. And the headmaster is like reinforcing that substantially right now. Of what it does to anything that crosses its path, it eats to survive. Like there's not only no moral judgment there, but there is kind of a removal of morality of like, well, it has to. Which is, again, I think very indicative of the water Ashari, the Vestra's relationship to the water plane and the creatures of the water plane. Like, I can't imagine the Pyra talking about fire giants like this. Or even fire elementals, or, you know, other, like, salamanders, you know, native inhabitants of the fire plane. Can't imagine them talking about it like this. Even, maybe I could see the Zephyra doing it, but I think it's very indicative. Yeah, exactly, Sheep. Yeah, very druid view of the Kraken. Yeah.
Survive.
I was just wondering if there was any other potential explanation or...
I'm sure there is. There are many potential possibilities for anything that happens. I only have the information that I was able to glean from the various scouts and teams.
How long ago was this?
This was 4 or 5 years back.
Really? All right. So not that long, really. Did you stay long?
A few days. Prepared for their journey, much like you did. That was the last we saw of them.
All right. I was just curious. Thank you.
I wish I had different news for you.
Did you keep anything from what you found?
She, like, her head turns curiously.
I fear I did not.
Okay.
We gave a quiet burial to what we were able to recover, but that's all.
Yeah, I appreciate that much.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I'll be generous with it. And generously... I'll be generous and, like, come up with an in-fiction explanation, although I think the realistic explanation is probably that Matt just didn't think about that. And Marisha, because they came up with this together. Or at least most of it. I doubt that Marisha knew that this was the fate of her mother, but, like, they came up with the broad plot line together. But, like, in fiction, you might be able to say that it speaks to their isolationism, that they are the most, like someone said it earlier in the stream, like they're the most isolated Ashari tribe, and they're like, you know, the most different and like the most separated. That said, it is kinda wild, the idea that this person comes to you and they're on an Armente, so you know where they're from, and you give them a burial? That's what he just said. You gave him a burial and didn't invite the family. That is... And we know that they, like, or at least we think they know where each other are, right? Like, the Terra person knew where the Vestra were, at least vaguely. We saw Keela's dad go to the Pyra. Seemingly didn't, like, have any trouble getting there or anything. So it seems like they know where each other are. Yeah, that does have some troubling implications, I won't lie. But I definitely don't think we're meant to think about that. But that is a little bit of troubling news. The Arment is the core part of the leadership cycle of each tribe. Keela's mom ultimately means the Arashari need to send the next on. Yeah, so they're even kind of like delaying when the next one will start. Yeah, a little bit. The Terra didn't know where the water tribe was. Did they not? I mean, they knew the vague area, right? Did they? I guess that would be the best explanation, is that the water Ashari just didn't know where the Zephyra are or how to contact them. That seems like the most reasonable explanation to like what we're seeing here. Little weird though.
Thank you for doing that.
Of course, and once again, I am sorry for your loss, Keyleth.
Oh. Part of the duty.
Yes, it is.
Well, I should be getting my rest.
Yes, you should.
Yeah, big day. Swimming, lots of calories. I'm gonna go now.
Yes.
All right,
yes,
bye.
you will. Goodbye.
Good night.
Just conk right out again. All right. Anything else you guys we should do for the evening?
Well, I'm going to follow Keyleth back to our room.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
you just follow me? Are you following me just now?
No, I was waiting outside the door.
Oh, all right. Okay, yeah. Sorry. No, I'm good. I'm good.
I've seen the trouble behind your eyes all day. Not surprisingly, yeah.
I'm great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot, yeah. A lot writing on this, but a little surreal that we're here.
Long time coming.
Yeah.
You know, you are already a river to your people.
What?
I know that your life is built up to this moment in many respects. But your father is very proud of you. You've already done a lot. You silenced that dragon. You've done a lot.
I'm just glad I have you all.
You know, I know that you struggle with doubt, and I don't think it's ever going to go away for any of us. Especially for you. I think that's part of the job.
Oh my god, it's the same. Vaxildon, my man. You know, actually, no, I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him this time. Honestly, given what we have seen from Keelan this episode and the last episode, this conversation actually makes radically more sense than it did the previous time he said something almost identical to this. It was right before the Thordak fight, or right after the Thordak fight, before Raishan. It was somewhere around there, post Vorugal, I believe, but pre-end of Raishan. But this one, radically more sense. Given that, like, I feel like she has actually really been displaying levels of uncertainty and levels of nervousness. So hey, you got it this time. You know, you tried before, you got it this time. Congratulations.
Getting ready for. But I don't see it as a weakness. You know, all this time I've remembered Uriel. I'm not big on monarchies and the like, but I liked him.
He was a good man.
Yeah, his soul rested. And he had doubts. And he let them inform his decisions and tried to do what was right. And the questions you have, I think they speak to your character.
Uriel was also blinded by his unknowns of a lot of problems. So I just hope I don't follow in his footsteps in that regard.
Well, all that matters is what we leave behind us when we go. You've already done a lot of good. And you've taught me to be happy again. I'm very grateful to you.
This is on a personal note. This is on some personal shit. I think it was during the Bard's Lament. That, yeah. I talked about Vax, like, pedestalizing or glorifying Scanlan and being like, you know, comparing himself to Scanlan and you know, not deifying, but saying, like, you existing near me, essentially, is, like, the reason I can go on. That's what, like, gives me hope, is that I'm striving to be like you. And that's very near to you make me happy, right? Because there's a difference, and again, this is on a personal note, there's a difference to me, a great difference between you've taught me how to be happy or to be happy versus you make me happy. One of them implies a current active reliance on the person. Now, sometimes that's accurate. But it is also like putting a responsibility and a burden on that person. And I think during the Bard's Lament, we got a little bit of the other side of that from Scanlan, of when they say essentially, you know, like, why did you never tell us or whatever? It's like, well, you all needed me to be the happy guy, to be the one making jokes, to keep everyone's spirits up. And I said while we were watching that, it's like, yeah, like, again, on a bit of a personal note, I feel that. Like, I've definitely felt the pressure consistently throughout my life that I need to act a certain way, regardless of how I'm feeling, in order to lift up those around me. And that if I expose, I suppose, that, you know, I'm not happy or I'm not happy-go-lucky, then that will be like an active negative effect on those around me disproportionately, because they pin some amount of value towards my happiness in proximity to them. However, I think there's a huge difference between that and you've taught me to be happy. I again, on a personal level, this is not D&D advice. I guess it's just me sharing right now. I don't know. Streamer shit. You've taught me to be happy again. I would feel so much radically better about it if someone told me this, as opposed to you make me happy. Not to say I would feel, I guess, negative about you make me happy. That's still a nice and a compliment. But there's, like I said, there's absolutely an amount of like responsibility there. And responsibility isn't something we always need to run away from, but it's much less, it's not as no strings attached as you've taught me to be happy. The implication here is if she left, if she failed, if she changed, she's already accomplished the thing of making him happy in the past. It doesn't matter what happens in the future. She's already had that profound impact on him. And I suppose I'm sharing this because I think that if you haven't felt like me before, if you have never experienced someone telling someone you're depressed and them being like, how? But you always seem so happy all the time. Like, if you're depressed, oh my gosh, like what hope is there for the rest of us? Something that someone has actually said to me before. And that is different than you've taught me to be happy, or in the past, your presence has really lightened up and has really put me in a better mindset before, or has taught me how to bear the struggles of life or whatever. Yeah, coming to someone who's received this sort of thing, you've taught me to be happy rather than you make me happy, is it's a substantial difference, and to me at least. And I think people like me. And so if you feel as though they're synonymous, like in your head, you're like, you taught me to be happy, you make me happy, same shit, I would opt for you've taught me. Because if the person you're talking to is anything like me, that's a much better thing to hear. And I don't know if Liam's doing it on purpose, but it definitely makes me view the conclusion of this and like the emotional resonance of it much better, much less selfishly, which I like a lot. I think that's cool. Yeah. I feel like Percy could fall into the same mindset, but he frames it as you teach me not to be so serious. Yeah, I agree. There's something to consistently acting in a certain way and how it can build expectations that you should always be like that to people around you. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. This was yesterday. Proving that Persali is objectively the best. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you for believing in me.
You make that easy.
Anyway, we should get some sleep. It's a big day tomorrow.
Yeah. You know, I noticed about a week ago, you were curious about my wings. I shoot them out.
I pet them a little.
We have 1 hour. Fate feathers.
Fate and feathers.
Skyfuck.
Oh shit.
I just want Max and Keyleth to the original Superman movie dialogue while he and Lois are flying.
God, that weird poetry.
Can you hear my thoughts?
I have just like slow narration of Keyleth disembodied as everyone's just flying over Vestra at night.
That's for you. That was perfect.
Oh my god.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Pass that down later.
Alrighty. So, anyone else do anything else?
I'm collecting some seashells and taking a bit of a walk. And,
Okay.
and then eventually we're chilling. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna brush trinket. You need it. You're dirty.
Various nuts and seawater
Yeah,
clusters.
Just gross.
It's just not fun. All right, so the morning comes to. The sun rises. It's a warm day, but the waters are crystalline, beautiful. As soon as you step out, since you haven't been here during the daytime, you can see it's a paradise-like existence. The sands that fall beneath the waves are white, just bright bleached white, and the entire city seems like the middle of this distant tropical paradise. The islands that do kind of flank in a triangular position, as the islands of Amun, they are just lush and green and dense. You see no signs of civilization built across them. They are just unending canopies that swarm these masses of land that break past the ocean surface in the distance. But here in Vestra, the city cluster, it's beautiful. The water has almost a turquoise type shimmer when you see the areas that are deeper. And you can see in various sections where the sand drifts away, the sandbank vanishes into the reef, and there you can see just an array of colors that refract beneath the water's surface. There's a gentle breeze kind of bloods through in sections.
I want to go there.
It's beautiful.
I want to spend the morning before anybody else gets out, standing on the edge of the water and like letting my toes sink deeper and deeper as the waves.
Okay. You guys eventually gather your way for a morning meal, and you can see in the distance now some of the wave runners are doing perimeters, and you can see they have large sails that are up on these triangular, like pointed boards that curve up into a horn-like javelin in the front, and they are coasting on them, basically surfing across the waves in the distance, doing runs around the perimeter of the reef. And they're wearing the same goggles and the same throw pieces you were given. This is part of the standard.
Dude. I think that they reacted similarly to the gliders at the Zephyra, but I think we all know that their reactions were probably a little bit more muted, given that we all know where the gliders are from, and that they were not a Matt Mercer original. And, I mean, frankly, maybe this isn't a Matt Mercer original. Maybe, grabbed this from somewhere else. But it's not obvious to me where he grabbed it from, if he did. This is sick. Combat surfboards? Combat, like, it's not a surfboard, it's like a parasail. Not a parasail. There's a word for it that's like a surfboard with a sail on it. I know that this is a thing, but I don't know what it's called. But a combat one? Kite surf? Windsurfer? I think a windsurfer, yeah. That's so dope. That's so sick. And you see them react to it because it is sick. Oh, man. It's so dope. The environment is peak. I mean, like, all of this is just adding on to the opinion that this is the best environment that Matt has made so far. There's so many original ideas. It's so unique. It's so cool. And, like, and all the ideas, like, mesh together really well. Love it. Love it.
Around the perimeter of the reef. And they're wearing the same goggles and the same throw pieces you were given. This is part of the standard equipment that is given to the wave riders as they check on the outside in the vicinity of Vestra.
That one looks like Keanu Reeves, and that one looks like Patrick Swayze.
He's not coming back.
It's clear sky, not a cloud visible. Beautiful blue above you. What do you want to do to prepare?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I find you found out.
Okay. She's actually already waiting for you guys. She's been up earlier than you were. And
I take some time in my morning prep to do a little meditation, and I take my flame hands and I do some like traditional Ashari war paint kind of thing going on. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
oh yeah.
Are we bringing the bear? Yeah. We're bringing the bear.
I think it's gonna be a whale.
All right.
Hopefully the whole time.
As long as he doesn't hit 0 hit points, then he won't turn into a bear. But he has water breathing.
If he hits 0, okay, I have a question.
Yes.
If he hits 0 hit points,
as a whale,
does he go into the?
No, the form reverts,
revert,
becomes
and then-
trinket, full hit points, carrying over any damage that happens. And remember, only trinkets or any of your natural form maintains the bonus hit points from your hero's feast. Your animal form does not.
Okay.
So you just have the base hit points, whatever creature form you take, and then once you go to 0 and revert back to yourself, or just revert back to yourself, then you have your hit points plus the hero's feast.
And gameplay mechanics, can Trinket get walloped so hard that it passes all of his new form plus Trinket form and take him out? Or
If it was a shit ton of damage, yeah.
It'd have to be 150 points of damage. Thereabouts, 160.
Right.
Is it possible to grab a spare set of goggles and choker just in
75 points
case?
damage. No.
Asking around.
We'll return them, obviously.
Yeah, as you approach Venda or ask this question, they seem waiting. Even as you approach, they're kind of looking out the distance. Yes, that could be certainly. Mustard, and she snaps her little gnomish fingers, and one of her guards wanders off. Comes back a few moments later and retrieves an extra pair of goggles and the throat bead.
Excellent.
It's called a throat bead.
A throat bead.
How many of us need my coins to become altered?
Well, I need to be aware.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so riders, show of hands, rider.
I mean, I can just use water breathing and cast Pass Without a Trace on us. That's the only thing. Is I can't do that if I have altered self.
Oh, well then, I can just.
Well, if you cast Pass Without a Trace,
You
it's a
won't be able to swim
concentration
very fast,
spell.
though.
If what?
She can't use alter self and pass without a trace.
Is Alter Self a concentration spell?
Yes.
Oh, I could cast Pass Without a Trace, though. I
Okay.
did bring it today.
Oh, good. All right.
So I could, yeah. Wait.
Are there any seashells on the floor that I can find? Pretty shells.
I've already got a small bag of them if you want to keep
So
them.
alter self is what level spell?
You can trade later.
Second.
One.
You
two.
have 3 second level spells you can
And
cast.
two fi-
I thought
and
it
2
was
thirds. So you have to use one of your third level spells.
Yeah.
To do
Also,
that.
good skipping stone.
Right.
Technically, you could do.
You didn't think about that.
I need one
did
for
you?
me.
Yes, so even 4
So 4 other people.
You're correct.
Yeah.
We'll skip something like that.
You're a rider.
So,
Well,
animal shapes takes my concentration, so I can't do that.
Oh.
But you
You
could
can just
cast
have
it.
water breathing and be riding a whale.
Exactly.
But if you get tossed from the whale,
What if
can
you-
you swim?
I mean, I can swim.
Well-
what if you give me the coin?
And
If
then you
things
can
get
use it if you
hairy,
need it.
then I use it, and then we drop Pass Without a Trace.
Also,
If it's hairy, we won't need pass without a trace.
I can go ahead and cast Alter Self, or sorry, Animal Shapes on her, but it takes a turn around for me to an action to change her into something else. So can I cast it on her, but leave her as Vex for now?
I'm not going to be an animal.
You
No, I
assume
know.
the form of a different creature for the duration, a creature different from herself.
Okay.
Of the beast variety.
yeah.
Okay, never
We're
mind.
fine. We got a plan.
We're fine.
Because we need Pass Without a Trace from her. Right?
Yeah.
So she's got
So
it.
I'll get a coin, I'll cast it, go in. If things get bad,
You
I'll use
can
a coin.
cast the coin.
You're a whale.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
going to be a whale.
Yeah.
It's going to be. We've got some rope here. It's going to be your job once I'm a whale to create at least a couple handholds with a harness. You know how to use knots, right? You can do. some
I know
basic-
every knot in the book.
I knew you would.
The double sloop, the reverse cowgirl. I know them all. I've got the itsy bitsy spider. I know.
Keep going.
I know the rusty trombone. I've got.
Oh, the Mexican pipeline.
Yep. I've got the figure 8, the figure 4, the hidden figures.
Now let's do steps.
I've got a bunch of them. Yep.
The sweet Caroline.
Oh yes, that one. That one's good.
Good for tension. I'm also going to grab. I should not be allowed to drink this. I'm going to take you aside really quick and hand you the extra set of goggles and the bead.
What do you want me to do with these? Just keep them safe?
Just in case it's you know how I get with my hunches.
Okay.
You'll know if we need them, we have them. It's just an extra set.
All right, Freddie.
Yovanda, these
Yes.
beads, can you guys also track where we are based on them?
No, unfortunately.
No.
The magic is only localized.
Insular. All right.
We recovered as many as we could from previous scouts that had fallen, but
I go ahead and I druid craft one of my bark bracelets to put around her. For scrying, if you need it.
all right. Thank you.
And Bigly Man over there, do you want a coin in case you lose your whale form?
Yeah.
What about you, Percival?
I'll take one just in case.
All right.
What did it do?
You say alter self and slam it against your body and.
Oh, I didn't, were they? What are they playing Boulder Parchment Shears over? Could we tell? Oh, I don't know. Given the time constraints, I don't know that I can go back and look for it unless someone gets a time code. But what were they playing it for? What were the stakes? What was the reward? That's funny.
It'll make you like with gills and stuff. Does he speak? He speaks common, right? He understands what I'm saying.
Well,
What did it do?
Make big hit. Say
What's the
alter
matter with
self.
you? Why are you talking like that?
That was everything I could have hoped for.
He does speak fucking with you.
Yeah.
Very well.
All right, I guess I'll make 4 coins
Okay.
and pass them out to Percy, little elf boy, little elf girl, and Jumbo.
All right.
Hi, my name is Vax. That's short for Vaxildan.
Have you heard the legend of Tyrion Darrington?
From you, yes, I have.
Oh, good. Then
a good
we're
tale.
equals.
Look, I'll say. This is one of the downsides towards. I need a word. I don't just want to call them interesting, but like big swings combat. Novel, maybe? Novel combats? Maybe I'll go with novel. I think that captures most of it. This is an issue with novel combats. Boredom. Not during the combat itself, but especially if the characters have time to prepare and they know about a lot of the novelty ahead of time, which has its benefits. If you want to make it very novel in a way that preparing for it would help a lot with. Yeah, you have to go through these unless you introduce the concepts that make it novel slowly and separately. So, introducing the concept of a non-combat based encounter where you want to avoid killing things. You can introduce that separately from underwater combat. Like, you can have an underwater combat totally separately. Now, there's an argument to be made that Matt might have been trying to do that with the pirates. But if that was the case, I might have had a pirate that was more actively trying to fight them underwater. If that was part of the point. So that's a way to introduce the concepts separately and then smash them together for the Kraken. However, it can be very reasonably argued in a way that I would agree with that reduces the novelty, right? If you are just putting together concepts that you're already used to, then it might still be, interesting and cool, but it's definitely going to reduce the novelty. Now, second factor that I think is making this more long of a prep, more boring, is 6 players. The more players you have, the less every individual player can be actively participating in the conversation, right? Even if everyone is talking exactly equal amounts, you're talking 1/6 of the time versus in a 4-player group, you're talking 1/4 of the time. You're just talking less. You are participating less. And that is assuming that you're going to be participating equally. Grog definitely has a bit of a reputation for not participating as much in planning segments. So in reality, he's talking much less than a 6th. In a way that he might still be talking less in a 4-player group, but probably not as little as he currently is. So this is also like a problem, or at least one of the factors in the boredom here is the number of players. It's the introduction of these like really novel things that they've never experienced before. There's a lot that makes, but or not forces, or how do I say it? It doesn't force a long planning session, but it certainly encourages it. And how much players can or will interact within that planning session can also have an extreme effect on their boredom. Because they have been planning so far for like the entire session. So far, an hour odd minutes. Which I think most of that time has been justifiable. But regardless of if it's justifiable, that doesn't stop some players from getting bored. And you know what? Hey, sometimes a player gets bored. Can't always help it. Can't always prevent it. But you do want to try. And that's why it honestly doesn't bother me when they sometimes have interactions specifically, it seems, for Travis. Like the Groon fight, like the pit fights in general. Feels like occasionally there's a little bit of a bone thrown to Travis because he seems to largely be the odd man out in some of the other activities that the group more broadly seems to enjoy, like shopping, for instance. Man after my own heart when it comes to shopping. So it seems like they occasionally throw him a bone, which I think is the best way to do it. Like, if the player is cool with, like, being sort of the, I guess, minority opinion when it comes to things that the rest of the group enjoys, and, like, they're cool just, like, sitting back and being a little bored, but, like, they're fine with that. I think occasionally throwing them, like, a special event or, like, a special little moment in a full-on campaign like this is a reasonable way to handle it. At least by default. Obviously, if they want something different or if you have a different thing that you decide, obviously go with that. But by default, average advice. I think it's a decent way to handle it. Doesn't prevent him from getting bored here, though.
That is my sister. Her name is Vexalia. You can call her Vex. Some people call her Vax.
It's true.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, you can call us by anything. We'll both respond. It's fine.
Welcome.
Okay. Okay. Were your parents fond of you? Because to name them that similar would be just quite annoying growing up. You must have gotten confused constantly.
I walk away.
I follow suit.
About this time, as you've seen, Yuvenda has been working on patiently. The water nearby at the very edge of one of the reef drop-offs splashes out, and you watch as a figure kind of darts out and lands and shakes off. And what you see there looks to be a very, very dark-skinned, stocky dwarf wearing the same goggles and throat bead there. He's kind of like, sorry about the delay. He kind of wanders up and kind of pulls his goggles off and kind of rustles his hair a bit. Oh, hello. So you're the ones traveling to the area today?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wave right return. Pleasure to meet you. And he reaches over and grabs it. As he takes your hand, you put it out to extend. He kind of like grasps it and kind of gives a firm shake. He's got very, very, very short, kind of dirty blonde hair, and a beard that is like just tattered and knotted from not being kept or combed through.
So someone you'd find at Venice Beach.
Kind of, yeah.
I was imagining
He's the Venice Beach dwarf,
Venice
basically.
Beach dwarf, yes.
I was imagining this section how you pointed out, Sarah Marshall.
Just finish going up the road, sit down.
Yeah.
Phone, man. Yeah.
It's like, all right, I'm taking you down to the area. You ready?
I think so.
Sure.
Are you gonna be with us the whole time, or are you just getting us there?
Well, I'm just getting you to the door.
Of course.
Wait.
yeah.
There's a door.
Oh no, now we're really in trouble.
That's what we're going to check out the lights before we go through the door.
There's like doors to the other planes. That's like our
It's a figure of speech.
Oh,
jobs.
we're going to another plane?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay. This is great. This is great.
Oh, you're really excited.
I am.
You shouldn't be. Now, come on. So you got your equipment and takes his goggles and puts them back on. And they're just like, they're bulbous. Like they're just these giant domes that make you look fly-like.
I love it.
He's like, okay, now. Follow suit. He looks over. Thank you, Yuvenda. Of course. Take care of them. Oh, it's not my job. And dives into the water.
I go in first.
Wait, don't you have to make some of us?
Oh, right.
Jesus.
Wait, how long does it last? How long does it last? No, because we can do it underwater, can't we?
Animal shapes last for 24 hours.
Well, let's wait until we're going into the water plane before we turn into a fucking
We
whale.
have to examine shit first?
Yeah.
With our like non-flipper hands?
Yeah, he's gonna be showing us
Yeah.
the stones first,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, I just go in first. Jesus! I go in first.
All right. So you guys follow suit, diving in, each one of you in the order you wish. Eventually with Dodie kind of just sinking very heavily down after you.
He's coming.
Oh, no.
Shouldn't we, Terry,
It's
shouldn't
how
we leave
deep is
him?
this?
I can't. Nope.
Do you
He's a
prefer Dodie not
construct.
to?
I would prefer Dodie not come if he can't swim, right?
So you
No,
can
we
go
can just walk
solo.
across the bottom.
You have a
We're
solo?
I'm not going to tell you what to do.
This is your call.
What if he
Are we
has to
going?
swim?
I'm a little confused. We're going underwater now, but not to where we're going for the mission?
Correct.
We are the portal to the other dimension is underwater and through a rift.
It's the ocean
Just
inside the
endless
ocean.
water.
Just lots
No
of water.
possible
It's an Inception
All
ocean.
right, then Dodie can come this far.
To the
Yes.
To the Inception.
Just to the door.
We really
by
do
the
it.
gate.
Bring him up.
Yes.
Like a butler.
Yes. All right.
That was quick.
Not that I like have a right to.
What if he gets rusty?
Really good.
I hadn't thought of that.
It might be smart to not have
The
him
rusty
join
Dodie's
us.
another knot that you know.
Just leave him behind.
The rusty Dodie.
Is he,
What's the plan? Yes or no?
Dodie, you should stay behind.
Better jump like.
Stay behind and just take atmospheric notes. You know, time of day, position of sun, type of clouds. And if anyone tries to steal my stuff, describe them very well in the book.
Yes.
A little seagull kind of like flies overhead.
It's all for color for the book, you know.
Another one. He's taking very, very good notes.
2 chapters of seagull flight.
I love Dodie. Okay. I'm not even saying that this is what's happening, bro. But what I am saying, Keyleth's mom being alive is such an expected twist that it makes me suspicious of it. Seems like there's a deeper twist that needs to come. And the concept of one of the wave runners following in these adventures, like trailing them and then trying to like circle around them and use them as bait to grab one of the lodestones, like that'd be a crazy twist. Like I'm just imagining that there are like, it's a huge map, a huge map, 5 lodestones that they can see on them, but only 3 of them are in like easy spots. Like one of them is like way far away. They'd need to like traverse a lot of terrain. One of them is like just barely peeking out from underneath the sleeping kraken. And then 3 of them are in a more normal spot that they could more easily get to, and they just have to tiptoe. And then they grab one, and as they're grabbing one, like one of them is like near like maybe like a forest of kelp or some shit, and they see a hand dart out of the kelp and grab the lodestone. And then like sweep off. And it's this fucker, Wave Runner Durant, he's just sniping it. And in his head, there's 4 there. There's 2 more that they could get. One of them isn't even under the Kraken. And then he's running an illegal lodestone trading ring. If we wanted to make the entire Vestra evil, maybe he's even working for the headmaster kind of on the side, and they're doing some shady shit with like the extra lodestones. That's possible. I don't see that happening. I think headmaster's cool. But this Wavener Durant, I don't know about fully evil, but I think he could risk Vox Machina's safety. Potentially even awaken the Kraken so that like use Vox as bait so that he can run away. I could absolutely see that shit. And I mean, he could even you could even like do it in like an altruistic bent. You could even be like, look, the Wave Runners are the only ones that can do this. Like it could be like an elitist but yet altruistic bent of like, I know that you guys like want to do this and want to be adventurers, but like, let me be frank with you. No fucking other Ashari member has completed this part of their Aramente in 100 years, 150 years, whatever, since the Kraken showed up. No one's completed their Aramente. Dun, dun, dun. That's kind of, ooh. So, and then Keyleth's like, what do you mean? Like, you didn't warn my mom about this? And he's like, well, if they're not going to complete it anyways, we might as well take advantage of their willingness to go in and get after the Kraken. And put all the lodestones in one spot for us. The fucking bag of holding. That would be even fucking crazier, dude. If they gathered the 3 lodestones and then this dude pickpockets the bag of holding off of them and then go and just like dolphin swims away and they're like, ha! And he like wakes up the Kraken in the meantime. And because all the fucking Vestra care about is getting the lodestones, right? They don't care if outsiders die to the Kraken. The Kraken needs to be fed. It needs to be fed. It needs to keep generating these lodestones. This is the natural circle of life, baby. Especially if you're already like dead convinced that they'll fail. You might as well use them as bait rather than telling them that they'll fail. Instead of having to use your own kind, your own Wave Runners as bait. Like maybe somehow the encounter is constructed where like you will like kind of have to bait. That could be the thing. What if I was right about the lodestones being eggs and y'all were fucking gaslighting me in the chat? Acting all surprised about the lodestones as eggs, being like, oh, I never thought about that. Oh, I never thought about the chicken comparison when it's all a gaslight. You know that they're the eggs. They're not just unfertilized eggs. They just are eggs. They will be in the Kraken nest all together, just there. They're not these just droppings left out around. And so someone will need to bait the Kraken. Someone will need to get it off of the nest in order for them to even collect the lodestones in the first place. This is a necessary component of gathering lodestones, is someone has to bait the Kraken. And so the Vestra just wait until the next person comes by on the Aramente. because they have to do this. This is how they stabilize the portal. This is a necessary part to their existence, is to essentially sacrifice the Aramente candidates, like Keyleth's mom, to the Kraken in order to get the Kraken's eggs and keep the portal stable. Brah, HTHI. Holy. Oh, we have ads in 1 minute. Jonathan Busby, you're so right. That would be an amazing justification as to why they didn't tell the Zephyr. They can't tell the Zephyr like, oh, your mom fucking, your mom died here, because then maybe they won't send anyone. But then once they're there, they guilt them with this whole, oh, we need the lodestones to survive. You know, they know that they might not be able to convince them at a distance, but once they're there, they're at the end of their Aramente, they will be so pressured to finish it and complete it that they'll do it despite possibly some warning signs. You gotta rein it in for Game Changer. Look, we'll stop. If we have to stop before the break, we'll stop before the break. It's fine. We'll go a little bit longer. 15 minutes to the CR, content till intermission, 1 hour to do it in. What's up? All right, we're back. I peed, I got water, I got a banana. I'm locked in. Let's finish.
On the mating habits of seagulls when you get back.
Let your heart out, Darwin. Darwin's in the case.
Oh my god.
That's ridiculous. All right, so you guys all eventually dive into the water, and as you do, you look down, and there is essentially a 40-foot wide gap in the beach. here, like this just barely submerged beach that coasts down and drops off directly down into this kind of cylindrical section that is just open. And then as you kind of drift down, your goggles visible, you can see around you dry, pale reef that slowly gives way to colorful, life-teeming reef. You see hundreds of fish of different sizes and colors, all darting in and out of the various gaps and openings in the side. You see vibrant plant life beginning to just massively jet out from the side of this reef as you further down. You see eels twisting through, and bits of kelp and other sort of long underwater plant life tickle your body as you kind of push past and drift, kind of keeping track of where you're slowly sinking down. Desperately trying to follow this dwarf that is no longer in view. He just dove straight down and is far more comfortable in the water than most of you. Eventually, the reef begins to cluster in tighter and tighter, and you start getting a little nervous as to if you're going to hit a bottom or hit a pinch point. And then suddenly it stops. The reef just ends, and you now are kind of floating down into what appears to be endless dark ocean. And just below you see just a faint bit of light. And you start noticing the dark color is because you're about to hit an extremely dense forest of underwater plant life. You watch as all of these long, thin tendrils of almost like vines covered in elongated leaves begin to just curl up around you, and you start pushing through, following this light. And as you get across to the edge, Keyleth, you're the closest ahead, and you guys have just enough light to kind of watch the beat of where Keyleth is. Keyleth, you can still see Durand and kind of keep that pace. It leads you down just over this bank of where the top of this underwater forest ends, and you see attached to the reef above by a single pillar of stonework that seems to be built or carved out of the reef emerges a spiraling tower that eventually ends on the floor of the ocean here. It's made of a yellowish white sandstone-like color. There are pillars carved out of it, naturalistic, but also have almost a series of beveled edges to them. Within the inside, there is a dull green glow that is like sort of pulsating. And as Durand makes his way down towards one of the many openings throughout the floors, you can see there is a very, very faint, like a sparkling energy that seems to just drift up out of the center of this tower. As you make it further down towards the base, you now begin to see through some of the openings. The center of this tower is hollow. It is an exterior, almost like a very thin Colosseum-like structure that goes up for multiple floors, slowly pincering as it gets to the top, and it is just an open interior inside. As eventually you touch down onto the soft bottom of the ocean here and begin making your way, slowly swimming towards the interior, you can see a number of other similarly dressed wave riders, as well as armored guardians that stand, all with various trident or spear-like weapons. A number of them appear to be of varying races, human, half-elf, elf. It appears that Durand is the only dwarf you see in this vicinity, and a couple that appear to be merfolk, like straight-up half-human, half-fish tails, fins, gills, the whole circumstance.
What is their hair like?
You see two of them. One of which is male, no visible hair on him actually, just kind of the frill that goes down his head. The other is female, long kind of deep dark blue hair that just kind of drifts past, and as she shifts and turns and looks in your direction, you watch her kind of hold in place and slowly shift as the water currents push through.
I just stare at her.
As you're entranced by this, your attention slowly glides over to the very center at the base of this temple, where you can see there are these three large, smooth, grayish rocks that are just embedded in the ground, about 5 feet wide. And in the center of these three rocks, you see what appears to be it's almost like an oval shape, about 10 feet tall, about 5 feet wide, that is just crackling blue energy. This opening here, and you can watch as occasionally clouds of black, murky soot or sand, like deep ocean sand, kind of push through. You can see as you kind of get closer and peer in, this is a doorway into the plane. This is the rift. It looks unlike the one that you saw at Pyra, which seemed to kind of flicker and have a barely contained energy. When you've seen it at its torn open stages, this appears to be fairly contained. It's demure. There's not a lot of movement. It's just stationary. And the guards that surround it in the center of this temple all kind of look inward, keeping a vigilant watch. As you kind of follow Durand making his way towards the doorway, you can see within each of these three large half.
Interesting. This entire construct is not exactly what I anticipated. The forest was interesting and closer to what I anticipated. This structure is interesting. Because a structure like this implies, I guess, some manner of, like, purpose. Which, I guess the implication here might be... I guess the implication here would be that before, like Matt just drew attention to the fact that the portal is much more stable and much more contained than the Pyra. Makes total sense with everything that we've seen right now. Like, it seems like the Vestra have an actual strategy on excuse me, dealing with the portal specifically, compared to at least the Pyra, as Matt pointed out. But this structure is interesting to me because it kind of implies that there was probably a time before they knew about the stabilizing effect of the lodestones, and so during that previous time, they needed an underwater structure much, much closer to the actual portal, so that they could keep like a closer eye on it, I would assume. Or, I mean, I guess at that point, the lodestones couldn't keep the Vestra dwellings buoyant and up. So this might just be the last remnant of the Vestra settlement from before they learned about like the buoyancy effects of the lodestones and probably raised most of the city up. Because honestly, this Colosseum, the way that it's described, sounds a lot like the temple on the surface. Like the way that Matt described the temple. That's cool. I was originally going to be like, man, that's kind of strange. That like that was just really that was unexpected to me. That it would be this static structure, like with everything else that we've seen, the reefs, the forest, all of this in natural environment. It stuck out to me like very suddenly of like, we go from the natural, the reef, the kelp forest, the eels, into darkness, and then there's a lone constructed structure. Feels like one of the ocean monuments from like Minecraft. It gives, to me at least, a sense of the ancient, in a way that I haven't gotten with any of the other Ashari, frankly. All of the other Ashari seem to be relatively modern dudes. You know, I mean, living in a very small hamlet or village, but still relatively modern. Like, it would look similar to a hamlet or village that you would see elsewhere. Just happening to be around an elemental portal. But this is like, seems like something that they would have only built if they needed to inhabit it, right? Like, why else build it? Doesn't seem to be any reason. So yeah. Cool. Very cool. Of this implication of the development of the Vestra in a way that we have not seen any of the other Ashari like have any amount of implication of like having a history. Like, I have no idea what the Pyra looked like 200 years ago, right? But from this, I can imply that at some point in the past, the Vestra lived in such a way that they felt it necessary to construct this structure. This isn't just like a natural outcropping of the water portal. And now they don't, I mean, it doesn't seem like they're really using it. Like, they live above the water, but again, there doesn't seem to be like any necessary thing about it. Cool. Very cool. Very neat. I'm into it. It's some really good world building. It is. Like, and I know I could be being too generous, right? I could be being too generous. I could be being too not rational. What's the word? Too I don't know. I could be implying too much like meaning and depth from it. But I'll say, very frankly, there was nothing in the other Asharis that I even could imply deeper meaning or depth from. So I still rate it higher. The fact that there's even something that I can be this generous to and imply this much meaning from. That is a compliment in and of itself. Yeah. Or a part of the city they couldn't save. Yeah, maybe it's too close to the water portal, so the lodestones don't work on it. That could easily be the case. Putting so much praise on an underwater structure, not kicking the aquatic ape allegations. God. Fuck you. With how good this place has been so far, I don't think it's a stretch at all. That's a good point. Like, honestly, yeah. With how much, in my opinion, thought and like care to the environment and the structure there seems to have been, it's easy for me to be generous. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, when this sort of thing is embedded within an environment that speaks of care and intention, it's honestly, it's similar to the Bard's Lament. I talked a lot about how, regardless of what you think of the arguments that Scanlan gives in the Bard's Lament, it's wildly easier for me to be generous to every single part of his speech and of the entire interaction of everyone. It's easy for me to read in more meaning and more intention because there was such clear thought and care to the speech and the mindset that Scanlan had there, and like the intention and care that Sam put into that. It's really similar with Matt here. I can tell that there was effort and attention and care put into the environment of the Vestra, so it's easy. It's natural for me to read intention into this structure, and that's a take-home lesson if I've ever heard it. Like, putting in not a little bit, but like an amount of effort at a baseline makes people either just naturally read more, or it makes it much easier for people to read even more intention from things that maybe had less. It has this kind of compounding effect. Yeah. Inferring more from something than was intended is possible, but that's equally proof of being self-affecting world-building description. Totally agree. Yeah. Every interpretation of this is a positive compliment to Matt and the environment of the Vestra. I mean, we'll have to see how the rest of the campaign goes, because now I know that Matt can fucking do it. Now I know that he's like 1,000,000% capable of it. So we'll see how the rest of the environments are throughout the rest of the campaign. Maybe this won't be my favorite of the entire campaign, but it's my favorite so far. It fucking rules, dude.
Buried stones. There's a smaller, like a deep emerald green, almost jade-looking stone that's about that large that is embedded in each of these. Durn kind of points over to one of them, and you hear...
Oh, man, and imagine that the lodestones have to be fertilized, so the magic that keeps everything buoyant and the portal stabilized is it slowly killing the baby kraken inside. Not to implant that horrific thought in your head.
Through the water.
That's some Walking Dead type shit.
The sound of his voice through.
This is what you're looking for. This is a lodestone. Take your time, as much as you need to study it. Find what you need. Let me know when you're ready to pass through.
Are they all the same color? Every lodestone is the same?
Yeah, you glance through, they're all the same color. Like slight variations, and the shapes change a little bit. Some are like perfectly spherical, some are a little oblong, and just whatever shape it eventually hardens into.
Natural jade?
Kind of, yeah.
Can I
Like a dark jade, like Maori New Zealand jade.
Not translucent at all, not?
No.
Okay. Keyleth goes up and kind of touches one and kind of meditates on it for a second.
Okay. As you put your hand towards it, you feel a very, very faint vibration, actually a very similar vibration to the throat bead.
Really? Are the throat beads green? Do they look similar?
At this point now, you notice, yes, they're made of the same material. You see that a lot of the lodestone's main purpose is here, but a lot of kind of the inherent magic of them, or at least the enchantment properties of it, it's a pretty big part of the general life here at Vestra.
Do the beads tend to react when they get closer to the lodestone?
There is no change.
Okay.
But you do feel that very faint kind of hum and vibration of power of the lodestone that is embedded within.
I turn to Durand. Whereabouts do they tend to be found, the lodestones?
Well, I mean, all over.
All over.
And who knows, I mean, drop. The ocean tends to swallow things up. You might have to dig. Mostly find them buried.
Buried.
How heavy are they?
Well, let me show you. And he goes over and grabs.
Buried? I mean, if they are droppings, if they are like droppings like shit, then, you know, like dogs bury poop. that actually gives it more credence to them being a pure waste product if they are buried. Or maybe Durant's lying. Who knows? Huh. The beads in their water-talking collars are also made of lodestone material. The lodestones vibrate consistently and slightly. Only apparent when touched. The wave runners normally find them buried. Buried by silt. Could be, yeah. It could be like they're just heavy enough so the natural shifting of the sands and silt just naturally buries them because they're heavy. That could certainly be. They're just like not buoyant enough. There's a lot of naturalistic explanations for that. Interesting. But also I think some species of like birds and amphibians do bury their eggs. Interesting. Yeah. That annoyingly gives more credence to them being pre-planned. It does at that. You know, that's a good point. It does at that. Yeah. And I won't reignite that whole conversation, but that does make me a little bit more 50-50 on pre-planned versus improv. And I'll just, I guess, say if they are pre-planned, weird delivery spot, but not too bad overall. Vampire krakens. Oh, like vampire octopus. These were once one of my favorite animals. Was the vampire octopus. They're crazy. They look crazy. They're not actually that crazy of a sea creature, really. At least if I remember correctly. But they look wild. They have this like webbing between their tentacles. So they trap things. Much like a Venus flytrap. They swim into the vampire squids, or vampire squid, not vampire octopus. There's things like swim into their webbing, and then they like close their legs and webbing, and then like kill it as it tries to escape. They're crazy, dude. That'd be so sick to have a vampire kraken modeled after the vampire squid instead of the giant squid. Ooh. Venus flytrap style? Exactly. Yeah. Vamptopus. Dude, that would be fun. Is it really that crazy? I've seen them before, but I feel like they look pretty normal. I think they look really cool. Like the like really red, like the very vibrant red color. I feel like it's really rare for like those sorts of deep sea animals. So I'm not used to seeing like at least I feel like. Maybe I don't have enough exposure to deep sea animals, but I feel like normally they're very like pale. They don't have like a lot of pigment. So I think it's super cool that they're like that deep red and they have these big eyes and the webbing between their tentacles. Because I don't think I'm aware of any. Like they almost look jellyfish-like, but I don't know of any like predators that do that like trap style of predation. Super neat, I think. Original Kraken myths were probably just a response to giant squids. Yeah, probably. I want a beanie. Ooh, yeah. Deep sea creatures are usually translucent. Oh, that's deep sea creatures are crazy. Translucence is like a whole other thing, which is wild to me because it seems harder than not being translucent, but I guess it's not. I don't know enough. I'm not a zoologist or a marine biologist, but it's neat. I find sea creatures in general very neat.
When he kind of, and he pulls it out. The doorway kind of flickers ever so slightly. He's like, it's fine for a moment, and hands it to you. You take it, and for its size, it is surprisingly dense. It has about twice the weight you were expecting, and your arm's kind of just a little bit. Also, as you're holding it, you notice the clasp on your cloak kind of is being pulled towards it. As you kind of pull it away and pull towards it, you realize these are actually fairly magnetic.
The magnetic?
Yes.
Magnetic. Percy, do you have a compass?
I don't, but I can fake one pretty quickly if we have to.
Really? You don't have a compass?
We've
Really?
never needed a compass. We can. Is it possible to? Well, we're too deep now.
As you're having this conversation, you watch as Dern's like patiently there.
You have a compass, don't you? And I'm going to hand it back to him.
No, but I need the stone. Yes. He puts it back inside. Okay, we're good.
If I examine it, do I detect any magic on it?
You do. Profoundly magical.
Okay.
This is a very, very strong natural magic source.
This is going to be weird. I'm going to take out a chunk of white stone residuum and just sort of compare the color and see if there's any relation.
Go ahead, make an intelligence check.
Look at my cheat. That's a natural 20.
Snitch returns.
Lord.
Interestingly enough, there are similarities. It is not the same material, but you've had enough time to study white stone and get a feel that this is your first inclination that there are more than one substance that seems to be related to the nature of magic. This is, at least based on the ecology and a little bit of history you picked up from the Kraken and how long it's been around, Whitestone may be one of the more recent sources of this type of power, or a variation of this type of power. But there are certain comparable facets of its ability.
It actually occurs to me that I think I might have some magnets on my person. Can I make an investigation?
That's neat. I love materials of power. I'd always wondered if Matt was going to introduce other magical materials. This is cool. That's a natural 20. I'm going to take out a chunk of Whitestone residuum. Oh, neato. Neato. That is very cool. I mean, that somewhat implies that... I mean, I'm sure that Whitestone is not created by a thing in the same way that Lodestone seemed to be created by the Kraken. Like, I doubt that there's, like, some beast somewhere in the forests of Whitestone just, like, shitting out Whitestone, you know? But I have long, and I don't even think theorized. I think they've somewhat confirmed that the Whitestone is like a result of like the ley line energy or something like that. Or like the Sun Tree. I think that the Sun Tree and the Whitestone are both results of the ley line energy, if I'm correct. And like Whitestone is a confluence of so many of these ley lines that it's this big well of kind of power. And the idea that Whitestone, was that confirmed? I honestly don't know. It could be that is just what is causing the Sun Tree, and that the Sun Tree is causing the Whitestone. I'm not sure. Whitestone. Let me see. Located. I don't know if I actually have the Whitestone material in the World Anvil. I know I have some notes on it. Items, material, and constructs, vestiges, No Whitestone? Oh, I have residuum. Magical material that can be derived from the magically infused Whitestone, namesake of City of Whitestone. House Briarwood seems to be the first ones to ever craft residuum at scale, keeping a distillery at Whitestone Keep to facilitate this. Interesting. So if there is lore on the origins of Whitestone, I don't know that I wrote it down. Yeah, interesting. The poop lore. I wonder if there's remnants of the Earth Elemental Titans. It could be. Pelor apparently led the people to Whitestone and planted the tree. Pelor planted the seed, we do know that, but at least from my understanding, there's the implication that the Sun Tree only exists in its current form because of the ley lines. I could be wrong about that. Has the Sun Tree, which is directly related to Pelor. The Ziggurat is older than Whitestone. Magical Siphon, State of the Ziggy. Calls into question, the Whitestone ley line spoke off in 6 directions. Huh. I don't know. Whitestone is Pelor poop. Yeah. They're both processed materials, one by the stomach of the Kraken and the other artificially. That's what I think you're right. Okay. For the sake of brevity, I'm going to pitch this. Put a big asterisk on anything I say about Whitestone. This is based on like my gut instinct of my memory, but I can't fact check it right now. But my memory is that Whitestone, the material, is related to the divine, is related to Pelor. And Matt just said that Whitestone, not even residuum, that Whitestone is one of the more recent sort of manifestations of this power. Right? Look at this. Whitestone, not residuum, maybe one of the more recent sources of this type of power or variation on this type of power, but there are comparable facets. And we know that the primordials, Whitestone is equivalent to our oil. There's certainly a metaphor there. Yeah. Absolutely. There's a heavy metaphorical or heavy analogy there. I agree. But taking the magicalness of it and the connection potential, the recency of Whitestone, not residuum, right? Whitestone, which is like would be equivalent to like the recency of like crude oil or like oil forming in the crust, is more recent than the power represented by the lodestones, which I think it is interesting to point out that they are processed. One is processed naturally through the body of the Kraken, but that does kind of bear into question of the Kraken has this relation to the water titans and like the water plane, the energy therein. It seems as though there's like a decent likelihood that these materials, Whitestone, the lodestones in this case, are concentrated energy from the various sources of magical energy, whether that be divine or like elementally attuned. Like the lodestone is a concentration of the like raw magical energy and potential of the water titans and the water plane, concentrated via the Kraken, via this natural beast that absorbs the energy, much like a plant might absorb the sun, and processes it into these concentrated lodestones. And Whitestone might be similar. It might be that although the ley lines go everywhere, and I'm sure that they have confluences in other parts of the world, none of those confluences have a dandy special tree planted directly by the divine, directly by Pelor. And it could be that the sun tree and its Peloric influences is what causes the ley line energy to be essentially like solidified or impacted into this Whitestone material. And I wonder if you could, if Whitestone is equivalent to lodestone, or if residuum is equivalent to lodestone. I'm not sure exactly. I feel like lodestone is probably equivalent to Whitestone, and you could probably, if I had to guess, I would say you could probably melt down or process lodestone into residuum, I would guess. Which is like the raw magical essence that would be like flowing through the ley lines, is like a residuum equivalent. And the sun tree, much like the Kraken, just takes that raw magical energy, concentrates it into a solid substance that can be gathered. And then that could be further processed into residuum. So I guess Whitestone is more like crude oil, and then residuum is maybe gas. The analogy might not hold totally, but I do think that there's some thematic similarities, yeah. Wouldn't Whitestone be more gas than oil, with residuum being the refined form? Wouldn't Whitestone be more gas than oil? Gas is the refined form of oil, no? Am I crazy? I don't know. I'm not worried about the analogy, but maybe Whitestone is some sort of metamorphic rock made of organics, the giant organisms on top of the food chain, like Kraken, some of the rock materials. Maybe. Or for more variety, it would condense into a similar but different magical material that does a different thing in spells. potentially. But yeah, this is implying to me that, like, there's probably this version of material for the airplane, the water plane, which is what we're seeing right now, the airplane, the fire plane, the earth plane, and probably the lower planes. If we just say Whitestone is the material that is solidified by beings or forces from the upper planes, that would imply to me a material that is condensed by the lower planes. Have we ever seen something like that? We've seen the altars. Shit. I know I gotta go fast on this. I can't take too long to theorize about this, unfortunately. I'm just looking to see. I mean, we have the Heartstones, which also seem to, like, contain the energy, but it seems like Heartstones are more of like a generic container that can hold any of the raw essences. They're not an honest-to-God solidified version. Hunk of Qual. I barely even remember the Hunk of Qual. I do remember it now. Skull with green jewel eye, Soul Anchor, Soul Curse, the list. I don't think we have anything like that. What's the Hunk of Qual again? Oh, right. I remember that. Interesting. I don't know. God, it would be perfect if Whitestone was near the Terra. I mean, I think it's nearer to the Terra than any other Ashari tribe. But it would be way more perfect if the Terra were, like, as far away from Whitestone as the Pyra are from Vasselheim. That would be a knock it out of the park evidence for this theory. They're close, but they're not that close. Interesting.
Check because I had quietly in my head been using them to keep my coat down when I was running around with the spider boots. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. Can I make a roll, see if I happen to have some on me?
I'd say you have them on you. You're Percy. It's fine.
All right, that's fine.
They're very simple magnets.
Yeah, they might help with it. I'm going to.
It's just, it's the way in which Taliesin interacts with this sort of shit sometimes, of just saying, I have magnets on me. A lot of times he, like, not corrects himself necessarily, but he goes back towards, like, a more reasonable thing. But it's like, it occurs to me that I might have some magnets on my person. I use them to keep my coat down. And it's like, man, you've never established this before until it's relevant. But also, like I said, he corrects them. He's like, oh, can I make a roll for them? And then Matt says, oh, you're Percy. It's cool. And this might just be a pet peeve of mine because Taliesin normally, like I said, he kind of corrects back towards a more collaborative thing rather than just saying, I have them or I can do this. But I think it bugs me because he normally starts the sentence from I have them, and then he's kind of like, well, can't, I think it's pet peeve territory. It's not that big a deal. Read the CC of Tau right now. He's saying Percy has magnets on him because he had been using them quietly. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure how common magnets were. It's just this mindset of starting from, I have this thing that may or may not be commonly available in the setting. I have it. And then modifying it to, okay, can I roll for it or whatever? Yeah, I don't know. It's not that big a deal, but it does, like, it just, like, pet peeves me, and then he kind of corrects him. I don't know. Did he say magnets or something magnetic? I think he said magnets, like,
based on the
straight
ecology
up.
and what little bit of history you picked up from the Kraken and how long it's been around, Whitestone may be one of the more recent sources of this type of power, or a variation of this type of power. But there are certain comparable facets of its ability, yeah.
It actually occurs to me that I think I might have some magnets on my person. Can I make
Some magnets, not something magnetic. They are different things. I will agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. That he wasn't just thinking of why would Percy have magnets to make a compass. Yeah. It occurs to me that I have plutonium on my person. Yeah, we got 20 minutes. I can't talk about this too much, but it's just this general aspect of like, especially if it is a material, and especially if it's a material that may or may not be common in the setting. You're not 100% sure. I think just starting from the perspective of DM, do I have these? Which is eventually what Percy, or eventually what Taliesin switches to, right? It is the question of DM, is this the sort of thing I might have or might not have?
an investigation check? Because I had quietly in my head been using them to keep my coat down when I was running around with the spider boots.
Magic of
I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. Can I make a roll to see if I happen to have some on me?
I'd say you have them on you. You're Percy. It's fine. All right.
And there's a certain amount of like goodwill. Like, I don't know Taliesin in real life. These are all of his actual friends. I think they, like him saying, I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. I can't know that, right? I don't have that level of trust with Taliesin as a rando, but his friends might. Of like, yeah, Taliesin doesn't like make shit up like this. So there is also like a level of pattern of behavior and trust there of like, and then Matt just says like, hey, no, it's fine, you know. Fat Yoshi, I gotta time you out, man. We got too much to talk about too quickly, and I can't have you going crazy on it. Sorry about that.
They're very simple magnets.
Yeah, they might help with it. I'm going to try and just see if I can use them as a very base. What's the dowsing rod for these stones? Do they feel cool?
You notice that you don't any sort of pull you feel on the magnet doesn't seem to hit until you're within about a foot or so of the stone.
Okay.
I do have locate object.
I pull out my compass and see if it works.
Okay, you pull out your compass.
Do you have a compass?
Sure. Yeah, I have a compass, by the way.
Really? You have a compass?
It's fine.
As you pull it out, you watch, as you kind of stand there, it's currently confused. It's like kind of darting around and doing circles. As you begin to step in one direction towards one of the stones, it rights itself in its direction.
Fascinating.
Nice.
Will you keep that handy?
Sorry.
You know?
Yes. Oh, 1 second. Just still pressurizing.
Sure.
In my head, you have zinc all over your nose. It's just a zinc.
In a hula shirt?
Oh, yes. Do you want to?
Yeah, actually, yes. That's, we're really pale people. This is probably a good idea. No.
I tap it because I've seen other people do that, and I feel like that's what you do with compasses.
And it shatters.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be a functional compass.
Do you want to be the compass manner? Are you going to man the compass? Be navigation?
The leader. Absolutely.
The navigator,
The
yes.
navigator.
The navigator. Sure.
The navigator.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
Any other tests you brainy types want to do on these giant green balls?
I feel comfortable. We have a locate object. We have a compass.
Yes.
That's it.
Locate object is concentration, and so is pass without a trace. So just
So why don't we get through the void, and then maybe we can do a locate object,
And then
pass without a trace, and then I'll cast animal shapes, and then we go.
Locate object, by the way.
That is a lot of steps.
is within 1,000 feet.
Yes.
Yes.
But it lasts for 10 minutes.
It does, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, you get a nice.
Are we ready?
Oh, wait,
Durin kind of looks at your faces as you're all staring at us. Okay, so, night time.
Have you seen a kraken?
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
And
Oh, it's fucking terrible.
how big?
Okay. I was gonna try to not pause and talk about it, but I just want to say, that when it comes to like, would it make sense or whatever? Of course, the Artificer has compass magnets. It makes sense. Pliny the Elder described lodestones, which were basically magnets, so they were around. In both of these cases, this is assuming that not only that they are around, but that they are so common as to just be able to like conjure one out of thin air because they are so easy to get. Like, I'm sure that telescopes were around at this point. It would be weird for someone to just pull a binocular out of thin air. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I get what people are saying, but like, if there's not like a kit or starting equipment, I don't think in general we should assume that people just like can conjure things up in D&D, specifically because there are things that give those sorts of things, like even rope. Rope is one of the most common materials to ever exist. Rope is one of the most common, like, constructed items to ever exist within human society. And it still has, like, a gold cost, and, like, it is given in certain kits and not in others. It still has to be given by the system. Now, there are systems in which you can just conjure shit like a compass out of thin air, Blades in the Dark being one of them. But, like, these things that, yes, they might exist. Like, it does not surprise me in the slightest that a compass would exist within Exandria. But the idea that it's so common as to just say, I have it, that's where I start to have a problem. You know, Terry says he has a navigator's kit. Yeah, so that's why that's why I didn't even pause for it. I was like, you know what? Honestly, maybe he does have it because he might have a kit, and I'm not going to go off and look because we're running short on time. But I did want to. If you want to play in a system where you just have things that make sense for you to have, a la Percy or Scanlan having magnets or having a compass, without a separate thing giving it to them or them actively buying it on screen or in conversation with the DM off screen, there are systems like that. D&D's not one of them. That's the thing I wanted to sort of hit on. I believe there is a Seafarer's kit that has a sight glass. Probably. I mean, like, again, this is not me saying that sight glasses don't exist. They absolutely exist. I think even the pirate captain, or the captain that took them to the Vestra, I think she had one. But D&D is a system in which these things either need to be straight up acquired or given in like a kit or something. I was meaning it to say it's more likely than other classes. It's still very rare, but someone could have it. It's the guy with the gadgets. That is yes. That is a reasonable, like, in fiction perspective on it. But that sort of likelihood comparison, that's an explicit mechanic in Blades in the Dark. It's not in D&D. That's kind of what I'm getting at. In a Victorian VTM game, a pocket watch was my prized possession. It was a hard get, and I did horrible things to keep it. There you go. Anyways.
We talking?
Immense.
You know this size?
Yeah.
It's a lot bigger.
How many
Think you have to
grogs?
swallow him,
How many
grog.
grogs?
Oh yeah, it's
Like 10 grogs or long?
100.
100 grogs
It's
long.
hard, it's special awareness. Look, I'm not a science man like these two, but
No science, man.
it's big.
Your beard is glorious.
Oh, thank you. Yours isn't too bad yourself, boy.
Thanks, mate.
You can
Thanks,
tussles it up.
Yeah, hold on.
Actually, I just realized an assumption that I was making. Oh, God, how close were we? 3:16. Oh, wait. Let's finish it.
There are like barnacles down here. I can put in there. Is it fast in the water?
Oh, it's pretty fast, eh?
Yeah.
Have you seen it leave these stones, these loads? Have you seen it
Oh,
take-
I've
And you've seen it. Drop a load.
Oh, I don't go in there.
Oh, yeah.
I just watch the doorway. That's my job.
You don't watch him drop his loads.
I have not yet seen the Kraken drop its loads.
Well, I have never felt more prepared than I do right now. Let's do this shit.
That's
All right, if it goes bad,
such
come back.
run.
Just get back.
Right.
You
You'll know
fail,
exactly
but
how to get
you'll
back.
get back.
Your trains
I'll
to the
fail?
door.
Did you just say I'll fail? Oh, bye!
As you guys, one by one, plunge through the rift with an area of torrent into the water elemental plane. That's where we'll take a break.
All right. And that's where we'll take a break. And I will leave you guys with, I realized that I made a bit of a mistake in how I just described the whole materials thing. I described it from the perspective of it's the rules, so do it, so follow it, do it in D&D. Which I don't think is very convincing in a lot of scenarios, that sort of like do it because the rules say. Like sometimes rules can be dumb and wrong. So I should say why I think the rules say that. And it is related to another thing that I think D&D has built into its rule set that is somewhat related to this, in that D&D does assume a difficulty in accessing certain things. It's the same with like material components, with sending spells even being like a necessary thing. It implies that like teleportation spells imply that travel takes a while, it's fairly cumbersome. Communication is the same way. It's slow, it's cumbersome. You have to like send it via carrier pigeon or whatever. It's not like they have email. And access to materials is similar. So when I talk about like caring about like how available were magnets back then, it's not out of nowhere. Like, it's fitting with this broad theme in D&D that access to things generally can just be slow or limited, or even if they exist, you might just not be able to get them. They could have elk mail, yeah. So like someone brought up like, oh, you know, Percy's crazy, stupid rich. The entire party's crazy, stupid rich. But yes, you're right. But this is back in a time, like now we live in a world with Amazon and global trade and global travel. And so it's fairly easy, if you have enough money, it's fairly easy for you to get whatever you want. There's not really things that you can't get if you have sufficient money. That is not how it used to be. And a lot of D&D mechanics, I wouldn't say necessarily rely on that, but they definitely reinforce that message. That normal travel is slow. Normal communication is slow. Access to materials is just limited. You might have to go through a bunch of work to get something fairly innocuous to us today, even if it did exist back then. So I wanted to give a backing reason rather than just I said so or the rules said so for why I even care about them apparating things out of nowhere. Because like I said, Blades in the Dark, a system that I love, has the idea of like, yeah, if it's a common item that it would like make sense for you to have, you just have it. Blades in the Dark does not give two shits about that. But that is also because Blades in the Dark is set in a, not modern city, but post-industrialized city where it's like one of the biggest cities in the region. It's under some of the safest, the most protected. It's a big trade hub. So there is like implied world building within the system around why that sort of material access is just implied. So yeah. And so I also want to explain all that because if you look at that part of D&D, that like limited access to materials, and even if I just say, you know, do it because I said so, you might say like, well, I don't really want to. But I wanted to give you the explanation because you might hear the explanation and be like, oh, I still don't want to. And then I think you're perfectly valid for not doing that. Yeah, just say that anyone has anything that's reasonable for them. Like I said, it's not what D&D prescribes, but fucking house rule it. If you understand why it prescribes that and you don't want to do it, more power to you. So yeah. Thanks for explaining so much, BTW. I'm a newbie and learning much on the stream. Hell yeah, Sawyer. I'm glad. Yeah, that idea of sometimes the game prescribes something that isn't all the way necessary, and sometimes it's good to follow it. 5 minutes. We're gonna go, or I'm gonna go at least watch some Game Changer. I'll see you all on Wednesday for Age of Umbra, and then Friday for the second part of this, and then Monday for the third part of this next week. Goodbye.